This guy was just standing in the schoolyard, practicing the newly taught move. Nothing special, at least that's what everyone thought. Then he throws a punch, boom. Not one sound. Not two. 9 thunderclaps, all at once. And somewhere nearby, a top-tier martial artist watching in secret? Yeah, completely shaken. Because even the Academy's #1 genius, after hours and hours of non-stop training, can barely hit 3 thunderclap. That's already considered the beginner standard. This guy? Half a day. That's all it took for him to reach the level others can't even touch. So what's his deal? Turns out, he's been chosen by the gods. While everyone else is struggling to remember the basics, he's got something extra working for him. Inside his own mind, there's a version of him training non-stop, so while others are still trying to figure it out, he's already finished. Now here's where things start getting interesting. This guy? He can pick up any martial art, and master it almost instantly. No long training arcs. He sees it once, maybe twice, and that's it. Perfect execution. And it gets better. Every time he defeats someone, he gains points. Not just for show, real point. The kind you can actually spend. More points means more strength by copying others' technique. Now the scene has shifted to the present where, in a flurry of strikes, a young man named Su-hong practices his Vajra fist. A fellow student marvels at his improvement, asking if he has already reached the coveted micro-level in martial arts mastery. Su-hong confirms he broke through 2 days ago. The student, impressed, declares that no one in the class can match Su-hong's Vajra fist and decides to head home, leaving the cultivation maniac to his training. As Su-hong prepares to leave, his teacher, Lee, stops him. The teacher's expression is serious as he brings up the 30,000 registration fee for the martial arts department, reminding Su-hong that the deadline is next Monday. Su-hong asks for a few more days, but the teacher can only sigh, explaining that while he knows Su-hong's family is struggling, the rules are absolute. Left alone in the empty training hall, Su-hong is crushed by the weight of the 30,000 fee. He remembers his past. His parents died in a ferocious beast disaster when he was just 3, leaving him in the care of his aunt and uncle. They discovered his talent for martial arts and have fully supported his training ever since, hoping it would lead to a high-income profession in their dangerous world. He feels a pang of guilt, realizing that his dream is making their lives even harder. Returning home late, he overhears his aunt and uncle discussing their finances. They decide the rent can wait. Paying for Su-hong's registration fee is the priority. His aunt says she will get another job, while his uncle suggests stopping his own medication to save money, insisting that little Hong's talent is too great to hold back. Overwhelmed with guilt, Su-hong enters the room. They fuss over him, telling him to rest. In his room, he lies awake, tormented by their sacrifices. He resolves that he must solve this problem himself. There is only one place a martial artist can earn that much money in just a few days. The next day, Su-hong arrives at the underground martial arena. An announcer's voice booms, welcoming the audience to a place where only victory and defeat matter. Life and death are irrelevant. She introduces the reigning champion, a hulking fighter wearing a red mask, known as Mr. Minotaur. The announcer tells the newcomer to show some passion and heat up the atmosphere. She whispers for him to provoke the crowd, explaining that rookies are troublesome. Taking the cue, Su-hong roars, declaring himself invincible against anyone below the level of a true martial artist and calling all weaklings to come and fight. The crowd erupts in a frenzy, shouting for his death. The first match begins. Su-hong believes his Vajra fist is enough to win a few rounds and collect the tuition fee. His opponent rushes in, but Su-hong calmly notes his strong momentum but unstable lower body, seeing an easy win. A single, powerful blow sends the challenger flying. Without pausing, Su-hong calls for the next opponent. The announcer declares the first victory for Minotaur. His second opponent is more formidable. The two trade blows and Su-hong feels the man's strong fist force, but knows his own is greater. He spots a critical opening when his opponent puts too much force into his upper body, leaving his waist exposed. Su-hong seizes the chance and ends the fight in a flash. After a third consecutive win, a well-dressed man watching from a private VIP seat, he remarks that the kid is unusual, his strength far exceeding an average martial apprentice. The man decides Su-hong is perfect for match-fixing and sends his subordinate, a fighter in a White Fox mask called White Fox, to take care of him. He warns White Fox not to reveal that he is a true martial artist. One victory away from the 60,000 prize, Su-hong is shocked when his final opponent is revealed to be White Fox, a known quasi-martial artist. He knows the match will be difficult, but he cannot afford to lose. The bell rings and the final match starts. Knowing his cultivation realm is lower, Su-hong attacks first with all his might. But White Fox stops his punch with ease. The terrifying power behind the block stuns Su-hong, who realizes his opponent isn't a quasi-martial artist at all. He's a true martial artist who deliberately suppressed his vitality. Before Su-hong can react, White Fox unleashes a devastating Thunder Rush fist, leaving him bleeding and broken. White Fox taunts him, asking why he only defends. Su-hong struggles to withstand the onslaught, knowing he will lose if it continues. He desperately searches for an opening to counterattack, but the barrage is too intense. His consciousness begins to fade. Standing over the defeated Su-hong, White Fox informs him that he won't receive a single cent of the prize money. However, his teacher invites Su-hong to join them. If he agrees to fix matches for them in the future, they will pay him the prize for this match. Burning with indignation, Su-hong refuses to do such a shameless thing and accuses them of being unworthy of the title of martial artist. Enraged, White Fox declares his intention to cripple Su-hong, ensuring he could never become a martial artist in his dreams. As the crippling blow descends, visions of his family's sacrifices flash through Su-hong's mind. He cannot let their efforts go to waste. He thinks of his promise to give them a good life and screams that he will never accept a future of failure. A system window materializes before his eyes, asking what he is willing to sacrifice for his family. With a final, desperate roar, he bellows, "Everything!" With a defiant roar of everything, Su-hong's world vanishes. He finds himself in a dark, empty space, wondering where he is. A colossal, radiant, winged being materializes before him, and with a flash of light, he's thrown backward. A translucent blue screen flickers to life in front of him, a status window displaying his attributes and martial skills. He notices a tab labeled Mission and instinctively taps it. The system reveals the Way of the Arena mission, to polish his martial arts and defeat the White Fox waiting in the outside world. The objective is to upgrade his Vajra Fist to the mastered level and his other skills to the micro level. It's a beginner's mission with no reward, but promises to unlock a guide. Suddenly, a perfect clone of himself appears and attacks with a flawless, textbook-quality Vajra Fist. Su-hong realizes this isn't an enemy, but the ultimate role model. He eagerly engages, seizing the chance to learn from a perfect version of himself. As they spar, a progress bar for his Vajra Fist proficiency jumps from 7% to 10% in moments. He understands that this mysterious space allows for rapid skill upgrade. He fights with renewed determination, his skills advancing at an unbelievable rate. In what feels like an eternity of intense combat, his floating light palm and void step reach 100% and evolve to the micro level. Finally, his Vajra Fist also hits its peak and breaks through to the mastered level. Exhausted but triumphant, he gives a grateful nod to the clone as it dissipates. A notification congratulates him on completing the mission and asks if he agrees to return to reality. He accepts. Time snaps back into motion in the arena. White Fox, his attack halfway to completion, sneers at Su-hong's mysterious glowing aura and strikes with his Thunder Rush fist. But now the attack seems laughably slow. Su-hong dodges with ease and lands a single, devastating punch that knocks White Fox out cold. The entire stadium falls into a stunned silence. Su-hong walks calmly to the dumbfounded announcer and asks when he will receive his prize money. Jolted back to reality, she hastily declares Minotaur the winner of the 60,000 grand prize. In the VIP suite, the arena boss is in disbelief. He questions how a mere martial apprentice could possibly master the Vajra Fist, a feat beyond most true martial artists. He furiously orders his men to follow Su-hong and uncover his true identity. Su-hong leaves the arena, sensing he's being followed. He slips into the dark alleyways, his movements fluid and sure, easily losing the thugs tailing him. An hour later, he arrives home and places the stacks of cash before his astonished aunt and uncle, who ask if he robbed a bank. Su-hong smoothly lies, explaining that the master of a dojo where he sparred was so impressed by his talent that he decided to sponsor his studies. His aunt remains skeptical, but his uncle proudly declares that their boy would never lie to them. Later, on the roof, Su-hong looks at his system window with a grin. His family's financial troubles are solved. The system notifies him that by defeating a higher-level opponent, he has earned 67 martial value points, which can be used to increase his vitality. He immediately pours points into it, and his vitality stat climbs to 90, elevating him to the rank of a quasi-martial artist. He feels a surge of power and decides to use all the remaining points. As his strength skyrockets, the wounds from his fight completely heal. Feeling an endless reserve of new power, he heads to the deserted school drill ground to test his limits on a combat power tester. Deciding to start with just 70% of his strength, he winds up and throws a punch. The machine instantly overloads, smoke starting to come out of it, and shatters. He mutters about the tester's poor quality, hoping he won't have to pay for it, before quickly fleeing the scene. Moments later, a furious groundskeeper arrives, screaming about which bastard broke his equipment and vowing to punish the usual suspects. In the gymnasium of Star City No. 1 High School, students were buzzing with gossip. The main topic was Chen Shan, who had been beaten up after smashing a tester machine the previous night. A student explained that Chen Shan had been punished by the principal and forced to take the blame because he refused to admit to his actions. Their chatter was interrupted by the principal, who introduced his old comrade-in-arms, a Tier 3 martial artist named Chen Tian. The guest instructor announced he was there to teach everyone a C-rank martial art, the Thunder Rush Fist, and expected them all to learn it well. Hearing this, the protagonist, Su Hong, became determined. He knew that learning such a technique outside of school would cost a fortune, and he resolved to seize this rare opportunity. The instructor, Chen Tian, declared he would demonstrate the fist 10 times, and how much the students learned would be up to them. As the students marveled at seeing a Tier 3 martial artist for the first time, Su Hong recalled that this was the same technique the White Fox had used. Chen Tian began his demonstration. He explained that at the basic level, the Thunder Rush Fist emits a single sound of thunder. Mastery progressed through levels. 3 sounds for proficient, 5 for micro-level, 7 for mastered, and a full 9 sounds for the perfect realm. He advised the students to aim for just the basic level for today. Hours later, the students were exhausted and dejected, finding the C-rank art far too difficult to learn. Suddenly, Chen Shan, the school's top genius, successfully executed a punch with a single thunderous sound, reaching the basic level. The principal proudly pointed him out to Chen Tian, asking if he was interested in mentoring the boy. However, Chen Tian was unimpressed, remarking that in other cities, this was merely a passing grade. He lamented that the students were not up to his standards. As the two men walked away, Chen Tian commented on the cruel nature of martial arts, where talent was far more important than hard work. Just then, they were stunned by the sound of a 7-sound Thunder Rush Fist. A student had reached the mastered level after just half a day of practice. Chen Tian's shock turned to disbelief as he realized it wasn't 7 sounds, but 9. Someone had achieved the perfect realm. He urged the principal to help him find this prodigious student, but by the time they rushed back, the individual was gone. In the aftermath, Chen Tian was ecstatic. Witnessing the perfect technique had given him a sudden inspiration, allowing him to break through to the 8-sound level himself, a feat he thought he might never have achieved in his lifetime. Elsewhere, Su Hong walked away, reflecting on how exhausting the C-rank skill was. A look at his status panel confirmed his success. His Thunder Rush Fist was listed as perfect. His next goal was to earn martial values to break through to the rank of a true martial artist, and he wondered if sparring would be enough to earn them. Su Hong arrived at his workplace, the Raging Thunder Dojo. Inside, he saw a purple-haired youth named Li Yan berating and kicking another student. A friend explained that Li Yan was the disciple of a new, powerful instructor who was arrogant and taught his classes with disdain for the common students. Su Hong stepped in, stopping Li Yan's attack. Angered by the interference, Li Yan challenged Su Hong to a one-on-one fight in the arena, a challenge Su Hong calmly accepted. Their confrontation was cut short by the arrival of the new instructor, who announced that class was starting. Li Yan told Su Hong he was lucky and backed off, while Su Hong noted his opponent's arrogance. The instructor, Li Yan's master, declared he would only demonstrate the Raging Sea Spear technique once. Li Yan scoffed, believing it was impossible to learn from a single viewing. Su Hong, however, focused intently, absorbing the movements. After the brief demonstration, the instructor left the students to practice. While most were confused, Su Hong understood the technique's core principle. The spear must flow with the momentum of endless waves. He picked up a spear and began to practice, his movements fluid and precise. The other students watched in awe, whispering about what a martial arts prodigy he was. From a distance, Li Yan was shocked, unable to believe Su Hong had actually learned the technique so quickly. A friend warned Su Hong to be careful, as Li Yan was very strong. Undeterred, Su Hong approached Li Yan and asked for a match. Intrigued, Li Yan decided to test Su Hong's true ability, offering to give him some pointers. He attacked with a micro-level Raging Sea Spear technique, but Su Hong effortlessly countered, unleashing a proficient-level version of the very same skill. Li Yan was left completely stunned, unable to comprehend how his opponent had surpassed him in an instant. In a burst of pure martial skill, Su Hong defeats an opponent far stronger than himself. His system immediately confirms the win and rewards him with 35 martial points. Across from him, Li Yan collapses to the ground, stunned and unable to accept what just happened. He cannot understand how someone could bring the raging sea spear technique to a proficient level in such a short time. The scene shakes him deeply, making him question the value of his own years of harsh training. As Li Yan's frustration reaches its breaking point, an instructor steps in at once, sharply scolding Li Yan for refusing to accept defeat and questioning his mindset as a martial artist. Clearly impressed, the instructor points out that Su Hong learned the technique simply by watching a single demonstration. Turning to Su Hong, he explains that Li Yan's arrogance led to his loss and that being defeated by a true genius will serve as an important lesson. He then sincerely apologizes for his student's poor behavior. Su Hong watches quietly, noting how quickly the instructor's attitude changed once his talent was revealed. On the way home, Su Hong reflects on the exhausting yet rewarding day. He opens his status screen and confirms his information. Name, Su Hong. Vitality, 91.7. The Raging Sea Spear technique now shows as proficient, and he has 35 unused martial points. His thoughts shift to the upcoming school exams. He knows that wealthier students have already bought high-grade alloy weapons. Since he enjoyed using the spear, he decides he will need to buy an alloy version as well. A quick search crushes his hope. A single alloy weapon costs a shocking 69,800. His savings are not even enough to cover his aunt's medical expenses, let alone such a purchase. Just as he begins to feel helpless, his gaze lands on a public notice. The city lord is recruiting martial artists to hunt the growing number of ferocious beasts in the Star City wilderness, with generous rewards offered. An idea immediately forms in his mind. He will hunt beasts outside the city. When Su Hong gets home, he finds his aunt and uncle inside. His aunt is carefully tending to his uncle's injuries, worried about why he keeps working so hard when Su Hong has already given them money. His uncle insists that Su Hong is still young and that they cannot rely entirely on him. He wants to save for Su Hong's future while he still has the strength to work. Su Hong greets them warmly. Although his aunt urges him to rest, he tells his uncle that he can earn money now and that his uncle should stay home to recover and take care of her. His uncle is clearly touched but says he cannot bring himself to do nothing. Su Hong reassures them that he is only earning a small amount for daily expenses and will not push himself too hard. His uncle reminds him that martial arts training is costly and that they want to support him as much as they can. Deeply moved by their selflessness and unwilling to see them harm their health, Su Hong becomes even more determined. He knows he cannot miss the opportunity to hunt beasts. Understanding how dangerous the wilderness is, Su Hong realizes he must strengthen himself first. Without hesitation, he spends all 35 martial points on vitality. He watches the number rise steadily until it reaches 95.2. 2 days later, late at night, Su Hong lies exhausted on the floor of the empty school gym. His status screen shows that every one of his techniques, from the Raging Sea Spear to the Void Step, has reached the perfection stage. His vitality now stands at 95.3. He knows he is only one step away from becoming a true martial artist. It took 2 full days of relentless training, but now that his preparations are complete, it is time to move forward. On Saturday, Su Hong stands in front of the Star City martial artist base. He did not expect it to be so far from the city center. After seeing it countless times on television, he is finally here in person. He is stunned by the sheer number of martial artists gathered, a rare sight in Star City. He walks up to the bounty board and studies the rewards. An unranked beast earns 300 blue star coins, with higher-tier beasts offering much more. One important detail stands out. To claim a reward, the hunter must present the beast's left ear as proof. Nearby, he watches another hunter hand over a heavy bag filled with ears at the settlement counter. Suddenly, the crowd stirs as guards force people aside, shouting for everyone to make way for young Master Yi. A flamboyantly dressed young man strides through with an arrogant air. Su Hong observes his clothes and attitude, which remind him of fighters from underground arenas. The martial artists around him whisper among themselves, calling Yi a show-off and saying that if his uncle were not the base director, he would have been dealt with long ago. Someone mentions hearing that Yi was beaten recently and that he had it coming, explaining why he had not been seen for a while. Watching all this, Su Hong comes to a sobering realization. Beasts are not the only danger in the wilderness. Humans can be just as dangerous. He resolves to stay alert. As he approaches the gate leading outside the city, a guard notices his young age and asks if this is his first time going out alone. Su Hong admits that it is. The guard sneers inwardly, thinking he is just another reckless and ignorant kid. Stepping into the dense forest, Su Hong silently promises himself that he will return with a full harvest. However, after 2 hours of searching, he finds nothing at all. Frustrated, he wonders if the beasts in the outer area have already been wiped out and decides to push deeper into the wilderness. His choice quickly proves right. Before long, he comes face to face with a massive wolf covered in white fur, its red eyes glowing with menace. Su Hong recognizes it instantly from his studies. A Tier 1 initial stage beast, the Nether Moon Wolf. This is his first time seeing one in real life. With a chilling howl, the beast launches itself straight at him. A red-eyed, white-furred beast suddenly lunged forward. It moved fast, feral and violent, but the warrior didn't retreat. He stepped in and met the attack head-on, driving his fist straight into the beast's strike. Golden energy flared around his hand. The punch landed cleanly. The force exploded outward, a shockwave ripping through the beast's body and sending it flying back. The man stood where it fell, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The rush was better than he'd expected. Fighting ferocious beasts felt addictive. His hand trembled slightly, not from fear, but excitement. He realized just how far he'd come. A Tier 1 initial stage beast, defeated in a single move. He couldn't help wondering how he'd fare against something stronger. Almost on cue, a heavy presence emerged from the shadows, a raging black bear, a Tier 1 middle stage ferocious beast. The fight barely lasted a moment. One clash, one decisive blow, and it was over. Standing over the fallen bear, his hands still glowing faintly, he felt confident. At his current level, Tier 1 beasts weren't much of a threat anymore. As long as he didn't provoke anything Tier 2, he figured he'd be safe. He pulled out a knife and secured the reward from the kill, already thinking ahead. The system informed him that his accumulated martial value was enough to upgrade his rank. This was it, he could finally break through and become a true martial artist. Later, while resting, a sudden surge of energy swept through the area. He frowned, wondering what kind of beast could give off an aura like that. Curiosity won out. He moved fast, leaping through the forest canopy toward the source. Then he stopped. His eyes locked onto the scene ahead. Looming before him was a massive, dark-scaled serpent, a black jade giant python, a Tier 1 late-stage ferocious beast. Nearby, another warrior was flung aside like a ragdoll, smashed into the ground by the python's overwhelming strength. The man didn't get back up. The warrior watched grimly as the brutality unfolded. Then he moved. Launching himself off a rock, he shot straight toward the giant snake. His kick landed in a blur, smashing into the python's head with terrifying speed. The massive creature reeled back, its head snapping away from the impact. Blood splattered across the dusty ground. Behind him, the first warrior lay still, his chest pierced, life already gone. The hero landed and coughed, wiping blood from his mouth. He steadied himself, then glanced at the fallen man. He muttered that he'd borrow the spear for a moment and picked it up. Weapon in hand, he faced the towering python, fully alert now. The serpent lunged, jaws wide, fangs flashing. He didn't back down. Holding his ground, spear raised defensively, he remembered that beasts at this level usually required several martial artists working together. But he also remembered how easily he'd crushed that middle-stage bear. And that made all the difference. The hero held his ground as the massive python lunged at him, quickly judging the situation. With his current strength, he knew he could fight the black jade giant python head-on. He didn't hesitate. Activating his perfected void step, he slipped past the serpent's snapping jaws and reappeared above it, perfectly positioned to counter. He drove the spear down, pouring energy into it as he unleashed the raging sea spear technique. Blue, water-like energy surged along the shaft, and the spearhead punched through the thick scales on top of the python's head. The beast let out a deafening roar, pain rippling through its massive body. As the serpent thrashed violently, the warrior moved with it, sprinting along its huge, coiling form as if it were solid ground. He forced himself to stay balanced, blue energy swirling around him as he tightened his grip on the spear. His expression hardened. One more hit, he decided. Drawing in a deep breath, he flooded the spear with even more power. A roaring vortex of blue energy spiraled down the weapon as he struck again. The blow landed, carving a second wound into the python's head. Enraged, the giant serpent went berserk, smashing the ground and shaking the clearing as it flailed. The sheer difference in size meant he couldn't finish it in a single decisive blow. Staring at the raging beast, he adjusted his plan. He'd weaken it bit by bit, then wait for the right opening to end it, as he prepared a new move, Thunder Rush. After landing another successful strike, he immediately jumped back, widening the distance between them. From a safer position, spear raised, his approach became clear. Wait for an opening, strike fast, then disengage before the python could retaliate. He was breathing hard now. Fighting like this was exhausting, he admitted to himself, but it kept him alive. The python didn't look much better. It growled low and furious, its movements slower, its wounds adding up. He figured a few more clean maneuvers would be enough to bring it down. Raising his spear again, he braced himself and silently urged the beast to come at him once more. Then something felt wrong. A sudden noise behind him made his head snap to the side. His eyes widened as he demanded to know who was there. Before he could react, laughter rang out from above. A man dropped from the trees, his fist glowing with violent red energy. The hero barely had time to cross his arms before the punch landed. The force slammed into him and sent him skidding across the ground. He coughed hard as he pushed himself up to his knees, struggling to catch his breath. Looking up, he froze. Several hostile figures stood in front of him, blocking his path. He questioned who they were. A man in a trench coat stepped forward, a smug smile on his face. He casually remarked that they were meeting again and suggested, almost politely, that the hero hand over the black jade giant python. The group stood facing him, the wounded black jade giant python coiled weakly behind them. Their leader, young Master Yi, looked amused. He mocked the hero openly, saying he'd watched him leave the city alone and had fully expected him to die somewhere out in the wilderness. With a smug grin, Yi gestured toward the injured serpent. He clearly believed the hero had just gotten lucky, stumbling upon a heavily wounded black jade giant python and trying to claim credit for it. Hearing that, the hero quickly pieced things together. These people had arrived late. They hadn't seen the fight at all. One of the larger, more muscular henchmen stepped forward. He told the hero to get lost, saying young Master Yi had already decided the python was his. The hero swept his gaze over them. 5 opponents, all martial artists. Outnumbered like this, he knew a direct fight wouldn't end well. Still, he let out a short, dismissive laugh. Red energy flickered around his fist as he mocked the idea that his earlier blow had just been a sneak attack, openly questioning whether they truly believed he couldn't take them on. Then he moved. His punch shot forward, wrapped in terrifying red energy. The blow slammed into the henchman and sent the big man staggering backward. Young Master Yi's expression shifted instantly. He recognized the technique, Vajra Fist, and he identified the hero as the infamous Minotaur. The hero blinked in surprise at being recognized, briefly registering the name, White Fox, in his mind. He raised a hand to his mouth, fury burning behind his eyes. He declared that the hero was the first person who had ever humiliated him so badly in front of others. The hero grabbed the spear and turned, sprinting straight into the forest. He didn't hesitate for even a second before shouting the order to kill him, pointing sharply in his direction as his men rushed after him. They chased him into the dense woods, branches whipping past as visibility dropped fast. Before long, they lost sight of him entirely. One of the men warned the others to stay alert. The terrain was perfect for an ambush. Another scoffed, brushing it off, questioning why they should be afraid of a single person. That was when it happened. The hero burst out of the shadows in a blur, slamming into the dismissive henchman from the side. Before anyone could react, his glowing eyes shifted to the next target. He moved again, impossibly fast, cutting down a second pursuer in one clean motion. The body hit the ground hard, lifeless. Young Master Yi stared in disbelief. He couldn't process that kind of speed. One of the remaining men shouted in panic, recognizing the technique. He called it the 9 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist, perfected to a level even Tier 3 martial artists struggled to reach. He dropped from the trees without warning, striking another henchman from behind. The body tumbled across the ground and landed right at the feet of young Master Yi and his last remaining subordinate. The final subordinate panicked, begging Yi to leave immediately. He insisted the hero was far too strong to deal with. Yi didn't even consider it. He angrily dismissed the idea of retreat, staring into the forest with bloodshot eyes. He declared that no matter what, he would kill the hero today. From the shadows, the hero watched him closely. The hero moved without hesitation, striking down the last remaining henchman. When it was over, young Master Yi stared at the scene in disbelief, fury twisting his face. He cursed under his breath, unable to wrap his head around how the hero had grown this strong in just a few days. The hero suddenly vanished from Ye's sight. He spun around instantly, only to find empty air behind him. Before he could relax, the hero reappeared again at his back, already poised to strike, but this time, Yi reacted a split second faster. He turned sharply and launched an attack of his own. Fury twisted Ye's face as blue energy erupted around him. He flatly refused to accept that he could lose here, forcing his power upward. With a sharp gesture, he extended a finger and fired a concentrated beam of blue energy, his void-breaking finger. The hero barely managed to deflect the blast with the spear. He didn't stop. He snarled and unleashed a non-stop barrage. Explosions tore through the forest. Trees shattered, dirt blasted upward, and the hero was forced on the defensive, constantly parrying and dodging as energy beams detonated around him. Even while being pushed back, he stayed focused, quickly judging the technique's strength. From the sheer output alone, he figured it had to be a B-rank skill. He pointed at the hero and screamed that he'd memorized his face. If the hero dared hurt him any further, he vowed he'd wipe out his entire family. That threat landed wrong. The hero's expression went cold, all warmth draining from his eyes. In the next instant, the hero closed the distance between them. He yelled that his uncle was a supervisor at the martial artist base, that his father was a powerful figure, anything to survive. It didn't help. In a flash, the hero appeared right in front of him, red energy blazing around his fist. He remarked flatly that Yi had been more tolerable when he was acting superior. The punch came down like a verdict. Ye's body crumpled and crashed to the ground, broken and defeated. The hero stood over him, breathing hard, red energy still rolling off his body. He stated coldly that Yi never should have dragged his family into it. Barely conscious, blood pooling beneath him, Yi looked up in disbelief. He stammered that it was impossible, that the hero wasn't even a full martial artist. The black jade giant python's tail slammed down with crushing force, ending him instantly. The hero turned away and looked back toward the serpent. He'd spent too long dealing with the intruders. The giant python had fully recovered its stamina. In the forest clearing, the masked follower stared at his injured companion on the ground. He muttered to his partner that this kid was seriously not right. The other follower asked nervously where young Master Yi was, and if he had finished the job. Before they could speculate further, a rustle from the trees made the masked man turn sharply. The masked follower called out that he had finally decided to show himself. He lifted his weapon, adding that he wouldn't go easy on him. But Hero was already on the move, spear in hand. He shouted for them to get out of the way as he shot forward like an arrow. The reason for his urgency became horrifyingly clear a second later. A monstrous snake burst from the undergrowth. The snake struck fast, its jaws snapping around one follower. A terrible scream was cut short. Almost instantly, a blue system screen flickered in Hero's vision, reporting that an opponent had been indirectly eliminated and awarding him 30 martial value. Before anyone could react, the creature's heavy tail whipped around, crushing another follower. He thought to himself, stunned, that he could get points like that. Not sticking around to find out more, Hero took off, sprinting deeper into the woods. As he leaped from branch to branch, his mind raced. His martial value was now high enough. Finally, he could break through and become a true martial artist. Perched high in a tree, he scanned the area. He needed a quiet, secure spot for his breakthrough. His eyes landed on a cave entrance halfway up a rocky cliffside. That looked perfect. He didn't get far. As he approached the dark opening, the same giant red-headed snake lunged out with a furious roar, trapping him inside the cavern. Hero faced the beast, his back to the cave wall. A blue system interface materialized in front of him, displaying his details. It showed his name as Su Hong and his martial value as 504. No time to waste. Hero focused and mentally hit the breakthrough command on the screen. He urged himself to go faster. A red aura suddenly erupted around him, waves of heat rolling off his body like he was filled with molten rock. His vitality skyrocketed. His vitality reached 100. Then, a brilliant notification appeared stating he had broken through to a Tier 1 martial artist. He said to the cave air that he was now a real martial artist. He turned his gaze back to the giant snake, his eyes gleaming. He announced that it was his turn. He shot forward, his fist already glowing with a fierce red light. The punch connected with the snake's snout. Energy pooled in his free hand. He growled the beginning of a command, "Get," as he raised the spear high. Blue, lightning-like energy crackled down its length. He yelled down as he brought the weapon crashing onto the snake's body in an explosion of blue force. As the dust settled, Hero clenched his fist. Golden, crackling electricity surrounded it, buzzing with raw power. He announced his next attack, Thunder Rush Fist, and drove his energized fist down toward the wounded beast with a final, decisive blow. The snake's pained roar echoed through the cave as the attack landed. Hero stood on the giant snake's body in the misty clearing, spear in hand. Even though the beast had already been hurt, he felt a surge of confidence knowing he could now face something like that straight on. A soft chime in his mind confirmed his victory, adding 92 martial value to his total. Sitting down on the scaled carcass, he remembered the usual rule: cut off the left ear to trade for coin. He stared at the snake's head, then sighed. Right. Snakes don't have ears. Well, no helping it. He decided he'd better just get moving and headed out of the rocky clearing, leaving the massive body behind. Walking through the sun-dappled forest with his spear slung over his shoulder, he eventually came across another body, this one with blonde hair. It was young Master Yi. Hero looked down at him. You got off easy, he said quietly. Crouching, he began to search the young master's belongings. His main hope was finding that high-level martial technique Yi had used in their fight. His fingers closed around a small, unmarked black book. Could this be it? The void-breaking finger? Later that night, back in the shelter of a cave with a small campfire crackling, Hiro studied the book intently. He'd committed the introductory method to memory. Now it was time to let the system do its work. In the familiar blue, data-stream space of his mind, he sat cross-legged. Come on, he urged. A glowing, translucent copy of himself materialized before him. Together, they moved through the intricate forms. Void-breaking finger, Hiro called out in the mental space. Streaks of light followed his movements as the system text flashed, tracking his progress. 51%, 78%, 93%. Back in the physical world, by the fire, a blue notification settled in his vision. Void-breaking finger, basic 1%. Hiro doubled over, coughing. Even at the basic level, a B-rank skill put an incredible strain on his body. 3 days later, a thunderous howl echoed through the trees. A huge, red-eyed ape monster slammed its fists against the ground. Perfect, Hiro thought. He needed something to test his new power on. He darted forward, energy focusing at his fingertip. The technique felt smooth, powerful. As the ape monster fell, Hiro stood amidst the settling dust, his fingers still glowing with a faint blue energy. He'd reached the perfect realm. The system confirmed it. Void-breaking finger, master-void-breaking finger, perfect. The power was absolutely worthy of a B-rank skill. The martial artist base was in an unusual state of quiet when he arrived. Inside, the main hall was buzzing. A crowd watched as one man at the counter collected a hefty payout of 230,000 blue star coins, murmurs of admiration rippling through the onlookers. Another group, the Thunder Squad, was being praised for their haul of Tier 1 beasts. When it was Hiro's turn, he hoisted a large, heavy bag onto the counter. The woman working there peered inside, and her eyes went wide. She started counting, her voice rising with disbelief as she announced the total. 406,000 blue star coins from 72 initial stage, 83 middle stage, and 17 high stage Tier 1 beasts. A cold sweat prickled on Hiro's neck. He'd gotten carried away. This was way too much attention. Before he could even leave the counter, a commotion erupted outside. Official vehicles screeched to a halt, blockading the base entrance. The crowd around him stirred, everyone turning to look. Was the base under attack? People whispered, noting the high-level martial artists now stationed at every exit. A stern-looking man in a suit, identified by the system as Yi Chi, base person in charge, and Yi Feng's uncle, barked orders to his subordinates. Seal the area. No one gets out. A brave soul from the crowd called out, asking what was going on. Yi Chi's face twisted with fury. His nephew Yi Feng and his entire group of 4 martial artists were all dead, he shouted. A shocked silence fell, then broke into frantic murmurs. Yi Feng was killed? His whole squad wiped out? Nearby, 2 men whispered to each other. Good riddance, one said. We've all been robbed by that crew. Finally, someone took out the scourge. Yi Chi, followed by an assistant, pushed through the crowd. He made a chilling announcement. A B-rank martial skill was missing from his nephew's body. Every martial artist present would be searched. Hiro stayed in the middle of the crowd, keeping his expression neutral. The bodies had been mauled by that giant python. There shouldn't be a trail leading back to him. As he began to move with the flow of people, he couldn't shake the feeling. Were they already targeting him? Suddenly, Yi Chi himself was there, his gaze locking onto Hiro. I heard a little brother here killed 400,000 worth of beasts all by himself, Yi Chi said, his voice carrying over the murmurs. Your skills must be truly amazing. Su Hong noticed his path was blocked, and a man in a sharp suit stepped forward, flanked by a few rough-looking thugs. The man's face carried a polite sort of menace as he spoke, mentioning the rumors about Su Hong's recent solo hunt and the fortune in beast cores he was said to have gained. But the thugs weren't convinced. They looked at Su Hong like he was just some low-level fighter, a novice who could never have pulled off such a feat to them. He was nothing more than a thief who probably took the missing young Master Ye's backpack. The thugs tried to grab him, but Su Hong moved faster than their eyes could follow, his weapon appearing in a blur. He spoke coolly, reminding them he was a student at the elite Xingqian No. 1 high school and daring them to touch him. The leader hesitated, caught between anger over his nephew's stolen martial art and the risk of provoking a potential prodigy from the top academy. Trying another approach, the man offered 10,000 as compensation for the search. Su Hong stayed calm, knowing his secrets were safe with Yi Feng gone, claimed by a monstrous python in the wild. He countered, asking for 3 times the offer. With no other choice, the man agreed. Su Hong even encouraged them to be thorough to avoid being wrongly accused. The search turned up nothing, but just as Su Hong was about to leave with the money, the leader called him back, insisting no one could leave until he was fully satisfied. By the time the man finished speaking, Su Hong had vanished into the city. Thinking about his next move, a quick shower and then a visit to the Warriors Association to test his rank and get the guidance technique. Alone in the room, Su Hong pulled up his internal status screen, a holographic display floating before him. He had 534 martial arts points, the result of relentless training and brutal encounters. His chi and blood value was 103, just enough to be a first-tier martial artist. The next stage required 200 points, and with his accumulated points, he could almost reach it in one step. But his attention turned to two stats he'd never touched before: spirit and mortal body. Curious about their potential, he started allocating points into spirit, watching the number climb with no immediate effect. Then he focused on mortal body, eager to see what evolution it might bring. The Warriors Association proving grounds were buzzing with energy. A promising young fighter, a disciple of the famous Jiang Ming, had just finished his test with a combat power of 1763, enough to nearly be a mid-tier warrior. The crowd admired him, and he turned to the next challenger, Su Hong, with obvious disdain. For him, testing at that age meant genius, but Su Hong? He was probably average at best. Su Hong stepped up to the chi and blood detector. The screen lit up at his touch, showing a reading of 123. The hall went silent. People whispered and questioned whether the machine was broken. Even the arrogant disciple's confident face faltered, and the proctor double-checked before announcing, clearly surprised, that Su Hong had passed. The disciple muttered that raw life force meant nothing, insisting combat power was the real measure. All eyes turned to Su Hong as he approached the combat assessment pillar. Inside, he remained calm, calculating. His recent upgrades had given him a huge boost in strength, and though he considered holding back, he decided to use about half of his true power. He struck, and the air itself seemed to react. The punch hit the pillar like an explosion. The multi-ton testing machine ripped from its moorings and smashed into the far wall. The crowd couldn't process what had just happened. This wasn't a test, it was pure destruction. Some whispered, some shouted. Nobody could believe that a first-stage novice had just shattered a high-tier benchmark with one casual punch. In the crowd, the man from the alley watched, pale and shocked. His subordinate pointed, stammering. The leader's eyes widened as realization hit. "It's him," he said quietly. "That explains everything." Meanwhile, across the city, Wu Linxian, president of the Star City Martial Arts Association, had been fuming over the lack of local talent. Her office door burst open, and an assistant delivered frantic news. A first-stage novice had just punched the testing machine into scrap metal, showing a combat power over 3,000. Wu Linxian's frustration instantly turned to sharp focus. Her city finally had its genius. Inside the main hall of the Martial Artists Association, a male staff member walked up to Su Hong and politely explained that there was a process to follow. He would need to head to the second floor first, get officially registered as a martial artist, and only then receive his monthly allowance. Su Hong gave a quiet thanks and was about to move, when a cool, commanding voice cut in, saying she would handle it herself. The staff member immediately straightened, clearly aware of who had spoken. From the second-floor balcony stood a woman with long golden hair. Her eyes landed on Su Hong as she calmly confirmed his name, then introduced herself as Wu Linxian, the president of the Star City Martial Artists Association branch. With a simple gesture, she told him to come along. Su Hong followed without hesitation, though inwardly he was surprised. He hadn't expected the association's president, someone rumored to be a Tier 5 martial artist, to feel so overpowering just by standing there. Once inside her office, Wu Linxian casually asked if he studied at Star City No. 1 High School. She mentioned that old man Liang had complained before, saying the school had only produced 2 average Tier 1 martial artists this year. What no one realized, she said, was that an exceptional talent had been quietly sitting among them the whole time. Su Hong felt more puzzled by the minute. He explained that he'd only come to register, collect his allowance, and pick up a guidance technique. Wu Linxian brushed that aside. His ID and allowance were already taken care of downstairs. As for the guidance technique, she said she would teach him personally. Standing in front of him, she asked how much he understood about guidance technique. Su Hong answered honestly, repeating what the textbooks taught, that heavenly and earthly spiritual keys had different attributes, and guidance techniques were used to absorb them and strengthen the body, as long as the attributes matched. Wu Linxian smiled slightly and said the explanation wasn't wrong, just incomplete. Guidance techniques weren't limited to cultivation alone. As she demonstrated her heavenly fire guidance technique, a flame appeared in her palm, growing stronger until blazing fire wrapped around her fist. She explained that it absorbed fire attribute spiritual keys, reinforced the body, and could directly enhance attacks with fire-based power. Once the attribute could be released outward, the range and impact of attacks increased dramatically. With a smooth motion, she sent a stream of fire forward before casually adding that most martial artists considered it impressive if their attacks carried even a faint trace of attribute power. Su-hong reevaluated everything he thought he knew. He'd always believed guidance techniques were strictly for absorption. None of the books mentioned combat use. Wu Lingxian continued, explaining that heavenly and earthly spiritual keys carried 7 attributes: mental, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind. Each had different strengths, with lightning leading in raw offensive power, followed by mental and fire. But in the end, what mattered most was compatibility. She picked up a red crystal from her desk and explained that it was used to measure compatibility. The brighter it glowed, the higher the match. Most martial artists fell around 20 to 30%. Even her own 80% was considered exceptional. Given his talent, she expected him to surpass 90. Su-hong accepted the crystal, thinking that if someone like her had reached Tier 5 with 80%, then 70 would already be impressive for him. The crystal answered immediately. A brilliant red glow filled it almost completely, lighting up the office. Wu Lingxian stared in disbelief as the result became clear: perfect fire attribute compatibility. She explained quickly that this meant he could absorb fire spiritual keys with no loss at all. By comparison, her own absorption wasted 20% every time. That alone placed his potential far beyond hers. She admitted she never imagined Star City could produce someone on par with the top talents from the Imperial Capital or Magic City. As Su-hong looked at the crystal, another thought crossed his mind. Fire was strong, but lightning suited him better. The crystal reacted again, this time bursting with a dazzling golden glow. After a brief pause, Su-hong quietly noted that his lightning compatibility also appeared to be perfect. Wu Lingxian struggled to process it. Dual attributes, both flawless. Before she could fully react, the crystal continued responding. Wind followed, then the others. One after another, every attribute reached the same result. 7 attribute. All perfect. Wu Lingxian sank into her chair, her past achievements suddenly feeling distant. She remembered being praised as a top genius herself, reaching Tier 5 before 30. But standing in front of someone who broke every rule, she realized how different the gap truly was. For Su-hong, 7 perfect attributes felt both like a gift and a weight. Giving up any of them seemed unbearable, so he asked for copies of all 7 guidance techniques. Wu Lingxian reacted sharply, warning him that human energy was limited. Even the most gifted martial artists usually focused on 1 or 2 attribute. She recalled someone who tried to cultivate all 7 and never advanced past Tier 1, even after decade. Su-hong didn't argue. He simply said he wasn't ready to choose yet. He wanted to try first. After a moment, Wu Lingxian agreed, reminding him not to waste such rare talent. She then brought up the upcoming monthly school exam. With tensions rising at the All-Heaven battlefield, and the threat of war with the 10,000 races looming, nations were pouring resources into a genius training camp. She planned to recommend him. If he took first place in the school exam, he'd qualify automatically. Hearing about the 10,000 races stirred memories from over a decade ago, when Su-hong lost everyone except his uncle and aunt. His resolve settled firmly. He would become stronger. That kind of loss would never happen again. When he returned home, he excitedly told his uncle and aunt that he was now an official martial artist. Their reactions were immediate: joy, relief, and emotion all at once. He explained that a Tier 1 martial artist received a monthly allowance of 10,000, meaning his uncle no longer had to push himself to exhaustion. They called him the family's support. Su-hong took a steady breath. From this point on, they were protected. That night, just past midnight, he tested the guidance technique. Sitting quietly, he circulated his energy. His eyes glimmered faintly as he punched forward. A small flicker formed around his fist, but instead of fire, only thin smoke drifted out. He frowned. This felt far weaker than expected. Then a notification appeared, confirming that he had successfully learned the guidance technique. Checking the details, he saw it was only level 1. That was when a new idea took shape. If guidance techniques had levels, then maybe this was something only he could push far beyond its limit. Su-hong stared at the system interface, still unable to wrap his head around one thing: how guidance techniques were actually upgraded. He tried pouring martial value into it the same way he had done with his other skills. The system responded instantly with a warning saying his martial value wasn't enough. Seeing that, he didn't push further. There was no point forcing it. He reasoned that it made more sense to slow down, focus on cultivation first, fully grasp every guidance technique, and then worry about earning more martial value later. With his plan set, he settled into cultivation. He worked on all the guidance techniques at once. Almost immediately, a fierce, blazing aura burst out from his body. Hours passed in silence. One after another, the Thunder Guidance Technique, Water Marsh Guidance Technique, Thick Earth Guidance Technique, and Spirit Wind Guidance Technique all reached level 1. Inside him, 7 different spiritual keys now existed together. The problem showed itself right away. The energies didn't cooperate. They pushed against each other aggressively. At that moment, Su Hong finally understood what President Wu had warned him about. There really had been geniuses in the past who tried cultivating 7 techniques at once, and never moved beyond Tier 1. The energy inside his body turned violent. Pain spread as his veins stood out sharply and sweat streamed down his face. Even though all 7 attributes were present, he realized he could only activate 1 at a time. The instant he tried to use 2 together, the energies clashed, wiped each other out, and vanished. A red flame burst from his palm, lasting only a heartbeat before breaking apart. He focused again, and lightning surged instead. Su Hong narrowed his eyes. Fire and lightning were naturally close in nature. Could they really not be combined? He tried again. The result was the same. Annoyance crept in, but he didn't stop. He tried again. And again. Time slipped by unnoticed until the sky began to lighten. His breathing turned rough, his clothes soaked, his arms shaking from fatigue, but he kept going. Lightning surged once more. This time, he forcefully dragged the fire along with it. Energy exploded outward as he pushed through with everything he had. And finally, it worked. After an entire night of non-stop attempts, lightning and fire fused into a single force. Without wasting time, Su Hong decided to test it properly. He headed straight to the Star City Martial Arts Square. This time, he chose a Tier 3 combat power tester, not interested in repeating his past mistake of destroying equipment. Previously, using only half his strength, he had hit 3,000 combat power. Now, he limited himself to just 30%. He threw a punch. The number jumped past 2,300. Su Hong paused. By his estimate, it should have been closer to 1,800. That was nearly a 500-point difference. If pure lightning already gave results like this, what would happen when combined with fire? Energy gathered again in his palm. When he struck, the tester shook hard as the number shot past 3,000. A small smile appeared as he looked at his hand. With thunder fire combined and only 30% output, he had already surpassed a high-stage Tier 1 martial artist, and his vitality was only 123. That kind of potential felt overwhelming, and this was with just 2 attributes. His thoughts immediately jumped ahead. What if he combined all 7? Lightning crackled and flames swirled in his palm as he made his next decision. He would attempt 3 attributes next. Later, on the rooftop of his home, Su Hong lay flat, shirtless, staring at the sky. After countless intense attempts, he finally accepted the truth. Merging 3 attributes was far harder than merging 2, several times harder. No matter how he adjusted or experimented, there was no real progress. That was when the answer clicked. The issue wasn't his control. It was the level of his guidance technique. He checked the system again. All of them were still stuck at level 1. And the monthly exam was tomorrow. For now, what he needed most was more martial value. The next morning, Star City No. 1 High School was packed. Students filled every corner. The principal announced that today's exam would be different. Due to rising pressure on the front lines, a large-scale genius training camp was being set up to prepare for future conflict. The rewards were insane. Top-tier resources, martial arts manuals, pills, and even grandmasters as instructors. The top 3 students in this exam would earn a spot in Star City's training camp. The crowd erupted. A genius training camp. Someone whispered that one of the instructors was a Tier 7 grandmaster. That alone sounded unreal, especially when the principal himself was only Tier 3. Ambition lit up faces across the field. Su Hong focused on one detail only. Top 3. Ranking high wasn't enough. A friend moved up beside him and dropped some unexpected news. Shen Shan and Li Tu had both broken into Tier 1. Many students had reached the basic level of Thunder Rush Fist. Su Hong had been gone for 10 days, and during that time breakthroughs had piled up. There were even rumors of special training arranged by the principal. Shen Shan and Li Tu both had vitality over 100 now, and their Thunder Rush attacks produced 3 echoes. Shen Shan openly told Li Tu he'd prove who the real strongest was. Li Tu shot back that after slamming Shen Shan into the ground, he hoped the confidence would still be there. As the principal stepped down, an instructor asked quietly whether they had found the genius who used the 9-echo Thunder Rush Fist. The principal replied that he'd searched everywhere and believed that person wasn't a student here. Before the conversation could continue, a group approached. The man in front spoke with a mocking tone, asking why the principal looked so miserable. It was Zhang Ming. The principal frowned and asked what he was doing on campus. Zhang Ming casually replied that this year's students didn't look impressive and brought along 2 disciples, joking about sparring with the school's top students after the exam. The principal immediately understood. This was public humiliation. Refusing would only confirm weakness. Before he could answer, Zhang Ming added that he'd understand if the principal declined. After all, the students looked fragile. An instructor snapped back, asking if Zhang Ming was picking a fight. The exchange stopped abruptly when someone leaned in and whispered something to Zhang Ming, pointing toward the crowd. Zhang Ming followed the direction and spotted Su Hong standing calmly among the students, a faint smile on his face. Recognition hit instantly. So he really was from number 1 high school. Zhang Ming cursed inwardly and gestured to his disciples. Facing that boy meant guaranteed loss. Rather than embarrass himself, he laughed it off, saying he'd only been joking. There was no competition at all. His disciples played along, pretending to back down. The principal and instructor were furious. Soon after, the exam officially began. The first match was announced. Number 665, Shang Peng, versus number 666, Su Hong. As they stepped onto the stage, Su Hong's friend grew nervous. Shang Peng was a quasi-martial artist known for raw strength. A teacher shouted a reminder not to push too hard. Injuries weren't worth it. Before the match even started, Shang Peng smirked and asked whether Su Hong planned to fall on his own or be slammed down. In the next moment, Su Hong disappeared. Before anyone could react, he appeared behind Shang Peng, grabbed him with one hand, and drove him straight into the floor. The arena went quiet. His friend and the teacher stared, swearing softly. They couldn't understand when Su Hong had reached this level. One move. Complete victory. As the dust settled, Su Hong stood alone at the center of the stage. Su Hong stood over his defeated opponent again, calm as ever. The crowd completely lost it. They shouted that Su Hong had won again, and asked how he was even that strong. Some of them started guessing that he might already be a Tier 1 martial artist. Excitement kept rising as people reminded each other that the next match would decide the champion. Up in the office, Principal Lee sat with Chen Tain, watching everything unfold. Chen Tain frowned and asked where this Su Hong had suddenly come from. He said he had been giving private tutoring before, yet Su Hong had never shown up in front of him. Principal Lee lowered his gaze and admitted it was his own failure. He said he should have discovered such a promising student earlier. By not giving Su Hong proper guidance sooner, he felt like he had almost buried real talent. Chen Tain looked thoughtful. He mentioned that Su Hong seemed familiar, like he had seen him somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. Soon, Principal Lee shifted the topic and said the semi-final between Chen Shan and Li Tu should be wrapping up with a winner any moment. Down in the arena, Chen Shan and Li Tu were locked in a fierce fight. Spectators commented that their strength looked almost identical, making it impossible to predict who would win. Li Tu suddenly prepared a heavy punch and told Chen Shan that since they both knew the Three Echoes Thunder Rush Fist, Chen Shan shouldn't even dream of winning without using his ultimate move. Chen Shan blocked it. Then Chen Shan's fist burst into flames. He told Li Tu to watch carefully and declared that he was the real number 1 in the school. The crowd gasped. Some shouted that Chen Shan could already perform attribute externalization, and that it was the fire attribute, second only to thunder in power. But Li Tu answered calmly, saying attribute externalization wasn't anything special. As he spoke, a blue aura wrapped around his fist. Spectators immediately reacted, saying Li Tu could use it too, and his was the metal attribute, known for even stronger combat power than fire. Li Tu then added that he had more to show. He unleashed the Five Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. The two clashed violently. Chen Tain observed that in just around 10 days, Li Tu had mastered attribute externalization and pushed his Thunder Rush Fist to the micro level. He admitted Li Tu's talent was impressive. Principal Lee calmly said there was no need to even watch the final. With micro-level Thunder Rush Fist and the metal attribute, Su Hong had no way of beating Li Tuesday. He added that it was a pity. If Su Hong had learned a guidance technique and Thunder Rush Fist, he might have stood a chance. Off to the side, a man suddenly proposed a bet. He offered 50,000 that Su Hong would take first place and asked if Principal Lee and Chen Tain were interested. One of them called him crazy, pointing out that while Su Hong was strong, he didn't even know a guidance technique. What could he possibly use to win? The man laughed and said since they were so confident, he would gladly take their money. Soon, the final match was announced. Final match. Number 01 Li Tu versus number 666 Su Hong. The crowd roared, cheering for both sides. Li Tu looked at Su Hong and said he had been lucky. He hadn't run into Li Tu or Chen Shan earlier and had somehow made it to the finals. Su Hong stayed quiet, studying him. Li Tu then said that since Su Hong had made it this far, he could at least call himself number 2 in the school. Su Hong casually asked who number 1 was. Li Tu stepped forward and declared that number 1 was obviously him. He claimed he only needed one move to show Su Hong the gap between them. Without hesitation, Li Tu opened with the Five Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. The audience was stunned. They wondered if he really needed to go that hard right from the start. Some already declared it over, saying once that move came out, Su Hong had no chance. Su Hong's eyes sharpened. Flames gathered around his fist. He had originally wanted to test the limits of his physical strength. After hunting so many ferocious beasts, fighting students felt almost too easy. Li Tu was finally someone interesting. Instead of dodging, Su Hong stepped forward and met the attack head-on. People yelled that he had lost his mind and begged the referee to step in. The two fists collided in a blast of light. In the next instant, Su Hong threw 5 rapid punches and broke through Li Tu's 5 Echoes Thunder Rush fist. Li Tu couldn't believe it. He realized Su Hong had dismantled his ultimate move with pure physical strike. Su Hong continued punching, each hit heavy and precise. Li Tu struggled to keep up, feeling the sheer weight behind every blow. Spectators shouted that Su Hong wasn't even using martial skills, yet he was matching Li Tu's 5 Echoes Thunder Rush fist head-on. Others said Su Hong's strength was on another level and guessed he must have some kind of special physique. One teacher burst out laughing, saying the school had actually produced a genius with a special physique. Chen Tain narrowed his eyes and pointed out that while Su Hong's strength was shocking, Li Tu had already condensed an attribute. Su Hong still had no clear advantage. Li Tu slid back, then powered up again. He shouted at Su Hong not to get arrogant and insisted that only he could win. His fists glowed as he rushed forward. Su Hong had planned to keep testing his body alone, but seeing Li Tu go all out so quickly, he decided to respond properly. Electricity sparked around him. The crowd froze in shock as thunder gathered around Su Hong's fist. People started shouting that Su Hong could also use attribute externalization. Others were so stunned they could barely form words. They realized Su Hong had mastered the thunder guidance technique. A special physique plus the thunder attribute, the most aggressive of them all, made his talent overwhelming. The two attributes crashed against each other. Li Tu felt it instantly. Su Hong's thunder was even stronger than his metal. Su Hong calmly said that since Li Tu had shown his ultimate move, he would return the favor. This time, the exchanges were too fast to follow. When it ended, Li Tu was on the ground. He looked up in shock, realizing Su Hong had used 9 echoes. He couldn't understand how that was even possible. Su Hong stood over him quietly. For a moment, the audience had no words. Then someone shouted, asking if Su Hong had really won. The arena exploded with noise. People yelled that 9 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist was the perfect realm. Some even said Su Hong's Thunder Rush Fist looked stronger than the teacher who taught it. Others declared that this wasn't just a genius, this was the dragon of Star City No. 1 High School. Chen Tain stared at Su Hong and muttered that 9 Echoes shouldn't even be possible at this level. He suddenly wondered if Su Hong was the mysterious genius who had disappeared from school that day. He added that once someone like this entered the training camp, those so-called elites with powerful backgrounds would be in serious trouble. Standing alone in the ring, Su Hong said that a golden carp doesn't belong in a small pond. Once it meets wind and clouds, it becomes a dragon. In his heart, he knew Star City was just a small puddle to him. Principal Lee smiled faintly. He believed that in the upcoming training camp, Su Hong would rise like a dragon from the depth. The Magic City, the Imperial Capital, even the battlefield of 10,000 races, those were the stages where someone like Su Hong would truly shine. By the time Su Hong got back to his old apartment building, the sun was already setting. His uncle had just finished making a simple dinner. Su Hong called out that he was home, and his uncle immediately asked how the exam went. With a grin, Su Hong said he'd taken first place in the monthly exam. His uncle stared at him for a second, then burst out in excitement. They were still celebrating when loud knocking suddenly hit the door. A woman's sharp voice came from the hallway, asking if this was Su Hong's home. Su Hong opened the door, confused. His uncle and aunt stood just behind him, peeking out cautiously. Outside stood a well-dressed woman covered in expensive jewelry. She introduced herself as Lin Nan's mother. She explained that only the top 3 students could enter the training camp. Her son had ranked 4th. Then she got straight to the point. She wanted Su Hong to give up his spot. She calmly pulled out a stack of cash, and said she was offering 30,000 if he stepped aside. Su Hong and his family just looked at her. No one reached for the money. They looked more confused than tempted. When she saw that the cash wasn't working, her tone changed. She said the training camp was brutal, and that people could die there. She added that with their poor background, it would be smarter to quit early. Other students, she claimed, had high-grade pills and resources that Su Hong could never afford. Her words made his aunt uneasy. She asked Su Hong quietly if it was really that dangerous. His uncle rubbed her back, trying to calm her down. Then he turned to Su Hong and seriously asked if he could truly promise he'd be safe. Su Hong stepped forward and said clearly that he could guarantee his own safety. The woman let out a mocking laugh and asked the uncle if he actually believed a kid's promise. His uncle didn't hesitate. He said Su Hong was grown now, and there was no way he'd trust a stranger over his own family. The door shut behind her. From the hallway, she shouted that they were just waiting to get eliminated at camp. Inside, things slowly settled. His uncle asked Su Hong if he had hidden how dangerous the camp was. Su Hong told them it wasn't a big deal and that he could handle it. His uncle gave him a big thumbs up. He admitted he was just an ordinary man, but if Su Hong had the courage to face something like this, then the family would back him all the way. Suddenly, his aunt smacked his uncle on the back, telling him to stop making it so dramatic. She said they didn't care about rankings or glory. They just wanted Su Hong safe. Su Hong nodded with a warm smile. Hearing that made him feel lighter. Later that night, he stood alone on the rooftop, looking over the city lights. He knew that even though his uncle and aunt said they supported him, they were still worried. He quietly promised himself he wouldn't let them down. If he wanted to protect their new life, he had to get stronger. He opened his system interface. He had gained 285 martial value points from the monthly exam, but it didn't feel like enough. His mortal body stat was at 36.1%. Thinking about the powerful geniuses at the training camp, he decided to focus on strengthening his body first. He started adding points to the mortal body stat. A red glow surrounded him as the percentage slowly climbed. When it stopped, steam rose from his body. His mortal body had reached 64.6%, still far from 100%. He wondered what kind of special physique he would unlock once it was complete. Then he noticed something unexpected. Both his Thunder Guidance technique and Heavenly Flame Guidance technique had quietly advanced to level 2. He realized he'd only practiced them casually for a few days. Maybe there weren't any special requirements. Maybe steady practice alone was enough. Curious, he decided to try leveling them again right away. Lightning gathered in one hand. Flames burned in the other. He focused and began training through the night. By dawn, sunlight spread across the skyscrapers. Su Hong opened his eyes after a full night of cultivation. Fire and electricity swirled faintly around him. A notification appeared. Both techniques had successfully advanced to level 3. He checked his stats. His vitality had increased by 3 points, reaching 126. His mortal body remained at 64.6%, and his martial value points were completely used up. Later that morning, he stood outside the apartment building with his weapon over his shoulder, ready to leave for the training camp. His aunt looked at him anxiously and told him to stay safe. She added that if things didn't go well, he could always come home. His uncle quickly told her not to say things like that. He waved at Su Hong enthusiastically and told him to go win another first place. Su Hong smiled, agreed, and started walking down the quiet street. Once he was a distance away, his uncle's brave front faded. He stood there shaking slightly as he watched Su Hong leave. Tears streamed down his face. His aunt teased him, asking if he wasn't just as worried as she was. He admitted he was. He said he just didn't want Su Hong to carry their fear with him. Meanwhile, as Su Hong walked down the street, his senses picked up movement. A red sports car suddenly turned the corner and stopped sharply beside him. The window rolled down. President Wu Lingxian sat inside, wearing sunglasses. She told him to get in. Soon they were racing down the highway. Su Hong asked why she had come to pick him up personally. Without taking her eyes off the road, she said she had a few important reminders about the training camp. As president, she knew the details about the other participants. She told him that a few students were already Tier 1 high-stage martial artists and were close to Tier 2. Their martial skills were at least B ranked. Su Hong listened calmly. He knew Tier 2 required 200 vitality points, which was a big gap from where he stood. Still, he wasn't worried. Even if they had B-rank skills, his system would let him learn high-level techniques quickly. Wu Lingxian continued, saying that while his talent was the best she'd ever seen, he lacked the resources those wealthy students had. She added that even if he failed at camp, he shouldn't feel discouraged. Surpassing them would just be a matter of time. Su Hong thanked her sincerely and called her sister Wu. She glanced at him briefly. Even after hearing about the gap between him and the others, he remained completely calm. She figured his mindset wouldn't be a problem at all. A black van winds through the treacherous curves of the Tianlin mountain range. Inside the vehicle, Li Tu and Chen Shan leans forward in shock, saying that the training camp is set in a place where ferocious beasts gather. Principal Li calmly tells him not to worry, explaining that a grandmaster oversees the camp and ensures there is no life-threatening danger. Su-hong looks out the window at the passing landscape. He knows the Tianlin mountain range stretches across multiple cities, including Star City and Yang City. Spiritual energy is dense there, and ferocious beasts are everywhere. Deep within the mountains hide beast kings comparable to Tier 7 grandmasters. Even a Tier 1 beast on the outskirts is far more dangerous than those found elsewhere, and ordinary Tier 2 martial artists would not dare to enter lightly. The van continues forward. In the forest shadows, several pairs of glowing red eyes track the vehicle's movement. Li Tu feels that gaze and wonders if an attack is coming. Su-hong remains steady, sensing how brutal this environment is. He understands that the training camp's competition will likely resemble the beast's constant slaughter. Holding onto his seat, he feels a small smile form as he realizes he actually enjoys this kind of atmosphere. The van arrives at a fenced clearing where dozens of students have already gathered near several tents. After getting out, Chun Shan wonders aloud how strong the other participants might be. The crowd is filled with martial artists carrying various weapons. Su-hong stands among them with his own weapon slung over his shoulder. An official in a gray suit stops them and tells everyone to wait until all participants arrive before the entrance assessment begins. Hearing about an assessment, Su-hong watches as several luxury vehicles drive into the camp. A red Rolls-Royce leads the group. Some students complain about the big families arriving late. As the newcomers step out, attention quickly shifts to them. Xiao Nan, known as a spirit master, appears alongside Lin Xinghe of the Lin family, who is rumored to be close to Tier 2. At the front stands the city lord's son, Wang Tiantua, often called the barbarian god. He possesses a special physique and extremely high fire attribute compatibility. Su-hong studies them quietly, wondering if these are the top geniuses the president mentioned. A faint smile crosses his face as he waits to see what they can really do. The official steps forward and announces the rules. The training camp lies 30 kilometers deep within the Tianlin mountain range. Certain ferocious beasts carry special tokens inside their bodies, and only those who obtain a token can enter the camp. Everyone has 8 hours to reach the destination. Whispers spread through the crowd. Going that deep means encountering powerful beasts, and if something goes wrong, people could die. While many grow uneasy, Su-hong stays calm. In his view, 8 hours is more than enough time to hunt extra beasts and earn martial value. When someone asks what happens if they run into beasts far beyond their level, the official replies that they should consider themselves unlucky and eliminated, though rescue will eventually come. Complaints immediately erupt, with students arguing that the rules are unfair and depend too much on luck. The official's expression turns cold as he reminds them that the world is not a game. On the all-heavens battlefield, a stronger expert could kill them instantly, and no one would listen to protests. If they want to survive, they must act carefully. Overpowering the weak and winning through numbers are realities of the battlefield. A student in formal attire mocks the protesters, calling them trash who should quit early. An angry student points at him and challenges him to repeat it. The mocking student responds by calling him a coward and threatening to cripple him. The official interrupts and makes it clear that violence is forbidden inside the camp itself, but once they enter the mountains, there will be no interference. Snatching tokens or settling grudges is entirely up to them. The two hostile students continue glaring at each other. Watching all this, Su-hong quickly realizes that the camp is designed to push participants into fighting. By his estimate, more than half of them will be eliminated under these rules. Another thought surfaces in his mind. Fighting these students could bring him a huge amount of martial value. The official checks his device, which lets out a loud beep. He announces the start of the assessment and orders everyone to move. The students rush forward in a chaotic wave, disappearing into the dense forest of the Tianlin mountain range. Not far inside the woods, the rivalry between the suit-wearing student and his challenger finally explodes. The student in the suit mocks his opponent and tells him to come over if he wants to be sent rolling back home. His opponent, burning with anger, shouts that if he wants to be eliminated so badly, he will grant his wish. He rushes forward with a flaming fist and yells that he is finished. The suit-wearing student answers with a punch wrapped in cold blue energy. The two forces crash into each other, triggering a violent burst of light and wind that rips through the surrounding foliage. A rapid exchange follows as blue energy surges again and again, gradually overpowering the flames in a string of heavy impacts. High above on a thick tree branch, Su-hong stands quietly, watching the fight unfold. He had wanted to witness the strength of these so-called geniuses for himself, but what he sees leaves him disappointed. The clash is flashy, yet far from impressive. In his mind, even if he defeats them, the martial value gained would be minimal. After a brief glance, he turns away, planning to hunt stronger ferocious beasts instead. Below, the suited students start mocking his opponent, saying that a pauper will always remain a pauper, and questioning what hard cultivation can achieve compared to a family's long-term accumulation. His opponent angrily tells him to shut up and stop dragging working-class people into it. The suited student laughs and repeats the insult. The words make Su-hong pause mid-step. He slowly looks back, a faint smile forms on his face as a new idea settles in. He decides that this ready-made martial value should not be wasted. He drops from the tree and lands smoothly between the two fighters. Telling them to stop fighting, he speaks in a calm and steady tone. Both students stare at him in confusion. Standing there with a thick wooden club in hand, Su-hong casually suggests that they fight him instead. The suit-wearing student grows irritated and calls him another pauper, warning that he will end up beaten as well. The other student demands to know what level he is to dare interrupt their fight. Su-hong remains relaxed and tells them they misunderstood him. He proposes that they stop fighting each other and join forces to fight him together. The blatant provocation infuriates them. The first student yells that Su-hong is courting disaster and lunges forward with a punch. In the next instant, Su-hong moves. Before the attacker can adjust, Su-hong closes the distance and delivers a crushing strike that knocks the air from his lungs. The student is flung backward and collapses after a single exchange. The suit-wearing student immediately breaks into a cold sweat. Their strengths were similar, yet his companion was defeated in one move. He finally understands how terrifying Su-hong's speed is. In the blink of an eye, Su-hong appears directly behind him and quietly tells him it is his turn. The student stiffens. A heavy swing of the wooden club follows, slamming into the side of his head. Blood sprays outward as he is knocked off his feet and sent flying, losing consciousness before he even hits the ground. Su-hong stood there calmly with the club resting on his shoulder. Looking down at the two fighters lying on the ground, he commented that this was exactly what happened when people looked down on ordinary cultivators. Far away, inside a monitoring room, several observers watched everything on a huge digital screen. One of them pointed at the display and asked where that guy had come from, saying the man had suddenly appeared and knocked out both fighters while they were still in the middle of their duel, while another observer asked if the two fighters on the ground counted as eliminated. Their leader explained that they did not. Since neither of them had asked for rescue yet, the test would keep going. Back in the forest, the cultivator in the suit slowly woke up. He held his aching face and noticed the other fighter sitting nearby. Instantly, he pushed himself backward and yelled for the man to stay away. Then he looked toward the direction Su-hong had left and cursed that guy, saying he would definitely take revenge later. The short-haired fighter also sat up, looking annoyed. He said the loss only happened because he had underestimated the opponent. In his opinion, losing to a kid like that simply didn't make sense. For a while, the two former rivals sat quietly, staring at each other. Eventually, the short-haired fighter spoke first. He apologized for what he had said earlier and admitted the other man was actually strong. The cultivator in the suit responded the same way. He said the short-haired fighter also had impressive strength and apologized for mocking him earlier. After sharing the same embarrassing defeat, the two of them shook hands. Soon they were standing with their arms around each other's shoulders, calling themselves brothers. They quickly came up with a plan for revenge. The abandoned wooden club nearby would be perfect for giving that kid a few solid hits to release their anger. Meanwhile, Su-hong ran through the forest at high speed. Suddenly, he stopped when a group of Tier 1 initial stage giant-toothed wild boars rushed out from the bushes. Seeing them again, Su-hong muttered that he had run into another pack. He wondered how many of these creatures he had already seen in the Tianlin mountain range. The boars charged toward him with heavy pounding steps. He launched his Thunder Rush fist. 9 echoes, sending yellow lightning bursting forward. The attack cut through the group in a massive X-shaped blast of energy. When the dust cleared, system messages appeared around him. Martial value +9. Martial value +7. Martial value +10. Martial value +6. Su-hong thought about how defeating martial artists used to give dozens of points. Now the rewards were getting smaller as his strength increased. He shrugged it off and decided the real goal was finding tokens. He started cutting open the boar carcasses, remembering that the dozen beasts he killed earlier hadn't carried any tokens either. After wiping the blood from his hands, he confirmed that none of them had one. Su-hong concluded that only stronger beasts probably carried tokens. Half an hour later, he moved deeper into the forest, jumping between trees while searching the area. When he first entered the 5-kilometer zone, he could find more than a dozen low-level beasts every hour. Now he couldn't see a single one. At that moment, a massive Tier 1 high-stage Nether Knight black tiger suddenly lunged out with a loud roar. Su-hong quickly avoided the attack and recognized the beast right away. Blue energy gathered around his finger as he used void-breaking finger. The strike landed directly on the tiger. The beast cried out as the force smashed it into the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. To finish the fight, Su Hong thrust his spear straight into the tiger's head. A message appeared. Martial value plus 35. Su Hong commented to himself that with his current strength, defeating a Tier 1 high-stage beast felt extremely easy. He then searched through the tiger's stomach and finally pulled out a red and gold token covered in blood. Looking at it, Su Hong remarked that it had taken almost 3 hours just to find a single one. Thinking about it, he compared the situation. Low-level boars appeared everywhere, while high-stage beasts like this tiger were rare. The stronger beasts gave more value, but there were far fewer of them. After considering it for a moment, Su Hong decided that quantity was the better option. Hunting lots of weaker beasts near the outer areas would let him gather martial value much faster. With 5 hours left in the assessment, Su Hong headed out again. His plan was simple: push his mortal body to its limit before time ran out, leaving behind a clearing full of blood and beast carcasses as he walked away. The forest clearing was filled with the bodies of fallen wild boars. Blood stained the ground, and the air carried the heavy scent of battle. Suddenly, a huge bear burst out with a thunderous roar and rushed straight at Su Hong. Its eyes glowed with a faint red light as it swung a massive claw toward him. The attack missed. While moving around the beast, he noted to himself that after fighting dozens of Tier 1 ferocious beasts, he had finally run into another Tier 1 middle stage one. Bright orange flames began to gather around his fist as he prepared to strike back. Su Hong jumped high into the air and drove his flaming punch straight into the bear's open mouth. Fire and force burst out at the same time. In the reflection of the bear's golden eye, Su Hong could be seen descending again for the finishing strike. He dropped down with full force, slamming his weight onto the beast. The impact shook the ground violently. Moments later, the huge body stopped moving. Su Hong stood over the defeated beast and took a moment to think. Ever since his mortal body reached 60%, defeating a Tier 1 middle stage ferocious beast with pure physical strength had become possible. He glanced down at his hands and clothes, both covered in blood. Then he opened his system interface to check his progress. After calculating the numbers, Su Hong noted that he had already gained 254 martial value points. He still needed a little more than 100 points to fully max out his mortal body. Looking at the remaining time, Su Hong saw that over 3 hours were still left in the assessment. He picked up his spear, ready to continue hunting and gather enough martial value. Right then, several thunder-like booms suddenly echoed across the forest. Su Hong immediately looked toward the sky. Sweat formed on his forehead as he asked out loud what kind of noise that was. Above the forest, a massive golden bird with glowing wings flew across the sky, its enormous shadow covering the land below. Su Hong stared at it and wondered what kind of ferocious beast it could be. After watching it for a moment, he guessed that it might actually be the legendary Golden Rock Beast King. The giant bird released a sharp, piercing cry. With a powerful flap of its wings, a huge shockwave spread across the forest. Trees bent and snapped while dust rose everywhere. Su Hong planted his spear into the ground and held on tightly to keep his balance against the powerful force. Watching the scene, he commented to himself that the Beast King's strength was terrifying. Even a simple flap of its wings had created such an enormous shockwave. He looked up at the wrecked trees and broken earth, wondering what kind of fierce creature could cause that level of destruction. While watching the chaos, Su Hong quietly compared himself to the ones responsible. He had made progress lately and knew he was stronger than before. Still, when he thought about those top-tier experts, he could only admit to himself that the gap between them was enormous. In front of people like that, he felt as small as an ant. Just then, a bright ball of light drifted down from the sky, pulling his attention upward. High in the air, the Golden Rock Beast King faced a man glowing with golden energy. Tier 7 Grandmaster Qin Tianlai hovered calmly in front of it. With a steady voice, he told the rock that he, Qin Tianlai, had temporarily taken over this territory and asked why the beast had come back again. The Golden Rock answered that it had never agreed to lend the place to him in the first place. Qin Tianlai didn't seem bothered. He simply said that if the rock refused, then he would keep beating it until it changed its mind. The moment he finished speaking, he rushed forward with a powerful strike. The impact thundered across the sky. The rock cried out and flapped its wings, sending out a desperate shockwave. Qin Tianlai treated the attack like it was just noise. Golden energy burst out again and again as he launched a continuous barrage, forcing the Beast King backward. In the end, the rock had no choice but to retreat in embarrassment. As it fled, it shouted that Qin Tianlai should just wait. Qin Tianlai answered in a cold tone, telling it to stop talking nonsense and leave. After that, the Grandmaster took a slow breath and looked down at the mountains where the examinees were scattered. Using his voice to reach everyone, he announced that the students shouldn't panic and that the assessment would continue. Down below, Su-hong watched the scene with wide eyes. He couldn't help asking himself if that was really the strength of a Tier 7 human martial artist. In his heart, he quietly promised that one day he would reach that level too. Qin Tianlai soon flew back toward the monitoring base. He passed over the facility and landed smoothly. Two Tier 5 martial artists, Lin Zhe and Bai Mu, quickly came forward to greet him. They praised his strength, saying he looked even more impressive than the rumors suggested. Qin Tianlai waved it off and told them to stop flattering him. Instead, he said they should head to the monitoring room and check which students had managed to endure the Golden Rock's pressure. Inside the monitoring room, the surveillance screens showed students scattered across the mountain. Most of them were lying on the ground after the pressure earlier. Still, a few names quickly caught Qin Tianlia's attention. He pointed to Wang Tiantua first. The boy was a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist with a vitality of 340 and the barbarian god body. Qin Tianlai remarked that the Star City Lord, despite having more than 100 children, had finally produced one decent kid. Next, he noticed Lin Xinghe. This student was also Tier 1 high stage and had escaped the pressure by using extremely smooth movement technique. His compatibility with the wind attribute was an impressive 96%. Then there was Xiao Yan, a Tier 1 middle stage spirit master with 290 vitality. According to the data, he had used mental power to counter the pressure earlier. After looking through the information, Qin Tianlai felt somewhat disappointed. All of these talented students came from major families. He then asked if there were any notable students from the schools, especially Star City No. 1 High School. Bai Mu replied that most of those students were only at the Tier 1 initial stage. Hearing that, Qin Tianlai lost interest. He casually commented that Star City didn't seem worthy of its reputation and started preparing to leave. Suddenly, Lin Zhe called out to him from the screens. He pointed at one monitor and asked what was going on with that student. The display showed Su-hong. While many students were still recovering from the earlier pressure, Su-hong was already moving through the forest again. Not only was he standing, he had started hunting ferocious beasts as if nothing unusual had happened. Lin Zhe and Bai Mu looked stunned as they watched. They said the boy was from Star City No. 1 High School and called him a monster. Qin Tianlai picked up Su-hong's file to check the details. The moment he read it, his calm expression finally changed. In his mind, he wondered if this kid was even human after seeing the numbers. The file listed Su-hong as Tier 1 initial stage with a vitality of 123. But the report also said he had trained the C-rank Thunder Rush Fist to the perfect realm and had produced 3004 points of combat power using only his physical strength. That level of power was already close to a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist. The next line was even more shocking. Su-hong's compatibility with 7 different attribute guidance techniques was recorded as 100%, and he was cultivating all 7 at the same time. Qin Tianlia's hands started shaking slightly. To him, it felt like he had just found a genius who might appear only once in 1,000 years. In his mind, he thought he had truly struck gold. But then he noticed something strange. He wondered why Su-hong was still only at the Tier 1 initial stage. With talent like this, his vitality being only 123 didn't make sense. Bai Mu explained that the reason was simple. Su-hong was cultivating 7 different guidance techniques at the same time. He wondered how the boy's cultivation could grow while carrying such a heavy burden. Thinking about it more, Qin Tianlai blamed Wu Linxian, the president of the Star City Martial Dao Association. In his opinion, someone should have explained this basic rule to the kid instead of letting him go down such a reckless path. At that moment, an assistant walked in and reported that the students were starting to arrive at the training camp. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai decided he might as well go see things for himself. When he arrived, he quickly met the 3 standout students, Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan. The 3 of them stepped forward respectfully and bowed to him. Qin Tianlai looked them over briefly and simply said that they were doing very well. Hours passed after the assessment had begun, and the rest of the students slowly started reaching the camp. Many of them looked completely worn out. They staggered through the gates while breathing heavily, clearly relieved to have made it. 7.5 hours into the assessment, Grandmaster Qin floated high above the training grounds and looked down at the gathered students. He casually suggested ending the assessment early. In his view, anyone who still hadn't arrived probably wasn't strong enough to matter anyway. Still, his mind kept drifting back to Su-hong. He quietly wondered why that monster hadn't shown up yet. For a moment, he even worried that his newly discovered treasure might have gotten lost somewhere in the forest or been eliminated. Just as the deadline was getting close, someone finally walked out of the forest. It was Su-hong. His entire body was covered in blood. While walking toward the camp, Su-hong told himself that he had been so focused on collecting martial value that he almost forgot about the time limit. As he entered the camp, many students turned to stare at him. Some of them whispered that he looked worse than anyone else there. His clothes were soaked with blood and dirt, yet strangely enough, they couldn't spot a single wound on his body. A few students quietly wondered how many ferocious beasts he must have fought to end up looking like that. Inside the crowd, 2 students watched Su-hong with hostile expressions. One of them muttered that he had finally been waiting for that kid to show up. The other told him to relax. Once they were inside the training camp, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Not far away, the elite students also noticed Su-hong. Lin Xinghe commented that arriving right at the final moment was usually something skilled people tended to do. Xiao Yin looked at Su-hong for a moment and said the situation was starting to get interesting. Soon after, an official stepped forward and announced that the 8 hours were officially over. Anyone who hadn't arrived by now was eliminated. He then began introducing the facilities available inside the camp. First was the gravity training room. Next was the movement technique training room. Then there was the ferocious beast combat room. Finally, he pointed toward a large building and explained that it was the martial art pavilion. Inside, students could exchange for various skills, techniques, pills, and weapons, even items up to A rank. The moment Su-hong heard the words A rank, his attention sharpened. The official continued explaining that using these facilities required contribution points. Students could earn those points by completing training tasks, and those who performed especially well would receive extra rewards. Night gradually fell over the camp. The official dismissed the students who were still able to continue training, while those who were injured were guided toward the dormitories. Su-hong eventually entered his assigned living quarters. When he saw the room, he immediately felt relieved. It was a single room. That meant from now on he wouldn't have to worry about anyone noticing him while he cultivated or used his upgrade. He sat down on the bed and opened his system interface to check his current status. Martial value, 354. Su-hong had been waiting for a moment like this. Without hesitation, he decided to spend all 354 martial value points to push his mortal body to the limit. As soon as he confirmed the upgrade, a series of system notifications started appearing. Mortal body plus 0.1. His body began to glow with a deep red aura. The percentage climbed quickly. His physique surged past 70%, then 80%, then 90%, until it finally reached 100%. A final notification flashed across the interface. Mortal body 100%, evolution. At that instant, Su-hong's eyes burst with bright light as his body entered a complete transformation. His physical evolution had started. Intense red energy spread across his body, while glowing nodes appeared along his muscles and bones, mapping out the changes happening inside him, while a fierce vortex of spiritual energy spun around him. After some time, the process finally ended. Su-hong let out a long breath, faint steam rising from his newly refined body. Looking down at himself, he could clearly feel the difference. The strength flowing through his physical body was overwhelming. At that moment, the system interface appeared again. It showed that he had unlocked a new physique, called the Overlord body. The system described it as a body that possessed the strongest physical strength in the world. However, Su-hong noticed another detail. The physique currently showed spirit rank 0%, which meant it could still continue evolving. Su-hong quietly wondered what kind of unbelievable form it might turn into next. Curious to test the limits of his new body, he grabbed his jacket and picked up his black spear. But the moment his hand closed around the shaft, a sharp cracking sound came from the weapon. The metal bent and fractured right in his grip. Su-hong looked at the spear, realizing that his casual grip alone had been enough to break a C-rank alloy weapon. For a moment he felt uneasy, thinking about how expensive C-rank spears were and how he had just destroyed one. Then he remembered something important. He had actually picked up this spear for free during his time in the wilderness. Even so, it made one thing clear. His old equipment could no longer handle his strength. Su-hong decided he would need to collect camp contribution points as soon as possible so he could exchange them for an A-rank alloy spear. With that in mind, he stepped out of his room and walked into the hallway, already planning his next move. He wondered if training with a weight vest of several hundred kilograms might help him earn points quickly. Meanwhile, inside the camp warehouse, a large group of trainees had gathered around Wang Tiantua. The young martial artist was carrying a massive 3,000-kilogram weight, yet he still jumped high into the air, as if it barely affected him. Watching from the side, Lin Shanghai and Xiaonan commented that his strength was completely outrageous. They pointed out that a normal Tier 1 martial artist could only handle a small portion of that weight. In the monitoring room, Grandmaster Chen Tianli watched the live feed and praised Wang Tiantua's barbarian god body. Soon, the conversation shifted to Su Hong. Someone asked how they should deal with Su Hong's strange cultivation path, trying to practice 7 guidance techniques at the same time. Chen Tianli said dealing with a proud genius directly usually caused problems. Instead, he planned to let Su Hong realize the mistake on his own. He then asked Instructor Lindsay about the progress of a secretly arranged night raid meant to ambush the trainees. Lindsay smiled in anticipation, mentioning that many students had started relaxing after the entrance exam. The sudden attack would definitely catch them off guard. Chen Tianli gave a specific instruction for the plan. He told Lindsay to send a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist to face Su Hong during the raid. The idea was simple. Once Su Hong was completely defeated, Chen Tianli would step in and explain that his cultivation methods simply wouldn't work, forcing him to give it up. Some of the staff felt uneasy. The opponent Chen Tianli planned to send had over 400 vitality and more than 5,000 combat power. Compared to Su Hong's much lower vitality stats, the gap looked huge. They worried that such a crushing defeat might damage Su Hong's confidence. Chen Tianli dismissed the concern immediately. He said that if Su Hong's determination collapsed that easily, then he wasn't worth much anyway. At the same time, outside in the camp, Su Hong overheard several trainees talking excitedly. They were all heading to the gravity room to watch Wang Tiantua train. Not wanting to deal with the crowd, Su Hong decided to go somewhere quieter first. He walked toward the equipment warehouse, which happened to be empty at the moment, planning to check out the excitement later. Inside the equipment warehouse, Su Hong picked up a smart scoring bracelet and checked it carefully. The device showed that it was used to calculate a trainee's contribution points. He began walking around the room, passing rows of lighter training equipment. After a while, he stopped in front of another rack and looked at it with clear curiosity. The rack held several 10-ton weight vests, each one made from extremely heavy alloy. Su Hong wondered who could possibly train while wearing something that heavy. Curious about his own limits, he decided to try one on. The moment he put on the 10-ton vest, the weight pressed down on his body. Moving became much slower, and he could tell his stamina would drain quickly if he kept it on for long. After testing it for a short moment, he decided it wasn't practical for long training sessions, so he switched to a 5-ton vest instead. Su Hong jumped around the warehouse a few times to test his movement. After several quick leaps and turns, he nodded to himself. The 5-ton weight felt just right for his current physical condition. While adjusting the vest, Su Hong started thinking about the other top trainees. He wondered how much weight Wang Tiantua and the other geniuses usually trained with. Since they were already Tier 1 high-stage martial artists, he assumed they had to be at least as strong as him, maybe even stronger. Curious about their training methods, Su Hong left the warehouse to observe them. Outside, a large crowd had gathered in front of a pyramid-shaped gravity room. Many trainees were talking excitedly. They were amazed that Wang Tiantua had entered the gravity room without removing his 3-ton weight vest. A large monitor showed what was happening inside. Wang Tiantua was currently training under double gravity, and people pointed out that this effectively turned his 3-ton vest into a 6-ton load. Standing at the back of the crowd with his arms crossed, Su Hong listened to their discussion. When he heard that Wang Tiantua's base vest weighed only 3 tons, he felt genuinely surprised. Compared to the 5 tons he could comfortably wear, that number felt extremely light. At that moment, Su Hong realized something important. He had seriously underestimated how powerful his newly evolved overlord body had become. He then walked over to 2 familiar faces from his old school, Chen Shan and Li Zi, and asked why they weren't going inside the gravity room to cultivate. Both of them looked discouraged. They explained that the gap between them and the top geniuses was too large. Training there while everyone watched would only invite comparisons, and they didn't want the embarrassment. Su Hong gave a quiet sigh and patted one of them on the shoulder. From his point of view, letting pride and fear stop them from training was simply a waste of time. Even when they told him to wait until the crowd left, Su Hong didn't listen. He walked straight toward the brightly lit pyramid-shaped gravity room. The moment people noticed him approaching, the crowd started talking again. Some of them mocked him, assuming he wanted to challenge Wang Tiantua's record. Several trainees joked that he was being arrogant, especially since it didn't look like he was wearing any kind of weight suit. Su Hong ignored all of it and stepped through the entrance. As he walked inside, he quietly thought about how expensive facilities like this were usually limited to elite aristocratic families. Since he had access to it now, he had no intention of wasting the opportunity. Inside the high-tech training room, Su Hong calmly considered his limit. Under his tracksuit, he was secretly wearing the 5-ton weight vest. If he set the gravity to double, the pressure on his body would reach 10 tons, which he estimated he could only endure for about 10 minutes. Instead of pushing too hard at the start, he decided to pace himself. So he adjusted the control dial to 1.5 times normal gravity. The pressure increased instantly. A heavy invisible force pressed down on his entire body, and Su-hong let out a low grunt while adjusting his stance. Outside, the crowd watched everything through the monitor. Since they didn't know he was wearing the 5-ton vest, they thought he was training with no extra weight. Seeing him struggle under just 1.5 times gravity, many of them started laughing. Some of them mocked him openly, saying he couldn't even handle such a basic setting. Others pointed out that he had been the last person to finish the entrance assessment, which only reinforced their belief that he was weak. Inside the room, Su-hong paid no attention to any of that. He sat cross-legged on the floor and began cultivating, a fiery red aura slowly rising around him. He soon noticed that the intense gravity made it much harder to circulate his guidance technique. However, the pressure also pushed his body to adapt faster, and his cultivation speed increased significantly. For 2 full hours, Su-hong stayed seated in the gravity room, continuing his training. Sweat soaked his clothes as he pushed his body further, while his eyes carried a faint blue glow. The effort paid off. When he checked his system panel, he saw that his water, earth, and wind guidance techniques had each increased by 1 level. His vitality had also risen from 126 to 130. Finally, Su-hong stood up and turned off the gravity machine. The effectiveness of the room impressed him. As he walked toward the exit, he started thinking about how useful the camp's movement technique room and ferocious beast training room might be. Completely exhausted, Su-hong stepped out of the facility. Sweat covered his face, and he wiped it away as he walked forward. 2 trainees who had been waiting nearby immediately started mocking him again. They still believed he had trained under 1.5 times gravity without any weight. One of them laughed at his tired appearance and bragged that he could easily sleep overnight under those conditions. Su-hong didn't bother arguing with them. Instead, he casually complained about how hot the room had been and how uncomfortable his gear felt. While saying that, he unzipped his tracksuit. Underneath it, the massive 5-ton weight vest became clearly visible. The 2 trainees stopped talking the moment they saw it. Their eyes stayed fixed on the heavy equipment that had been hidden under his clothes the entire time. The 2 trainees had been watching when Su-hong finally took off his weight vest. They assumed it was only around 500 kilograms. They admitted he did okay lasting that long, but still talked like he wasn't anything special. As he let the vest drop to the ground, they casually said he couldn't even compare to the camp's top genius, Wang Tanhua. Right then, the crowd suddenly got noisy. Someone pointed out that Wang Tanhua had just come out of the gravity room. People immediately started talking, saying he had endured 6 tons of pressure for more than 2 hours. Wang Tanhua walked out drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, while others praised him as the strongest in the entire training camp. He took off his heavy vest and tossed it aside without much care. The moment it hit the ground, the impact made the floor shake, startling the trainees nearby. Wang Tanhua rolled his shoulder a bit, looking relieved, and mentioned that the weight had been seriously exhausting. Lin Xingyi walked up, casually fanning himself, and suggested they compete in the movement technique room. Wang Tanhua shook his head right away, saying Lin Xingyi practiced an A-rank wind movement technique, and going against him in speed would just be asking to lose. Su-hong, standing nearby, caught that part of the conversation and became interested the moment he heard A-rank movement technique. He figured that even though his overlord body had given him huge raw strength, his speed and agility still needed work. With that in mind, he smiled slightly, seeing a good chance to improve. He followed the crowd to a dome-shaped training room, curious to see the A-rank Flying Swan's startling cloud step in action. Inside, everyone was focused on the monitors. Some trainees commented that Lin Xingyi had set the arrow-dodging simulation all the way to level 10, the highest difficulty. On the screen, Lin Xingyi moved incredibly fast, weaving through a non-stop storm of arrows with ease. His movements looked smooth and controlled, and at one point, he even closed his eyes midair while avoiding the attack. At the same time, pink petals seemed to drift around him, adding a dramatic flair that left the audience staring in amazement. Watching quietly, Su-hong commented that the technique was impressive. Almost immediately, his system interface popped up in front of him. It showed that just by observing, he had already copied the Flying Swan's startling cloud step and unlocked it at 1% proficiency. Su-hong studied Lin Xingyi's movements more carefully, then stepped forward, planning to try it himself. His action caught people's attention right away. Some of the trainees started laughing, saying it was ridiculous that he thought he could pick up such a complicated A-rank movement technique after seeing it just once. Su Hong paid no attention to the mocking voices around him. Instead, his awareness shifted into the system's virtual training space, where he faced a simulated version of Lin Xingyi. Inside that space, he trained non-stop, weaving through fast and relentless attacks while adjusting his movements again and again. As the practice continued, his mastery of the technique climbed rapidly, jumping from 8% all the way up to 93% in a short time. Soon, the system sent him a notification, letting him know he had officially reached the basic level of the skill. Su Hong stood there, clearly pleased. He had just secured his first A-rank movement technique. As the system prepared to pull him back to reality, he quietly noted that copying Lin Xingyi's flashy style as a reference felt a bit over the top. Once he returned, he decided he was done with the movement technique room. He figured his next stop would be the ferocious beast room, where he could hunt and earn martial value while boosting his vitality. But as he started thinking about it, he noticed something strange. The entire crowd was staring at him, some even holding up their phones and commenting on how dramatic his movements looked. That's when Su Hong realized what had happened. While he had been training inside the virtual space, his real body had been copying all those exaggerated movements in front of everyone. Not wanting to deal with that attention, he immediately took off at full speed, ignoring people calling out for him to do it again. At the same time, he decided he wouldn't use Lin Xingyi's style as a reference like that again. As he moved away, his senses picked up something unusual. Someone was following him. A short distance behind, the suited student carried a wooden club, while the rugged student from the entrance assessment walked beside him. The two had been tracking Su Hong and had already guessed he was heading toward the ferocious beast room. They quietly planned to block his exit later and deal with him when he came out. When Su Hong arrived at the large facility, he saw a crowd gathered near the entrance. Not far from the doors, Wang Tanhua and Xian were in the middle of a tense exchange. Wang Tanhua laughed and said Xian wanted to compete with him in beast hunting to decide who the top trainee really was. He then asked if she seriously thought her spiritual telekinesis could stand against his barbarian god body. Xian responded without hesitation, saying he was the one underestimating the power of a spirit master. Hearing that, Su Hong became curious. It was a fighting style he hadn't seen before, so he decided to hold off on earning points for now and watch her first. Through the observation window, he saw a simulated forest environment, and then something unexpected. Xian was slowly descending from the air toward a group of black tigers. Su Hong watched closely, noting that walking through the air like that was usually something only high-level grandmasters could do. He figured this must be part of a spirit master's ability. With a simple motion of her glowing hand, Xian activated her power. Thin streaks of golden light shot forward instantly, piercing through the heads of 3 high-stage Tier 1 black tigers at the same time. The beasts dropped immediately. Su Hong focused on the attack, trying to understand what that strange flowing light really was. Then, a massive bear-like creature wrapped in a red aura charged from behind her. Before it could get close, it suddenly stopped mid-movement, as if held in place by something invisible. Xian had used her telekinesis to lift and lock the creature in the air. With another calm gesture, the golden light shot forward again, piercing straight through its head. Watching closely, Su Hong finally figured it out. The streaks of light were actually daggers being controlled from a distance by her mind. He quickly understood the advantage. A spirit master could move through the air, restrain enemies, and attack from afar all at once. Against ordinary martial artists, that kind of ability gave a huge edge. As everyone continued watching, someone suddenly pointed at the screen, asking about a massive weapon that had just appeared. The display showed Xian facing a giant snake beast. Out of nowhere, a huge golden sword formed in front of her. With a simple downward motion of her arm, the blade dropped and cut the creature cleanly in half. Su Hong studied the scene carefully. He noted that she hadn't been holding any weapon before, and something that large should have been far too heavy to use so easily. At that moment, Lin Xingyi walked over, still casually fanning himself. He explained that the giant sword wasn't a physical weapon, but an advanced A-rank martial skill used by spirit masters. The crowd reacted immediately, surprised to hear about another A-rank skill. Someone then asked Lin Xingyi how all the top trainees seemed to have such rare techniques, and whether Wang Tanhua had one too. Lin Xingyi confirmed that Wang Tanhua did possess a powerful A-rank offensive skill, which made the surrounding trainees comment on how overwhelming the top elites were. Su Hong, however, reacted differently. Instead of feeling pressured, he smiled slightly. To him, the camp looked full of valuable techniques his system could copy, and that made the whole place even more worthwhile. On the monitor, Wang Tanhua was shown defeating a high-stage Tier 1 beast with a single punch. It was clear he was relying purely on raw strength, without using any martial skills. Seeing that, Su Hong turned away, deciding to wait for a better chance to observe him later. Inspired by Xian's display, he opened his system panel and checked his stats. His spirit attribute was at 26.5, and he noted that reaching 100 was required to become a spirit master. That left a gap of 73.5 points. After a quick calculation, he figured he needed 735 martial value points to close that gap. Blue energy gathered in his hand as he made up his mind. He was going to hunt beasts and collect everything he needed. Meanwhile, the suited student and the rugged student were still watching him from a distance. They saw him enter one of the testing arenas inside the facility. With most people focused on Wang Tanhua and Xian, they realized no one would pay attention. They quietly agreed this was the perfect chance to corner him. Just as they were about to move, the rugged student suddenly reacted loudly. The suited student quickly signaled for him to stay quiet. The rugged one then pointed toward the large monitor above the entrance. Both of them looked up, and immediately froze in place, staring at the screen. Inside the arena, Su Hong stood calmly, surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts. A towering red-eyed bear, several massive armored scorpions, and multiple stone-skinned creatures. In the corridors of the training camp, where two students observed the monitoring screens with growing dread. The suited student, gripping a wooden club, asks if they should find an instructor to save the boy inside, fearing he will definitely die. The rugged student replies coldly that it is already too late. He believes the kid will be torn to shreds in seconds, lamenting that they no longer have a way to get their revenge. Inside the combat arena, Su Hong stands composed amidst a swirling haze of dust. He stares down the unseen threats and issues a calm challenge. Come on! A massive scorpion-like beast immediately responds with a deafening roar, lunging from the shadows. Su Hong dodges the strike with a fluid movement technique, leaving a trail of afterimages as he surges forward. His hands ignite with brilliant blue energy, and he tears through a pack of beasts with blinding speed. Back in the observation room, the suited student watches the screen in disbelief. He questions if he is dreaming, wondering how a Tier 1 initial stage martial artist could perform such a feat. He notes that even a middle stage martial artist would die if surrounded by over a dozen high stage ferocious beasts. As Su Hong continues his assault, the suited student's eyes widen. He recognizes the footwork as Lin Xinghe's flying swan's startling cloud step, an A-rank movement technique. The rugged student is equally shocked, pointing out that as a number 1 high school student, Su Hong shouldn't have access to such high-grade technique. He speculates that Su Hong might be from a great family or, even more impossibly, learned the technique just by watching Lin Xinghe. The suited student admits that mastering an A-rank technique so quickly is heaven-defying. Seeing this, the rugged student suggests they forget their revenge, but the suited student grips his club, his face contorted as he refuses to swallow his anger. However, the rugged student urges his friend to look at the screen one more time, showing Su Hong sitting atop a massive carcass. He has killed 11 high-stage ferocious beasts in just a few minutes. Su Hong checks his system interface, which notifies him that over a dozen Tier 1 high-stage beasts yielded a total of 81 martial value points, averaging only 7 points each. He sighs, realizing that the stronger he becomes, the harder it is to earn martial value. The respite is short-lived as more red-eyed monsters emerge. Su Hong stands, declaring there is no time to rest. A wolf-like beast lunges from above, but Su Hong meets it with his Vajra fist. A golden shockwave erupts on impact, rattling the chamber. The remaining beasts, including massive scorpions and tigers, begin to retreat in fear. Su Hong's eyes glow with blue light as he smirks, demanding they hand over all their martial value. He leaps into pursuit, grabbing a scorpion and smashing it into the others with overwhelming force. In the hallway, the suited student's rage has turned to hollow acceptance. He rhetorically asks when the cycle of vengeance will end and declares he has decided to forgive Su Hong. The rugged student quickly agrees, suggesting they slip away before the monster beats them up too. They exit the corridor just as a crowd of students gathers to welcome the elites. The crowd discusses the top scores. Wang Tiantua killed 9 high-stage beasts in under 10 minutes, while Xiao Yan killed 8 while standing completely still. When a student asks the rugged and suited pair if they got their revenge, the suited student laughs nervously, pretending they did. Internally, they both know that if they hadn't backed off, they would be lying on the ground like dead dogs. The 3 top elites, Wang Tiantua, Xiao Yan, and Lin Xinghe, then emerge. Wang Tiantua reports 280 points, while Xiao Yan reveals she earned 270. The crowd is stunned, calculating they must have killed 50 or 60 beasts each. Other students mourn their own scores of 50, 20, or even 10 points. When asked who won the hunting competition, Xiao Yan points to Lin Xinghe. The students conclude that they can only hope for 4th place with those 3 around. The rugged and suited students watch from a distance, mocking the ignorance of the crowd. They know there is an even more terrifying monster in the camp standing above the top 3. 1 hour later, the truth is revealed in the artificial forest. The training area is a blood-soaked graveyard of countless beasts, left in the wake of Su Hong's devastating session. Su Hong exhales a heavy breath, wiping sweat from his forehead after continuously killing ferocious beasts for over an hour. Even with his overlord body, the prolonged combat has left him feeling exhausted. He looks down at his wrist interface, reflecting that he is still far from his goal of 735 martial value points. A system notification appears on the screen, detailing his gains. 400 contribution points from hunting and 300 from his weight vest, totaling 700 points. He wonders what he can exchange for at the martial art pavilion. Inside the traditional architecture of the martial art pavilion, Su Hong stands at a counter, meticulously browsing through a catalog while an attendant looks on. He scans the prices for various Tier 1 pills, noting vitality pills for 10 points and spirit gathering pills ranging from 30 to 50 points. His attention then turns to the A-rank martial arts section, where techniques like explosive palm, bone nether fire fist, and startling swan heavenly roam cost between 2,000 and 3,000 points. He realizes that while A-rank arts are expensive, with the cheapest at 2,000 points, the prices for pills are acceptable, especially given the presence of spirit gathering pills. The attendant rests her head on her hand, watching him with a bored expression. She asks if he has decided what to exchange for, privately assuming that as a Tier 1 initial stage student, he won't be able to afford anything. Su Hong asks if the spirit gathering pills listed are the kind that increase spiritual power. She confirms they are, explaining they are only effective when taken for the first time and that higher grades provide better improvements. She notes that the highest grade available is Tier 4 for 500 contribution points. Su Hong looks at the Tier 4 list, seeing vitality pills for 100 points and spirit gathering pills for 300 and 500 points. Su Hong points a finger and requests a Tier 4 spirit gathering pill. The attendant reacts with a shocked awe, and quickly reminds him that a Tier 4 pill costs 500 points, not 50. Su Hong calmly reaffirms his request for the Tier 4 pill. When he presents his wrist interface, it scans with a beep, revealing a full balance of 700 points. The attendant is stunned, unable to believe he has so many points. Her attitude shifts immediately to one of cheerful enthusiasm as she presents the pill box, happily calling him handsome as she thanks him for his patronage. Su Hong then asks if they have any dual thunder and fire attribute alloy spears. She confirms they have them for 200 points. The scene transitions to Su Hong's dormitory later that night. Mounted on the wall are his new weapons. A pair of C-rank dual thunder and fire attribute spears, known as Thunder Fire Spears, tipped with red tassels. Su Hong sits on his bed, viewing his updated status window. His vitality has reached 135 and his spirit is at 26.5. His overlord body physique is at 1% spirit rank. His guidance techniques for thunder and heavenly fire have reached level 4, while water marsh, thick earth, and spirit wind are at level 3. Su Hong notes that the improvement from this single day is greater than what he achieved in an entire previous week. He calculates that with his spiritual power at 26.5 and his 490 martial value points, he is still 25.5 points short of the 100-point mark. He opens a box to reveal a glowing golden pill resting on a red cushion. Holding the pill up, he expresses his hope that it will provide the 25.5 spiritual power improvement he needs. He places the pill in his mouth, his eyes filled with resolve as he declares his absolute determination to become a spirit master. The moment the glowing, green, pearl-like pill activated, Su Hong felt it kick in instantly. A stream of vivid green energy spread through his body, lighting up his internal pathways like neon wiring. The tension in his nerves melted away, and the exhaustion he'd been carrying just faded. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he let his mind settle. As things cleared up, his senses stretched outward, quietly mapping out every corner of the room. When he finally opened his eyes, they shimmered with a bright blue glow. Checking his system, he saw the update. His spirit stat had jumped by 24 points, landing at 50.5. He did the math in his head and realized he was frustratingly close. With 490 martial value points and his new stat boost, he'd only reached 99.5%. Just 5 points short. He couldn't help but think he should have taken down one more beast earlier. Now, there was nothing to do but wait until tomorrow. With a quiet sigh, he lay back down to rest. Meanwhile, over in the brightly lit warehouse, the camp staff had gathered. Instructors dressed in dark uniforms stood around, going over trainee profiles and trading opinions. One of them questioned why someone from the prestigious Martial Dao University had been assigned to work with new recruit. Bu Jingfang didn't hold back. He reportedly scoffed and dismissed the trainees as fake geniuses, saying they weren't even worthy of being his high school sparring partners. That comment got a reaction. A bald instructor laughed and pulled up Wang Tinto's profile, pointing out that the guy had a vitality of 340, something Bu Jingfang himself had never reached. That clearly caught him off guard. Then a gray-haired instructor added that Lin Xingyi's vitality was over 300, and another chimed in that his own student was already a spirit master. Now Bu Jingfang looked confused. He pointed out that his assigned target, Su Hong, only had a vitality of 123. He questioned why he got stuck with someone so weak while everyone else had strong trainees. The others found that odd too, considering Bu Jingfang was the strongest among them. Some even wondered out loud if Grandmaster Qin Tianli had made a mistake. Perfect timing. Qin Tianli walked in with Linda and Ba, immediately shutting that down. He made it clear there was no mistake. Bu Jingfang, clearly annoyed, complained that the assignment felt insulting. In response, the Grandmaster explained that Su Hong's actual combat power could rival a high-stage Tier 1 martial artist. That statement hit the room like a shockwave. The instructors couldn't wrap their heads around it. How could someone with just 123 vitality be that strong? Qin Tianli simply said some details were classified and told Bu Jingfang he'd understand once they fought. Still not impressed, Bu Jingfang reportedly sighed and said that with his own vitality nearing 500, this whole thing felt like straight-up bullying. That earned him a sharp smack on the head. The Grandmaster, visibly irritated, told him to stop talking and focus on the mission. He ordered him to go all out, no holding back, and beat Su Hong until he started questioning his life choices. Rubbing his head, Bu Jingfang asked if the Grandmaster had some kind of grudge, adding that he wouldn't take responsibility if he accidentally crippled the kid. In response, Qin Tianli reportedly grinned and told him to go as ruthless as he wanted, even promising rewards if things got that far. At that point, Bu Jingfang was all in. With the order given, the operation began. The instructors moved out fast, launching their ambush under the cover of night. Outside, the camp sat quiet under a light layer of snow, calm for about 5 seconds. Then chaos exploded inside the dorms. Masked instructors smashed through doors, catching trainees completely off guard. Panic spread instantly. Shouts, confusion, people scrambling, some literally yelling for a second to get dressed. Su Hong woke up the moment the noise hit. Sitting up, he quickly figured the camp was under attack. His eyes locked onto his door just as 2 massive slash marks ripped through it from the outside. A second later, the door burst apart. Bu Jingfang stepped in, sword in hand, its blade glowing with a deep purple energy. He wore a confident smirk like this was going to be easy. Without hesitation, he unleashed a cross-shaped strike that tore through the floor. Su Hong reacted instantly, jumping back as the attack shattered the ground where he'd been. As debris scattered, Su Hong recalled rumors about assassins targeting camps like this. For a second, he wondered if this guy was one of them. Landing smoothly, he grabbed his new spear and took a defensive stance in the rec room. The attacker was masked, and Su Hong couldn't yet read his strength. Bu Jingfang didn't give him time to think. He leaped forward again, bringing down a massive arc of purple energy. Mid-attack, he mocked Su Hong, reportedly calling him an unlucky Tier 1 brat. That voice, and the aura behind it, gave it away. Su Hong quickly realized this wasn't some alien assassin. Just a human, a Tier 1 martial artist. And weirdly enough, that made him smile. He saw it as pure luck. If he could defeat this guy, those missing 5 martial value points would be his. That final push right within reach. Up in the air, Bu Jingfang suddenly noticed something was off. Instead of dodging, Su Hong stepped forward, charging straight into the attack. Their weapons slammed into each other in a blinding flash, Su Hong's spear meeting Bu Jingfang's purple energy blade head-on. The impact wasn't clean. It dragged. Bu Jingfang strained almost immediately, his grip tightening as sweat started to form. He reportedly admitted, if only in his own head, that the Grandmaster hadn't been exaggerating. The kid's strength really did match a high-stage Tier 1 martial artist. And then it got worse. As the clash dragged on, he began to panic. It wasn't just skill. Su Hong's raw physical power felt overwhelming, way beyond what a normal Tier 1 should have. Meanwhile, Su Hong stayed completely calm. A red aura flared around his body, and he steadily pushed forward with his spear like he had all the time in the world. Then came the shift. With a sharp battle cry, he unleashed his full strength and swept his spear upward. The move shattered Bu Jingfang's defense instantly, sending him flying back like he'd just been swatted away. Bu Jingfang skidded across the ground, barely holding onto his sword, his arms trembling from the impact. For a second, he just stared, visibly shaken. He reportedly wondered what exactly he was dealing with, because trainee didn't seem like the right word anymore. Still, he forced himself back up. Purple flames ignited along his blade as he steadied his breathing. He declared, more to himself than anyone, that fights weren't decided by strength alone. If power wasn't enough, then technique would be. Su Hong watched the flames with clear interest. It was his first time seeing a fire attribute martial art in action. At the same time, golden lightning began to crackle around his spear. Now things were getting loud. The purple flames intensified as Bu Jingfang gathered power, then he launched himself into the air. A glowing purple cross formed around his blade as he prepared his attack. He reportedly taunted Su Hong midair, challenging him to survive a B-rank martial art. Then he brought it down. The flaming slash tore through the air with serious weight behind it. Su Hong didn't flinch. He braced himself, channeling lightning through his spear. He could tell instantly, this attack was stronger than his own B-rank void-breaking finger technique. Still, he didn't dodge. Instead, he thrust his spear upward, meeting the attack directly. The collision of lightning and flame triggered a massive explosion. The floor shattered, chunks of concrete blasted outward, and the entire room shook like it might collapse. Then, silence. As the dust slowly settled, Su Hong landed lightly on his feet, completely steady. When the smoke cleared, he stood there untouched, spear still in hand like nothing had happened. Across from him, Bu Jingfang stared, stunned. Looking down at the wrecked dorm, he realized what had just happened. Su Hong had blocked a B-rank martial art using nothing but raw thunder energy. No formal technique. Just power and control. At that point, it clicked. He finally understood why the Grandmaster had told him to go all out. Still, he tried to recover some dignity. He pointed out that Su Hong didn't have any proper thunder spear techniques, reportedly claiming that without them, he'd eventually lose. Su Hong just smirked. Lightning crackled louder along his spear as he casually admitted that, yeah, he didn't have any thunder techniques. But then, red flames suddenly ignited around the spearhead. And instead of clashing, the fire merged smoothly with the golden lightning, wrapping together in perfect sync. Now the aura around him burned in two colors, fire and lightning intertwined. He stood there, completely composed. Bu Jingfang, on the other hand, froze. He stared, wide-eyed and sweating, reportedly unable to believe what he was seeing. The trainee in front of him had just pulled off a flawless attribute fusion, something far beyond basic skill. At that point, unlucky Tier 1 brat was officially off the table. Su Hong stood facing Bu Jingfang, his spear now blazing with a wild mix of fire and lightning. Bu Jingfang could only stare. He was visibly sweating, shaken as he realized the fusion wasn't some myth after all, it was right in front of him, and it was coming at him fast. Su Hong's eyes burned with heat as he suddenly lunged forward. Bu Jingfang reacted on instinct, swinging his blade and releasing a surge of purple energy to intercept. It didn't go well. The two attacks collided hard, but Su Hong pushed straight through. His spear drove forward, and the combined fire and lightning erupted outward in a violent burst that swallowed Bu Jingfang completely. The impact shattered his defense instantly. He coughed up blood mid-blast, the force overwhelming him as he got launched backward like he'd been hit by a cannon. A second later, he crashed straight through the outer wall of the building, exploding out into the open in a storm of debris. Inside the ruined dorm, the dust slowly settled. Su Hong stood there, completely unharmed, spear still humming with fading energy. Then came the system notification. He'd gained 7 martial value points. That did it. He checked immediately, confirming his total had reached 497. Close enough. The gap was gone. A small smile formed. He finally had what he needed to become a spirit master. Out in the courtyard, the sounds of destruction echoed from the dorm building. Grandmaster Qin Tianli arrived with Ba Mu, calmly observing the situation. At first, he didn't think much of it. He casually assumed enough time had passed for Bu Jingfang to finish the job. In fact, he reportedly mentioned he'd already prepared a whole speech to fix Su Hong's cultivation path and make him drop that chaotic multi-technique approach. Yeah, that speech didn't make it very far. A massive explosion cut him off mid-thought. Bu Jingfang came flying out from the upper level of the dorm like a human projectile, crashing down hard right in front of them. He hit the ground with a heavy slam, completely unconscious, blood trailing from his mouth. Ba Mu gasped the moment she recognized him. Qin Tianli didn't say anything at first. He just stared. His earlier confidence? Gone. Ba Mu quickly pieced it together in her head. If Bu Jingfang was the one lying there, then the only possibility was that Su Hong had beaten him. Before that realization could even settle, 3 more explosions tore through the upper floors. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more figures were blasted into the night sky, each trailing different elemental energy before crashing down into the courtyard beside Bu Jingfang. The rest of the instructors, all unconscious, all wrecked. Up above, 3 figures appeared from the ruined building, Wang Tianyuo, Xian, and Lin Xingyi. The top trainees looked completely fine. Wang Tianyuo crossed his arms and casually called down, reportedly suggesting the Grandmaster send stronger opponents next time because those instructors were too weak. Then he paused. Something didn't add up. There were 4 bodies down there, not 3. Lin Xingyi, clearly misreading the situation, casually assumed the 4th trainee must have been weak and got taken out instantly. Ba Mu, still staring at Bu Jingfeng's broken form, mentally rejected that idea immediately. She knew better. Out of all 4 instructors, Bu Jingfeng was the strongest, which made this whole situation a lot more unsettling. Qin Tianli stroked his beard, analyzing everything. The victories of the top 3 made sense. They were elite for a reason. But Su Hong? An early-stage Tier 1 beating someone nearly at Tier 2, and doing it faster? That didn't line up. He frowned, clearly deep in thought, reportedly wondering what kind of hidden factor was at play. A secret technique? Some rare physique? Then suddenly, Instructor Lindsay came sprinting in, completely panicked, shouting that something major had happened. Qin Tianli didn't even flinch at first. He waved a hand dismissively, calmly assuming it was just a casualty. He reportedly said that a few deaths were normal in this kind of harsh training. Lindsay quickly shut that down. Breathing hard, he clarified that no one had died, but Su Hong had used an elemental fusion during his fight. Qin Tianli nodded casually at first, saying that would explain how he beat a stronger opponent. Then it hit him. He froze. A split second later, his aura exploded outward in blazing gold. He grabbed Lindsay by the shoulders and demanded he repeat that, making it very clear he wasn't in the mood for jokes about something that ridiculous. Lindsay, clearly nervous now, insisted it was real. He said he'd seen the monitor feed himself, Su Hong wielding a spear wrapped in both fire and lightning. He even suggested asking Bu Jingfeng if there were still doubts. Slowly, Qin Tianli looked down at the unconscious instructor. And it clicked. The fusion was real. His entire demeanor flipped. Grabbing Lindsay again, this time with pure excitement, he reportedly pointed out that the only known genius to ever achieve dual-attribute fusion had taken over a decade to figure it out. And Su Hong? Less than a month. That contrast hit different. Qin Tianli burst into laughter, openly calling Su Hong a heaven-sent prodigy, a true dragon among men. At that point, Lindsay was completely drained and had to be held up by Ba Mu, who looked just as stunned. Still trying to process it, she asked if attribute fusion was really that powerful, enough for someone at early Tier 1 to defeat an opponent nearly at Tier 2. Qin Tianli steadied himself and confirmed it. He explained that the original pioneer of the technique had been able to suppress Tier 2 opponents while still at Tier 1. That answer only raised more questions. Ba Mu, now clearly intrigued, reportedly asked why something that powerful wasn't widely taught. Even if it was difficult, the payoff sounded too massive to ignore. Qin Tianli's expression turned serious as he explained the reality behind attribute fusion. He reportedly said that plenty of people had tried it before, but most either failed miserably or ended up crippling themselves in the process. And even in the rare cases where someone actually succeeded, it usually wasn't worth it. He added that many of those who pulled it off got stuck at Tier 1 forever, unable to progress any further. So after all that risk and effort, they basically hit a dead end. Not exactly a glowing review. But then, his tone flipped again. Clenching his fist as a faint aura flared, he pointed out the one detail that changed everything. Su Hong had done it in less than a month. That part hit different. He reportedly marveled at Su Hong's absurd level of comprehension, then started wondering out loud just how far this could go. If the boy could fuse 2 elements this quickly, what would happen if he managed all 7? And just like that, his imagination ran wild. Spreading his arms dramatically, Qin Tianli painted a full-on cinematic vision. Su Hong, fully matured, wielding a blinding storm of all 7 elements fused together, dropping a single, catastrophic strike that wipes out a massive alien emperor. Complete annihilation. Behind him, Lin and Ba Mu just froze for a second. Then came the sweat drop. They awkwardly pointed out that he might be getting a bit carried away. Sure, fusing 2 elements was already insane, but all 7? That was basically fantasy territory. Realizing he might have gone a little too far, Qin Tianli coughed and brushed it off, telling them to forget what he just said. But then his expression shifted again, this time more grounded. He admitted that this situation came with serious responsibility. If Su Hong kept trying to juggle all 7 attributes on his own, there was a real risk he'd hit a wall, especially when attempting a third fusion, and potentially ruin his future. And if that happened? He reportedly said he'd be the one to blame, a sinner to humanity for failing to guide someone like that properly. Yeah, pressure just skyrocketed. Right then, Lindsay suddenly blurted out another realization, almost like he'd just unlocked a second layer of the problem. He pointed out that Su Hong must also have some kind of special physique, since his raw physical strength alone had already overwhelmed Bu Jingfang before even using attribute fusion. Qin Tianli turned and immediately scolded him for not mentioning that earlier. The instructors quickly started breaking it down. Lindsay noted that Su Hong, with a base vitality of around 120, had completely crushed Bu Jingfang, who was pushing close to 500. That gap wasn't normal. Not even close. They compared it to Wang Tianyuo's elite barbarian god body, and concluded that Su Hong's physical amplification was on an entirely different level. At that point, calling it monstrous felt like an understatement. Qin Tianli looked back toward the damaged dorm, clearly thinking things through. Then he made a call. He declared that the next day, he'd organize a proper combat tournament. No more guessing, he wanted real data. The plan was simple: test Su Hong's true combat power and limits directly. And for opponents? He wasn't holding back. He decided to pit Su Hong against the camp's top 3 elite trainees, Wang Tianyuo, Lin Xingyi, and Xian. All at once. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he reportedly said he wanted to personally see what would happen when a monster like Su Hong collided head-on with the strongest geniuses the camp had to offer. Safe to say tomorrow wasn't going to be quiet. Su Hong sat quietly in the rec room, meditating among the scattered debris. The noise and chatter outside didn't bother him at all. His focus stayed locked on improving himself. Wanting to move forward, he opened his system and poured all his martial value into his spirit stat. A bright blue aura surrounded him as he stepped into the spirit realm. He shut his eyes, taking in the feeling of this new power. When he tried it out, a glowing phantom fist appeared. Controlling it felt a little unusual, like getting used to an extra limb. With a bit of effort, he checked his inner interface and saw that his spirit stat had passed the 100% mark. Curious about how it worked in reality, he turned his attention to his bed and lifted it effortlessly with a single thought. Excitement showed on his face as he rose into the air along with his spear. He realized he could now move through the air and use telekinetic attacks just like Xian. With that in mind, he decided he would copy Xian's A-rank spirit martial art and Wang Tiantua's offensive technique. The next morning, an urgent announcement told everyone to gather within a minute, warning that latecomers would lose points. Trainees rushed downstairs in a hurry, complaining loudly about how intense the schedule had been. They said they had already gone through the entry assessment, tough training, and even a night raid, all in a single day. Soon, a large crowd formed in the courtyard. Su Hong showed up at a relaxed pace, stretching as if nothing from the previous night had bothered him. Instructor Linda stood in front of the group and said with a smile that he had expected many of them to still be too worn out to even stand, adding that they had done well to make it. One rugged-looking trainee argued that he had only lost because of a cheap sneak attack. He claimed he hadn't even had time to get dressed and complained that the attack had gone straight for a sensitive spot. Linda responded with a sarcastic tone, asking if he really expected an alien assassin to wait for him to get ready before striking. His friend laughed and jokingly called him, Bro Underpants. From where he stood, Su Hong found himself agreeing with Linda's point about real combat, though he also understood why everyone looked so drained. Noticing the mood, Lindsay announced that there would be a full test to give everyone a fair chance to prove themselves. He explained that an automated system would measure their vitality, combat power, spirit, strength, speed, and martial skills. Wang Tiantua, Xian, and Lin Xing listened with confidence, already seen as the top 3. Lindsay added that there would also be a combat ranking, and the top 10 would earn daily contribution points based on their position. The trainees immediately grew excited. Most of them already expected the top 3 spots to go to the elites, so they focused on fighting for the remaining 7. Su Hong felt curious and wondered what kind of reward first place would bring. As the crowd got louder, Lindsay quieted them and led everyone to the testing facility, a massive warehouse. Inside, he stood on a stage next to a mechanical, spider-like device known as a Tier 2 combat power tester. As everyone settled, Grandmaster Qin Tianli carefully observed the group, noting that his target was blending in perfectly. A bandaged trainee standing near Su Hong assumed the Grandmaster was looking at him because of his potential. Su Hong glanced at him and told him plainly that he had the wrong idea. Feeling the Grandmaster's gaze, Su Hong started to feel uneasy, knowing he was the real focus. Qin Tianli then addressed everyone and announced a new grand prize. Whoever ranked first overall could choose an A-rank martial art or movement technique. The crowd reacted instantly, buzzing with excitement. People started talking about how the top 3 elites would now compete seriously, and guesses about the winner spread quickly. Wang Tiantua's expression turned more focused as he thought about how rare A-rank techniques were, even for his family. Xian looked confident, clearly eager to claim such a powerful skill. Lin Xing hid behind his fan, but his sharp gaze showed his determination, seeing this as a chance to prove his approach was right. Su Hong's eyes lit up with determination as well. The chance to gain another A-rank technique pushed him to go all in for first place. Watching everyone, Qin Tianli narrowed his eyes. He revealed that his real goal for this test was to uncover Su Hong's true limits and full strength. With that in mind, he moved forward and announced the order for the testing to begin. Lin Xing went first, followed by Xian, and then Wang Tiantu. The lineup alone made the trainees uneasy, and they quietly talked among themselves about how intense the start was. Some of them wondered who would end up going forth and have to deal with that kind of pressure. The Grandmaster soon revealed the next name, Su Hong. The crowd reacted with surprise, but Su Hong stayed composed, taking it as confirmation that he was being singled out. His old schoolmates, Chen Shan and Lidu, looked at him with sympathy. They remembered that he had placed last during the entry assessment and started guessing that he might have somehow upset the Grandmaster. Others shared their own theories, saying the Grandmaster probably arranged things on purpose, placing the weakest student right after the top 3 to highlight the gap and push everyone else to improve. Su Hong paid no attention to any of it. Meanwhile, Qin Tianli explained that the test would begin with raw physical combat power, followed by martial skills. Lin Xing stepped forward casually and mentioned that raw strength wasn't really his focus. Even so, he rushed toward the machine and delivered a powerful punch. The screen lit up and showed a score of 4,013. The crowd reacted right away, clearly impressed. They pointed out that scoring over 4,000 was already very high, especially for something he considered a weak point. Another trainee added that compared to his A-rank speed, his strength only seemed lower by comparison. Su Hong watched quietly and figured that Lin Xing's physical base had to be solid to handle an A-rank movement technique. At the same time, he got his system ready, planning to copy whatever martial art came next. Lin Xing then gathered swirling green wind energy around his fist. As he released the cloud-hiding gale fist, the attack slammed into the machine with force. The device shook, and the score jumped to 5642. The reaction was immediate. People started talking about how a score above 5,600 already met the level of a Tier 2 martial artist. They were especially struck by the strength of his B-rank technique. Su Hong quietly copied the move, green energy forming around his own hand as he analyzed the result. He noticed that the technique had only raised Lin Xing's score by around 1,600 points, which he didn't find all that impressive. After stepping down with a confident look, Lin Xing was met with a comment from Xian, who said his result was nothing special. He didn't seem bothered and simply told her to show something better. Xian then stepped up and recorded a base combat power of 3,253. The trainees commented that it made sense, since spirit-focused fighters usually didn't rely on physical strength. When it was time to use martial skills, her eyes lit up. She used her telekinesis to form a massive golden hammer and brought it down onto the machine with force. Su Hong's system reacted instantly, copying the ability and giving him the spirit attribute weapon condensation art. He felt satisfied as he took it in, thinking that the training camp was full of opportunities. A small smile appeared as he started wondering how many more techniques he could pick up before everything ended. Xian moved fast, swinging her arms straight down as if she'd already decided the result. The massive golden spirit weapon followed her lead and crashed hard into the combat power tester. The hit sent out a burst of force, with sparks flying and the machine shaking under the impact. A moment later, a blue holographic number appeared, 5942. The crowd immediately reacted. People started saying her combat power was close to 6,000, which even surpassed Lin Xing's. Others brought up how she used to be just over 3,200, pointing out that her strength had nearly doubled. Many praised spirit masters, calling them incredibly gifted and saying their explosive strength was on another level. While everyone was caught up in the excitement, Su Hong stood quietly among them. A faint blue aura surrounded him as his mind shifted into the system space. Nearby, a trainee mentioned feeling jealous of Xiao Yan, explaining that spiritual power wasn't just strong, it was flexible too. It could let someone move through the air or control objects, making it extremely useful in real fights. Inside the system space, golden spiritual energy surged around Su Hong, spiraling upward as he raised a finger. The energy gathered quickly, forming a large glowing construct above him, and even the air around it reacted to the pressure. But it didn't last. The construct broke apart almost instantly, turning into scattered golden particles that faded away. Su Hong let out a heavy breath, clearly worn out. He understood that the weapon condensation art could create more than just weapons. It could form almost anything, like furniture or even beasts. But the more detailed and solid the creation, the more spiritual power it required. After testing it, he realized his current level wasn't enough to fully control the technique yet. Sweat formed on his face as he accepted that it wouldn't be easy. Back in reality, he decided he'd take his time learning it. For now, his focus shifted to the next person, Wang Tiantua. He was curious about his martial art. Soon, the announcement came. It was Wang Tiantua's turn. The crowd grew excited again as Wang Tiantua stepped forward, carrying himself with confidence. People started talking about his reputation, saying he had the barbarian god body, a physique known for its overwhelming strength. Many believed that with that kind of power, he had a clear advantage and would take first place. Some even said the real king of combat power had finally stepped up. Su Hong watched quietly, wondering how Wang Tiantua's strength compared to his own overlord body. Wang Tiantua walked up with steady confidence, his eyes focused. He said everyone should pay close attention, adding that this punch would show the difference between him and the rest. Power gathered around his arm as he rushed forward and threw a heavy punch into the machine. The impact spread out with a loud force, sending waves across the arena. The crowd reacted instantly, with people saying they could hardly believe what they just saw. Others called it unreal. They pointed out that his pure physical punch was only about 300 points lower than Lin Qinghe's result when he had used a martial art. That alone showed how powerful the barbarian god body really was. In the distance, Grandmaster Qin and Lin watched the scene. Grandmaster Qin commented that it was very good. Hearing that, Wang Tiantua cupped his fists respectfully and thanked him, still full of confidence. He then said he would use a martial art next, preparing to show something even stronger. Su Hong became more interested, realizing that Wang Tiantua was finally about to reveal his offensive A-rank martial art. At the center of the arena, energy began to gather around Wang Tiantua's arm. A white, flame-like power wrapped around his hand, growing stronger as his aura built up. He steadied himself and focused, pushing the energy further as he got ready to attack. Grandmaster Qin recognized it right away and noted that Wang Tiantua was using the A-rank martial art called the Bone Netherfire Fist. At the same time, a system notification appeared in front of Su Hong, informing him that he had obtained a new martial art, Fire Bone Netherfire Fist. Seeing that, Su Hong reacted with surprise. He remembered that this martial art was available in the pavilion and cost 2,800 contribution points to exchange for it. Meanwhile, Wang Tiantua moved. He unleashed the A-rank martial art with full force. His arm, covered in blazing energy, came down like a falling meteor. The impact shook the entire arena, and the combat power tester flashed brightly before showing the result, 75-34. The crowd burst into loud reactions once again. The spectators were still caught up in shock, saying that if the score had been just 500 points higher, it would have matched a Tier 2 middle-stage martial artist with a vitality of 600. Grandmaster Qin watched with clear satisfaction and gave Wang Tiantua high praise. He mentioned that Wang Tiantua's elder had always talked about raising a grandmaster, adding that now it seemed completely within reach. Wang Tiantua responded respectfully, cupping his fists and saying he would take those words to heart. With his turn over, Grandmaster Qin called for the next participant, Su Hong. As Su Hong made his way forward, the crowd started whispering. People said that after the top three had shown such overwhelming strength, anyone going up now would look bad in comparison. Some noticed how calm Su Hong looked and commented that they wouldn't be nearly as composed in his place. Others made casual remarks, saying he didn't seem to care at all. Reaching the front, Su Hong stood before Grandmaster Qin and Lindsay. Grandmaster Qin explained the rule, saying the first punch had to rely only on physical strength, with no martial arts involved. Su Hong gave a simple nod, showing he understood. He planted his foot firmly and lowered his body slightly as energy gathered around him. The air around him started shifting, and dust lifted from the ground as he built up strength. After a short pause, he let out a steady breath and focused. He told himself the reward for this test was already his. Then he moved. Su Hong dashed forward with speed, his fist driving straight into the testing machine. A loud boom spread across the arena, and dust burst outward, covering the area for a moment. When it cleared, the glowing display showed the result, 65-51. The crowd went quiet for a second, then reactions started spreading. No one had expected a number that high. Grandmaster Qin stared at the result, visibly surprised, even admitting to himself that he had misjudged just how strong Su Hong was. The arena stayed unusually quiet as people kept looking at the number, trying to process it. Then the murmurs started again. Some questioned if the machine had an error after seeing a score above 6,500. Others pointed out that Su Hong used to rank last, yet now he was showing strength on a completely different level. A few trainees even said they used to think Wang Tiantua was unbeatable, but now it looked like someone stronger had appeared. From the observation area, Wang Tiantua, Lin Qinghe, and Xian watched closely. Xian commented on how extreme the number was. Lin Qinghe said that kind of power didn't match a Tier 1 martial artist and insisted Su Hong had to be Tier 2. Wang Tiantua, noticing the difference, admitted to himself that he had been overconfident earlier. Once things settled down, Su Hong turned to Grandmaster Qin and politely asked if he should continue with a martial art for the next test. Grandmaster Qin looked at him, clearly approving, and nodded, telling him to go ahead. Su Hong stepped back into position, adjusting his breathing as he set his stance, ready for the next move. In the next moment, Su Hong shifted his focus inward as his mind entered the system space. A familiar interface appeared, showing the progress of his newly acquired martial art. The percentage started climbing. 1%, 4%, 6%, 9%, 14%, 23%, rising steadily. Back in the arena, he stood still while a cold, blue flame-like aura spread around him. As the progress increased, he realized this bone netherfire fist suited him extremely well. He noted to himself that learning it felt even faster than when he practiced the flying swan startling cloud step, which was also an A-rank technique. From the observation area, Grandmaster Qin watched closely, wondering how much Su Hong's combat power would increase once he used a martial art. Lindsay, standing beside him, mentioned that Su Hong came from an ordinary background and suggested his martial art shouldn't be anything too advanced. Grandmaster Qin, however, kept his eyes on Su Hong and said calmly that what he was using didn't look like a low-level technique at all. At that point, the system interface finished processing. The display showed 100%. Su Hong had fully learned the bone netherfire fist at the basic level. A sharp focus appeared in his eyes as the technique settled in. Blue netherfire gathered around his fist while he stood ready in the arena. The crowd quickly noticed. Some pointed out that it looked exactly like Wang Tiantua's bone netherfire fist, and people started questioning how Su Hong could use the same technique. Without waiting, Su Hong stepped forward and released it. His aura surged as power gathered into his strike. He wondered briefly how strong an A-rank offensive martial art could be. With blue flames wrapping around his arm, he drove forward and slammed his attack into the testing machine. The impact sent out a powerful shockwave, kicking up dust and debris across the arena. The machine shook heavily, and many spectators had to raise their arms to block the force. As the dust swirled, voices started rising again. Some said Su Hong's power looked even stronger than Wang Tiantua's and urged others to check the result quickly. When the dust cleared, the display lit up. 9,000. The reaction was immediate. People shouted that 9,000 already matched the standard for a Tier 2 high-stage martial artist. Others couldn't believe it. From the observation area, Lindsay questioned whether that kind of combat power made sense for someone at Tier 1 initial stage with just over 100 vitality, even wondering if the machine had an issue. Grandmaster Qin, still watching calmly, simply concluded that Su Hong was on a completely different level. Nearby, Lin Qinghe broke it down, explaining that 7,000 combat power matched Tier 2 initial stage, 8,000 matched middle stage, and 9,000 matched high stage. Xia Yan added that a normal Tier 2 martial artist would have around 500 vitality, so Su Hong must have been hiding his real stat. Hearing that, Wang Tiantua admitted his own vitality hadn't even reached 400 yet and said losing to Su Hong wouldn't be embarrassing. But then, another result appeared. The vitality tester showed Su Hong's actual number, 137. For a moment, no one knew how to react. Then the crowd burst into noise again. Wang Tiantua called out in shock, repeating that it was only 137. Lin Qinghe questioned whether the tester itself was working properly. The numbers stayed the same. People started arguing, some saying maybe a digit was missing and it should have been something like 13,700. Others pointed out that this meant Su Hong was really just a Tier 1 initial stage martial artist. That only made things more confusing, as many said producing 9,000 combat power with that level of vitality didn't make any sense. Amid all the reactions, Su Hong simply walked out of the testing area, faint steam drifting off his body. Grandmaster Qin watched him with a serious expression, clearly thinking things over. Then he stepped forward and told the crowd to settle down. He announced that they would move on to the practical combat test and begin the tournament rankings. He explained that it would follow a challenge system, where participants could choose their opponent. He also added that if no one dared to challenge someone, that person would automatically take first place and receive an A-rank martial art as a reward. Right then, someone called out to him. It was Lin Xinghe. He stepped forward with confidence, pointed directly at Su Hong, and said he wanted to fight him. Lin Xinghe figured that even though Su Hong hit incredibly hard, his low vitality was a clear weak spot. He planned to rely on his superior movement skills, dodging attacks and dragging the fight out until Su Hong wore himself down. That idea didn't even get a chance to play out. Grandmaster Qin Tianli stepped in and turned down the one-on-one challenge. He said the top 3 elites would face Su Hong together instead. The trio didn't take that well. Wang Tianyuo showed clear irritation, saying he didn't like being underestimated. Xian questioned whether Su Hong was even worth teaming up against, while Lin Xinghe pointed out that the 3 of them together might overwhelm someone at Su Hong's level. The Grandmaster ignored all of it and asked Su Hong what he thought. Su Hong casually said he was fine fighting all 3 at once. That answer only made things worse. The elites looked at him with clear annoyance, taking his calm response as arrogance. Wang Tianyuo even remarked that he could handle Su Hong alone without any trouble. Once the match started, the 3 elites moved into position inside the testing facility. Wang Tianyuo and Xian rushed forward right away, while Lin Xinghe pulled back, planning to wait for an opening. He intended to stay out of direct combat, then jump in with a high-speed attack when Su Hong was distracted. That plan fell apart almost instantly. Xian and Wang Tianyuo suddenly shouted at him to dodge. Lin Xinghe turned, confused, but Su Hong had already slipped past his view and appeared right behind him. A glowing blue punch came straight at him as Su Hong casually told him it was over. At the last second, the strike stopped just short of his face. Lin Xinghe didn't waste the chance. He quickly jumped back to create distance. Once he landed safely, he told Xian thanks for stepping in with her telekinesis and warned the others that Su Hong's speed was far beyond normal. Su Hong, lightly held in place by a faint telekinetic force, looked at his hand with curiosity. He commented that it was his first time dealing with spiritual telekinesis in a fight and mentioned he wasn't used to having his movement restricted like that. Then he decided Xian had to go first. In the next moment, he burst forward with explosive speed, cracking the floor beneath him as he charged straight at her. Xian reacted with clear shock, recognizing that he was using the elite movement technique known as the Flying Swan's startling cloud step. Lin Xinghe and Wang Tianyuo immediately moved to intercept. Lin Xinghe pointed out that it didn't make sense for a fire-type user to use a wind-based technique and concluded that Su Hong must have dual attribute. He called out to Wang Tianyuo to stop him. Wang Tianyuo stepped in front of Su Hong, his arm igniting with flames. He told Xian to focus on controlling Su Hong while he handled the physical clash. Then he launched his A-rank bone netherfire fist. Instead of avoiding it, Su Hong copied the move perfectly. His own fist ignited with the same pale blue flames as he struck back. Before their attacks could connect, Xian strengthened her telekinetic hold, stopping Su Hong in place. The pressure was intense. His feet even cracked the concrete beneath him. Su Hong noted that her control was more troublesome than he expected. Seeing him restrained, Lin Xinghe jumped in and aimed a powerful kick at his head. From the sidelines, Grandmaster Qin Tianli watched closely. He remarked that breaking free from a spirit user's control usually required either overwhelming strength or stronger spiritual power, and he wondered if letting Su Hong fight all 3 had been too much. But Su Hong didn't look worried at all. He even smiled. Right before the attacks landed, he released a massive surge of raw strength and broke free from the telekinetic hold. The backlash hit Xian hard, making her lose control. Now free, Su Hong easily stopped their attacks, sending out a shockwave that made the watching trainees react in shock. They couldn't believe he had broken through telekinesis and blocked elite attacks using nothing but physical strength. Without slowing down, Su Hong grabbed both Lin Xinghe and Wang Tianyuo and twisted their limbs, throwing them completely off balance. Both of them realized they were in serious trouble. Then Su Hong lifted them and spun them through the air like they weighed nothing. After a few rotations, he stopped and slammed both of them face-first into the ground. The impact cracked the floor beneath them. Wang Tianyuo's face hit the rubble, while Lin Xinghe struggled from the heavy blow. The trainees could only watch as the sounds of repeated impacts echoed through the facility. Su Hong kept lifting and slamming the 2 elites into the broken ground again and again, moving so fast it all blurred together. When Su Hong finally let go, the 3 elites dropped to the ground without moving, completely out after the brutal beating. Dust slowly settled around him as he stood there, clearly in control of the entire fight. His presence still carried that intense, battle-ready energy as he turned his eyes toward the last opponent left. Xian caught his gaze and immediately lost the will to continue. She started shaking, raised her hands, and stepped back, loudly saying she gave up and asking him not to come any closer. The trainees watching couldn't stay quiet anymore. They reacted with excitement and disbelief, talking about how Su Hong had taken down the strongest trio all by himself. To them, it was obvious. He stood at a completely different level. Grandmaster Qin Tianli stepped forward, cutting through the noise. He asked if anyone else wanted to challenge Su Hong, adding that if no one stepped up, Su Hong would take first place. No one moved. In fact, most of them quickly backed off, making it clear they weren't interested. They all agreed there was no point in fighting him, saying only someone reckless would try at this stage. With no objections, the Grandmaster officially declared Su Hong the winner. He then told instructor Lin Si to arrange the remaining matches to decide the rest of the rankings. After that, he turned to Su Hong and told him to follow along to claim his reward and choose a new A-rank martial art. Su Hong showed a satisfied smile. Winning meant he could add another powerful technique to his collection, and that clearly mattered to him. As they walked, the Grandmaster mentioned that he had been watching Su Hong since he first arrived. He asked why Su Hong chose to keep his true strength hidden when most trainees like to show off. Su Hong explained that he didn't have the support of a strong family, so revealing too much too early would only put a target on his back. The Grandmaster laughed and said he respected that way of thinking. Then he admitted the tournament had actually been arranged with Su Hong in mind, as a way to secure more high-level resources for him. He explained that most resources went to recognize talents and assured Su Hong that he no longer needed to hold back, since he now had his backing. Su Hong thanked him for that. Not long after, they reached the martial arts pavilion. Inside, the receptionist quickly stood straight when she saw them. The Grandmaster told her to bring out the master list of martial arts. While looking through the catalog, he told Su Hong to ask if he needed help understanding anything. Su Hong took the chance and asked what kind of martial art would suit him best going forward. Before answering, the Grandmaster asked him to list the techniques he already knew. Su Hong casually named them: Bone Netherfire Fist, Flying Swan Startling Cloud Step, Cloud Hiding Gale Fist, and Void Breaking Finger, adding that his other skills were lower rank. The Grandmaster's expression changed slightly. He pointed out that the Flying Swan and Cloud Hiding techniques weren't even part of their collection and asked if Su Hong had really learned them just by watching Lin Xingyi once. Su Hong confirmed it like it was no big deal. The Grandmaster went quiet for a moment, clearly caught off guard, and thought to himself that Su Hong really was on another level. The receptionist stood there quietly, still trying to process what she was seeing as Grandmaster Qin personally guided Su Hong. She couldn't help but wonder who this young man was to receive that level of attention. Qin flipped through the master list and explained that since Su Hong already had strong offensive and movement techniques, a control-type martial art would suit him best. He introduced the A-rank technique Flame Cage, describing how it condensed fire chi into a structure that could trap and lock down enemies. He went on to explain that offensive techniques were simpler since they only required chi to stay on the body or a weapon, while control techniques needed the chi to move outside the body, something most Tier 2 martial artists still couldn't do. Even so, he said Su Hong had the talent to learn it, despite being at the early stage of Tier 1. Su Hong thanked him, and Qin decided to show him directly. He raised his hand, and a small flicker of fire appeared in his palm. As he spoke, the flame expanded, forming a large, glowing cage that surrounded an imagined opponent. Qin explained that the idea was simple: trap the enemy first, then follow up with an attack. He demonstrated by releasing a powerful blast into the cage, describing it as a finishing move done in one strike. Still, he added that maintaining the cage while attacking at the same time wasn't something Su Hong could manage yet, mentioning that he himself only achieved that after reaching Tier 3. After hearing that, Su Hong quickly waved it off and said he didn't want a control-type technique anymore. Qin found the reaction a bit unexpected, but he also noted that Su Hong was willing to listen instead of forcing things, which he saw as a good sign. Meanwhile, a blue system screen flashed briefly in front of Su Hong. He had already learned Flame Cage just by watching. He kept a small smile to himself and asked Qin to recommend something else. Qin then suggested a defensive martial art and showed him the A-rank Earth Armor. He explained that it formed a dense layer of earth chi over the body, giving extremely high defense. Su Hong agreed right away, saying it would work perfectly with his physical strength. As they continued, Qin asked about Su Hong's special physique. Su Hong casually said it was called the Overlord body. For a moment, Su Hong imagined Qin reacting dramatically and praising him as some rare genius, but in reality, Qin simply admitted he had never heard of it. Su Hong laughed and said he had made the name up himself. Qin took that in and said it must be an unrecorded physique, adding that its strength boost was impressive, especially remembering how Su Hong handled Wang Tiantua's barbarian god body. Right then, a loud ringtone filled the room. Qin picked up the call, clearly interrupted mid-thought. On the other end, someone reported that the contribution records showed Su Hong had been wearing a weighted vest during his fight. Qin turned to him and asked if that was true. Su Hong confirmed it casually, explaining he kept it on so he wouldn't miss out on contribution points. Qin tried to steady himself as he processed that, realizing Su Hong operated far beyond normal expectations. Qin told him to stop focusing so much on contribution points and said there would be plenty of rewards after he cleared the training camp challenges. He urged him to take the vest off. Su Hong agreed and started removing it. The receptionist stepped forward and offered to take it back, saying she'd return it to the warehouse. Su Hong handed it over and mentioned that it was a bit heavy. She smiled confidently as she reached for it, but the moment it landed in her hands, her expression changed instantly. The vest slipped and crashed onto the floor with a heavy impact, cracking the stone tiles beneath it. She stared at the damage, then asked how much it weighed. Su Hong casually said it was 5 tons. Qin felt the weight of that statement immediately. Su Hong had fought and won against 3 late-stage Tier 1 geniuses while carrying that burden. Qin placed an arm around Su Hong and said he had another A-rank martial art in mind for him. When Su Hong asked what it was, Qin explained that since he used a spear, he should look into Grandmaster Jiang Lin from Yang City. Jiang Lin had an A-rank thunder spear art, known for being especially powerful. Qin then suggested they head to Yang City and challenge Jiang Lin's student, saying they could find a way to take that martial art from him. Su Hong commented that it didn't sound very fair, but Qin brushed it off, saying Jiang Lin had been mocking their training camp for a long time, and it was time to return the favor. He told Su Hong to get ready since they would leave early the next morning. Later that night, Su Hong returned to his room and noticed it had already been cleaned up. He sat down on his bed and began cultivating. One after another, system notifications appeared. He had gained multiple new martial arts, including fire, spirit, and earth technique. Surrounded by faint waves of energy, he set a goal to reach the basic level in all of them before morning. At the same time, Qin contacted Jiang Lin and told him he would be bringing a student over to challenge his dojo. Jiang Lin sounded relaxed and told Qin not to bother, saying his Yang City camp had already produced a top genius with a wood spirit body who had reached Tier 2. He added that in just 2 days, that student had already trained an A-rank control technique to the point where his chi could leave his body. In the Yang City training hall, that very student stood surrounded by strong waves of green energy, showing off his growing power. Lin Chunfeng called out, "Wood prison!" and thick vines burst out, smashing a nearby table. But the technique didn't hold for long, and the vines soon faded back into green energy. Jiang Lin told him he was pushing too far too soon, but Lin replied confidently that he just needed a month to reach the basic level. Jiang Lin then spoke to Qin over the call, saying his student was far too strong for someone like Qin's to challenge, before ending the conversation. After that, he turned to Lin Chunfeng and told him to put on a show during the upcoming fight, adding that he shouldn't finish it too quickly so Qin wouldn't look too bad. Lin agreed with a slight smile, stretching his hand as green energy gathered around it. The next afternoon, a high-speed craft arrived at the Yang City training camp, surrounded by mountains. Su Hong stepped out and looked a bit sick from the trip. Jiang Lin walked up with a smirk and asked Qin where this so-called genius was. When Qin introduced Su Hong as a Tier 1 early-stage spear user, Jiang Lin paused, clearly confused, and asked if Qin was serious. At the same time, Jiang Lin started to feel uneasy, wondering how his Tier 2 student was supposed to hold back in a fight like this without going too far. Qin didn't react to the comments and simply told him to move things along so they could finish the match and go eat. Meanwhile, a big crowd of trainees gathered at the Yang City training camp arena, buzzing with excitement. Some of them talked about the so-called genius from Star City, joking that they hoped the challenger wouldn't be too disappointing. Grandmaster Jiang Lin then introduced Grandmaster Qin Tian Li and his genius student, Su Hong, to everyone. With a smug smile, he revealed that Su Hong was only at the beginner Tier 1 stage. The crowd reacted instantly, shocked and offended that someone that weak would step up to challenge them. They mocked Su Hong openly, saying their champion, Lin Chunfang, was already Tier 2 and could take him down without effort. Hearing all that, Lin Chunfang started to get nervous. His master had already told him to make the fight look close to protect Qin's reputation, but now he had no idea how to pull that off against someone so inexperienced. Ignoring the noise, Zhang Lin confirmed the bet with Qin Tianli. He said that if his student won, Qin would have to teach him an A-rank martial art. Then, acting generous, he added that if Su Hong somehow managed to win, he could pick an extra A-rank martial art as a reward. Su Hong politely thanked him. Qin Tianli, clearly amused, patted Zhang on the back and joked that he was being very generous. Deep down, Zhang Lin felt completely sure of the outcome. In his view, there was no way a Tier 1 beginner could defeat a Tier 2 fighter with a rare wood spirit body. Soon, both fighters stepped into the arena as the grandmasters watched closely. Zhang Lin quietly reminded Lin Chunfang to hold back. Lin nodded, gripping his sword, saying he understood. As he drew his blade, Lin Chunfang kept worrying about how to act during the fight. He was scared that one careless move might end things too quickly. Then he noticed something odd. Looking at his opponent, he asked why Su Hong wasn't using the spear he had brought with him. Su Hong casually stretched and said he wasn't planning to use his weapon yet. In truth, he had a simple reason. His only spear technique was just a basic C-rank skill, far weaker than his newer A-rank fist and movement abilities. Using the spear would only slow him down. Lin Chunfang took it the wrong way. To him, it sounded like pure arrogance, and it got on his nerve. Wanting to test that attitude, he jumped into the air and rushed forward, his sword wrapped in a green aura. He brought it down in a heavy strike, but Su Hong easily stepped aside, letting the blade crash into the stone floor and send debris flying. Su Hong smoothly moved back across the arena, using his A-rank movement skill. A faint trail of wind followed him as he kept his distance without any effort. Lin Chunfang was caught off guard, realizing a beginner was using such a high-level technique. Not wanting to give him space, Lin Chunfang pushed forward and said movement skills wouldn't help anymore. He activated his wood prison technique, sending thick green vines bursting from the ground to wrap around Su Hong's leg. Su Hong looked slightly surprised at the rare control skill and briefly commented on Lin Chunfang's talent. Even so, he stayed calm and began to gather strength, ready to break free. Before he could act, the vines suddenly fell apart on their own, fading away like they were never there. Su Hong looked confused, wondering how something like that could fail so quickly. Taking advantage of that moment, Lin Chunfang appeared behind him in midair. As he swung his sword down, he claimed that even a second of distraction was enough to decide the match. Su Hong didn't panic. He simply glanced back over his shoulder, gathered a swirl of green wind energy around his fist, and went for a quick counter. The moment he threw the punch, Lin Chunfang realized something was off. The attack was too fast. It would land before his sword could. He reacted quickly, using his wood escape technique to form a thick wooden barrier in front of him. But it didn't help. Su Hong's punch tore straight through it, shattering the shield and sending Lin Chunfang flying across the arena. As he was pushed back through the air, Lin Chunfang struggled to process what just happened. The raw power behind that strike didn't match someone at Su Hong's level. Around the arena, the trainees were just as stunned. They had just seen their champion's A-rank defense break apart with ease, and it made them rethink everything about this beginner. Above them, Grandmaster Qin laughed and joked about how quickly things had turned. Zhang Lin, still holding his ground, argued that strength alone wouldn't be enough and told Qin to keep watching. Su Hong didn't slow down. He rushed forward, closing the distance in an instant. He threw a strong kick, but it passed right through Lin Chunfang, breaking into shadows. Su Hong immediately realized it was just an afterimage. At the same time, Lin Chunfang reappeared behind him using his own A-rank movement skill, and launched another powerful slash, but Su Hong avoided it without much trouble. As the dust settled, Lin Chunfang stood there, breathing heavily. Looking at Su Hong, he admitted that the gap in strength was clear. He said that if they were on the same level, he wouldn't stand a chance, and suggested ending the fight there. Su Hong didn't respond with words. Instead, he lowered himself slightly and extended a hand. Bright orange flames burst to life around his fist. Before Lin Chunfang could even question it, a massive cage of fire formed around him, trapping him inside. Feeling the heat rise, Lin Chunfang was stunned that a beginner could use a technique like this. Still, he figured Su Hong wouldn't be able to maintain it for long, so he decided to wait it out. Up on the platform, Qin Tianli reacted with clear surprise, not expecting Su Hong to already know the flame cage. Zhang Lin noticed and questioned why he seemed so shocked about a move he supposedly taught. Qin stumbled through an explanation, while Zhang pressed further, asking how a wind-type fighter was suddenly using fire. Trying to stay composed, Qin brushed it off and said having multiple elements wasn't unusual. Then he quickly pointed back at the fight, asking why the flames were still going and drawing attention to the new energy gathering around Su Hong's hand. Outside the cage, Su Hong stood calmly, building up a pale, swirling aura around his fist. Inside, Lin Chunfang watched and realized what was happening. Su Hong was keeping the cage active while preparing another attack at the same time, something even experienced fighters struggled to do. Before he could react, Su Hong rushed forward and drove his glowing fist straight through the flames toward him. Lin Chunfang quickly used his wood escape again, summoning thick roots as a shield. But just like before, it didn't hold. The attack went right through and struck him in the stomach, sending him flying back as he coughed up blood. As he was thrown away by the impact, Lin Chunfang could only think about how overwhelming this so-called beginner really was. Lin slammed straight into the blazing wall of the flame cage, the heat tearing across his bare back. Almost instantly, a bright green energy spread over the burns, fixing the damage as if it had never happened. With a confident grin, he told Su Hong not to underestimate the recovery ability of a Tier 2 wood spirit body. Su Hong stayed calm and kept his eyes on him. He made it clear that if one punch didn't do the job, he'd just keep going. He rushed forward and started throwing a fast, non-stop barrage of glowing punches, clearly not buying the idea that Lin could recover forever. Lin took the hits and kept talking. He said the effort was pointless, explaining that a Tier 1 fighter couldn't outlast a Tier 2 in stamina. At the same time, he gathered a dense ball of green energy in his free hand and challenged Su Hong, saying they'd find out whether the flame cage would give out first or if Su Hong would run dry. Su Hong soon realized his fire energy was dropping fast. Instead of pushing it further, he suddenly stopped attacking. He figured the cage might collapse on its own and turn things against him, so he ended it himself. As the flames disappeared, Lin laughed, taking it as a sign that Su Hong had backed down. He confidently said it was his turn now and that the outcome was already decided. That confidence didn't last. Su Hong calmly formed a swirling mass of golden lightning mixed with fire in his hand. He mentioned that he hadn't planned to use this move since it consumed too much energy. Seeing that, Lin grew uneasy. He couldn't believe a Tier 1 fighter could produce that kind of power. Realizing he couldn't let Su Hong get close, he quickly slammed both hands onto the ground and poured all his remaining energy into defense. Calling out his technique, he raised a massive wall of thick wooden pillars from the floor to block the attack. Su Hong stepped forward, his eyes glowing with sharp golden light. He pulled his fist back, lightning surging around it, then drove it forward with overwhelming force. The air around the strike twisted as it hit, tearing straight through the wooden wall like it wasn't even there. The punch landed cleanly on Lin's face, sending him flying backward before he hit the ground, completely out cold. Su Hong stood there quietly as the flames faded and debris settled, looking down at his opponent. For a moment, the entire arena went silent. Then the Yang City trainees reacted all at once, struggling to process what they had just seen. Their champion, someone with Tier 2 healing, had gone down in a single hit. Many of them compared that strike to something on the level of an S-rank technique, and they couldn't believe Su Hong was still only at early Tier 1. Grandmaster Zhang Lin stared at the arena, clearly shaken. He turned to Qin and demanded to know what kind of talent he had brought in. As he pointed toward the arena, he realized that Su Hong had used element fusion to reach that level of destruction, something that shouldn't have been possible for a fighter at his stage. Meanwhile, Qin casually sipped his tea and remarked that he wasn't planning to mention that Su Hong had already mastered dual element fusion in just 1 month. Zhang Lin could hardly process that. Qin went on, adding that if Zhang Lin also knew Su Hong had perfect compatibility with all 7 elements and was training 7 techniques at once, it might be too much for him to handle. Zhang Lin just stood there, stunned. Qin then acted like he'd said too much and casually apologized, though his expression made it clear he didn't mind at all. Zhang Lin remained in place, still trying to wrap his head around how a student could achieve that much in a single month. Seeing the moment, Qin casually put an arm around him and brought up their bet. Since Su Hong had won, he said Zhang Lin now had to teach him the A-rank Thunder Spear art along with his ultimate skill, Palm Thunder. Still overwhelmed, Zhang Lin quietly agreed. Some time later, inside a huge dome-shaped training room, Su Hong stood across from Grandmaster Zhang Lin in a high-tech arena lined with practice spears. Zhang Lin kept his eyes on the young trainee, still thinking about how unusual his talent was. He admitted to himself that he had never come across anyone like Su Hong before. Putting that aside, Zhang Lin got straight to the lesson. He introduced the technique he was about to teach, an A-rank thunder spear art called the 9 heaven-breaking spears. Blue lightning started crackling around his hand as he explained how it worked. He said the art had 3 stances, and each stance contained 3 different moves. He also made it clear that both the power and the difficulty went up sharply with each stage. He added that this technique was so demanding that he normally wouldn't teach it to anyone below Tier 4. Still, considering Su Hong's ability, he believed the first stance wouldn't be a problem for him. He told Su Hong to pay close attention. He announced the first stance, river overturning, and brought his spear down, sending a massive wave of lightning crashing through the arena from above. Without stopping, he shifted into the next move, calling out the second stance, sea inverting. With a wide sweep of his spear, a huge surge of lightning rushed forward, spreading across the arena like a wild ocean. Su Hong held onto his spear and watched closely. Standing in the middle of that display, he felt incredibly small, like he was caught in a violent storm where even a single bolt could wipe him out. Zhang Lin didn't slow down. He jumped high into the air and moved into the third stance, heaven-breaking. As he drove his spear downward, a concentrated blast of lightning struck the center of the arena with explosive force. The remaining energy twisted into a massive tornado of crackling electricity that spun wildly through the space. Watching it all, Su Hong could tell Zhang Lin was holding back to avoid damaging the reinforced training room. Even so, the power on display was overwhelming. Still, instead of backing off, Su Hong focused even harder. He decided that one day, he would reach that same level of strength. As the storm finally died down, Zhang Lin walked over and handed him a small manual that explained the 9 heaven-breaking spears. He told Su Hong to start practicing on his own and said he could come to him later with any questions. Su Hong thanked him properly for the guidance. Zhang Lin gave a small smile and said he was only following through on their bet. He added that once Su Hong mastered the first stance, he would teach him another technique, palm thunder. He casually mentioned that even though the spear art was powerful, it still didn't compare to his ultimate skill. Hearing that, Su Hong gripped the manual tighter, clearly excited. If palm thunder was even stronger, he wanted to get there as soon as possible. He made up his mind to master the spear art quickly. Zhang Lin waved a hand and turned to leave the dome. As he walked off, he said he had something to discuss with Grandmaster Qin and promised he'd come back later to check on Su Hong's progress. That left Su Hong alone in the arena, ready to begin his training. About an hour later, Su Hong stood in the middle of the training dome while Grandmaster Jiang watched from the entrance. Jiang asked if he had started to understand the technique yet, though he quietly figured there was no rush. In his view, something like this would usually take at least a month or 2 to get the hang of. Right then, a surge of golden lightning burst out from Su Hong's position. He lifted his spear and swung it, electricity snapping through the air as he pushed the technique out with force. Thick bolts of lightning crashed into the ground, leaving burn marks and smoke across the arena floor. When everything settled, Su Hong let out a breath and said the spear art was way harder than he expected, adding that he could only manage the basics for now. Jiang didn't respond right away. He just stared, sweat forming on his forehead as he tried to process what he had just seen. To him, it didn't look like barely the basics at all. Before he could even say anything, Su Hong kept going and directly asked to learn palm thunder next. By the time the sun was setting, Jiang stood outside the dome on the steps, staring off into the distance without saying a word. Grandmaster Qin walked over and asked what was going on, wondering if he had already finished teaching palm thunder. Jiang, still out of it, simply said he was done and told Qin to go inside and see for himself. Qin walked into the dome, muttering that maybe Jiang hadn't really gone all out while teaching. He figured a technique like palm thunder should be impossible to pick up without close guidance. But as soon as he turned the corner, he stopped. Su Hong was standing in the center of the room, his entire body and both hands surrounded by a swirling mass of yellow lightning. Su Hong looked over with a bright expression and called out that he had finally learned palm thunder. Qin just stood there, trying to take it in. He had expected fast progress, but not this fast. He remembered it had taken him 3 full months to master the same move back when people called him a genius. At that moment, he understood that Su Hong's future had no clear limit, and reaching Tier 9 didn't seem out of reach at all. Jiang eventually walked in and placed a hand on Qin's shoulder, telling him to stop standing there and suggesting they go grab something to eat since it had been a while. Qin agreed and told Su Hong that they were heading out for a drink. Later that night, the Yang City training camp dorms sat quietly under the moonlight. Inside his room, Su Hong sat on his bed, going over his progress. After defeating Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions the day before, and Lin Chunfeng earlier that day, he had gained a total of 230 martial value. He opened his system interface and checked his stats. Vitality, 138.6, Spiritual Power, 100.2, Physique, Overlord Body is Spirit rank 12%, Martial Value, 230. Looking at it, he felt all 3 areas, Vitality, Spiritual Power, and Physique, were still too low. The 230 martial value didn't feel like nearly enough. After thinking it over, he decided his foundation mattered most, so he focused on increasing his vitality. As he did, the system recorded small boosts, adding plus 0.1 each time. He let out a quiet sigh, realizing he needed a better way to earn more martial value. Since no one in the camp wanted to spar with him anymore, his choices were limited. He decided that from now on, he'd head to the ferocious beast room and hunt instead. At the same time, in a nearby restaurant, Grandmaster Jiang was clearly drunk, his face red as he slammed the table and complained to Qin. He accused him of being shameless and tricking him out of 2 A-rank martial arts. Qin just laughed and pointed out that Jiang had already said that more than once. Their meal got interrupted when a teaching assistant rushed in, saying they had finally found Jiang. He reported that the night raid event was about to begin and they were waiting for his order. Jiang, slurring his words, waved it off and told them to start, adding that they shouldn't go easy on the students. The assistant quickly passed along the order, telling the raiders to begin and push the students hard. A moment later, Qin realized the problem. He reminded Jiang that Su Hong was staying in those dorms tonight too. Jiang's expression changed instantly as he understood the situation. He shouted for the assistant to stop the night raid, but the assistant hesitated and said the notice had already been sent out and the event had already started. Across the rooftops of the dorm buildings, dark figures moved quickly through the night. 2 of them, Bu Jinglong and Bu Jingfeng, paused on a ledge. Jingfeng, the younger one, asked why his brother, a high-level Tier 2 martial artist, was even taking part in something like this. Jinglong explained that Jiang had personally asked him to come because of someone with a wood spirit body and strong recovery ability. He added that going after a Tier 2 beginner felt like overkill to him. Jingfeng's expression changed as the description sounded familiar. Jinglong noticed and teased him, bringing up how Jingfeng had been taken down during a night raid at the Star City camp and calling it embarrassing. Jingfeng got irritated and said that if he ran into Su Hong again, he wouldn't hold back this time. Jinglong warned him not to take a wood spirit body lightly, but Jingfeng brushed it off, questioning whether someone at his level really needed to worry about a Tier 1 beginner. Jinglong just smiled slightly and asked if he was really that confident he wouldn't mess it up again. "Everyone put your hoods on and listen up," the leader told the group as they pulled on their black masks. He then called for them to move out together, leading the charge. The night raid hit the dorms all at once. Shouts about a sneak attack mixed with loud reactions and complaints as masked raiders rushed through the halls. Su Hong peeked out from behind his door, trying to figure out if the noise outside really was a night raid. In the hallway, he saw a raider swing at a student who had just stepped out of the shower with only a towel on. A second later, the raider noticed Su Hong and called out that they had missed one. He rushed in to attack, but Su Hong answered with a sharp upward punch to the chin. The hit sent the man straight up, smashing through the ceiling tiles. Su Hong stood in the doorway, clearly annoyed. He commented that they were attacking without even saying anything first, adding that he wasn't even part of this training camp, so there was no reason for him to be targeted. As he looked up at the raider stuck in the ceiling, he figured out that this really was a night raid. He took note of the black outfits and covered faces the raiders were wearing. That gave him an idea. If he changed into those same clothes and blended in, he could move around freely, take people down, and collect rewards without drawing attention. He paused for a moment, wondering if it was a bit questionable, but a confident grin spread across his face as he decided to go through with it. Elsewhere in the building, Lin Chunfeng was backed into a corner, still wearing just a towel. He called out to the raiders, telling them to at least wait until he could put something on. One of them laughed and told him to stop struggling and just accept it. Right then, another masked figure showed up at the door, calling out that he was there to help. The raider turned, confused, but before he could react, the disguised Su Hong stepped in and landed a heavy punch to his face. The raider went flying and slammed into the wall. Lin Chunfeng stood there, stunned, asking if the attackers had started fighting each other. Su Hong didn't explain anything. He ran back into the hallway, calling out that he was about to gain a lot tonight. Lin Chunfeng just watched him leave, confused about why that raider didn't come after him. Su Hong moved quickly through the first floor, his fists covered in fire. He commented that since these opponents were strong, he didn't need to hold back. Raiders dropped one after another, and it didn't take long before they realized someone among them wasn't on their side. After clearing the first floor, Su Hong jumped up toward the second and struck a raider midair. As he kept fighting, his system kept updating rapidly. He laughed, saying he had really hit a jackpot as the gains kept piling up. When he reached the third floor, he saw several raiders gathered at a doorway, watching a fight inside. They were talking about how Lin Chunfeng was holding up surprisingly well against Bu Jinglong, a high-level Tier 2 fighter. When Su Hong walked over, they told him that all the other students had already been taken down, and only the wood spirit body user was left. Su Hong cut in, saying there was no need to wait. His hand lit up with energy. The others looked at him, confused. Then, without hesitation, he turned on them and struck. The raiders were sent crashing into the room where the fight was happening. Inside, Bu Jinglong, surrounded by a red aura, turned toward the noise and demanded to know why his own side was getting attacked. Both he and Lin Chunfeng, whose body glowed green, paused and looked toward the entrance. Su Hong stood there, his body shining with bright yellow energy. Facing both of them, he calmly challenged them, saying they could come at him together. Bu Jinglong told Lin Chunfeng to move aside and recover while he handled the troublemaker himself. Clearly annoyed that someone had stepped in and disrupted the Night Raiders' rules, he rushed straight at Su Hong, yelling that he was about to learn a hard lesson. Su Hong didn't seem bothered at all. He gathered golden energy into his hand, creating a powerful Vajra fist before meeting Bu Jinglong head-on. The collision hit with so much force that Bu Jinglong lost his footing and staggered backward. He looked completely caught off guard by the sheer strength behind Su Hong's attack. At that moment, Bu Jinglong realized this guy was far from ordinary. Without wasting time, he called for Lin Chunfeng to join him. Lin Chunfeng instantly activated his wood prison technique, sending massive vines bursting out from the ground to trap Su Hong. But Su Hong reacted quickly, flipping away before the vines could touch him. Using the opening, Bu Jinglong suddenly appeared behind Su Hong and launched a heavy punch. Instead of landing cleanly, his fist slammed into a glowing purple armor made from earth energy that had formed around Su Hong's body. Bu Jinglong could hardly believe it. He started wondering where this monster of a fighter had even come from and how someone could casually block a high-level Tier 2 attack like that. Before he could fully react, Su Hong disappeared from sight. A second later, he reappeared and smashed Bu Jinglong straight into a wall. The impact shattered the instructor's armor and left him coughing blood. Su Hong didn't stop there. He immediately rushed past the shocked Lin Chunfeng and drove a flaming punch into the back of his head, sending him crashing face-first into the ground. Lin Chunfeng was knocked out instantly. Not long after the fight ended, the system rewarded Su Hong with martial value points for defeating both opponent. When he checked his status screen, he saw that his balance had jumped past 2,400 points, leaving him pretty excited over the massive increase. The next morning, Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong stood alongside the other injured raiders. Everyone looked beaten up and exhausted while trying to recover from the previous night. Grandmaster Jiang Lin was furious. Pointing at the wounded group, he loudly blamed the chaos on Chen Tianli's outrageous student. Chen Tianli acted completely innocent and casually denied having anything to do with it, which only made Jiang Lin even more annoyed. He sarcastically asked who else could possibly be responsible for wrecking the camp like that. Finally losing patience, Jiang Lin shouted at them to leave and personally kicked his rival out of the camp. Chen Tianli just laughed it off while flying away with Su Hong. As they traveled through the air, Chen Tianli suddenly asked Su Hong whether he was still missing martial arts techniques for the metal, wood, and water elements. Su Hong admitted that he was and asked why. With a playful smile, Chen Tianli hinted that it might be time to visit a few more of his old friends. Over the next 10 days, Su Hong and Chen Tianli traveled from one training camp to another, visiting 3 camps in total. Every time, they pulled off the same routine. Su Hong would step into battle and easily defeat the camp's top fighters, while Chen Tianli happily collected the rewards afterward. Whenever the rival grandmasters accused them of cheating, he simply laughed it off and acted like he had no idea what they were talking about. After returning to his dorm, Su Hong focused on absorbing everything he had learned. While meditating, the system confirmed that he had successfully mastered the beginner stages of 3 A-rank martial arts, Metal Ripple, Woodvine Entanglement, and Water Dragon. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help feeling impressed with himself. Not long ago, owning even one A-rank martial art would have sounded impossible, but now he had several of them. Checking his system again, Su Hong noticed his martial value points were getting close to 3,000. Since he had been saving them for a while, he finally decided it was time to boost his vitality. The moment he started pouring all those points into his body, things became intense fast. Heat surged through him while raw energy spread everywhere at once. His muscles expanded painfully, and sweat quickly covered his body. Even Su Hong started wondering if he had pushed things too far in one go as his vitality climbed all the way to 450. After a while, the violent energy finally calmed down. Breathing heavily, Su Hong stayed on one knee while recovering from the strain. Even with the pain, he felt excited after realizing he was now only 50 points away from reaching Tier 2 martial artist status. When he checked his remaining points, he saw exactly 100 left. For a moment, he debated whether to spend them on spiritual power or improve his rare Overlord body physique instead. Curious about how strong the physique could become, Su Hong picked the Overlord body upgrade option. The system instantly consumed all 100 points, only to increase the spirit rank by a tiny 0.1%. Su Hong looked completely annoyed by the result. In his mind, upgrading this special physique felt ridiculously expensive compared to everything else. After thinking it over, he decided reaching Tier 2 mattered more right now. He grabbed his jacket and headed for the door, planning to hunt monsters in the ferocious beast room to earn more points. But before he could leave, he bumped into Grandmaster Chen Tianli. The old master casually asked whether Su Hong still lacked a healing martial art. Hearing that question immediately made Su Hong nervous because he already had a pretty good guess what the Grandmaster was planning next. Not long later, the two arrived at the Hang City training camp. Grandmaster Wang Qingshan stood before a large crowd of trainees and announced a brutal survival event. For 7 days, students would be sent into the 10,000 monster mountain range with no outside supplies and would have to survive completely on their own. Disguised among the local trainees while carrying his spear, Su Hong quietly listened to the rules. He quickly noticed the difference between Hang City and Star City. As a provincial capital, Hang City had far stronger students. Here, trainees only earned points by killing beasts at their own level or higher. Once the event officially began, Su Hong immediately rushed into the mountain range alongside everyone else. Back outside the forest, Wang Qingshan questioned Chen Tianli's confidence. He pointed out that Su Hong had not even reached Tier 2 yet. Chen Tianli stayed completely relaxed and reminded him about their bet. If Su Hong won the survival challenge, Wang Qingshan would have to teach him an A-rank healing martial art. In exchange, Chen Tianli boldly promised to teach an A-rank martial art to every Hang City student capable of defeating Su Hong. Wang Qingshan looked amused by that deal and wondered whether Chen Tianli could really afford to make such a promise, especially since many students there were already Tier 2 fighters. Chen Tianli still didn't seem worried. He claimed that facing stronger beasts early would help Su Hong grow faster. A moment later, though, his expression changed after hearing that creatures connected to the 10,000 races demonic cult had also appeared in the mountains. Wang Qingshan casually explained that they were mostly low-level Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts, acting as though it was no big issue. Chen Tianli immediately complained that sending students against Tier 3 monsters sounded like a death sentence. Wang Qingshan answered coldly that the war between the 10,000 races was cruel, and true experts could only be created through dangerous battles and hardship. Hearing that, Chen Tianli could only sigh and accept the situation. At that point, he figured it would already count as a success if Su Hong managed to come back alive. Meanwhile, deep inside the wilderness, Su Hong was doing far more than surviving. With a lightning-covered spear strike, he sliced the head clean off a massive wolf beast. Excited to test his newly learned techniques, he followed up by releasing countless beams of golden metal energy that tore through an entire pack of monsters. Right after that, he switched to his wood attribute abilities. Thick, glowing vines erupted forward, wrapping around a giant snake before crushing it completely. As night covered the mountain range, Su Hong unleashed a huge water dragon that blasted through a flaming beast with overwhelming force, showing just how powerful his new A-rank martial arts had become. Later, he stepped into a dark cave surrounded by the glowing corpses of defeated beasts. Looking around at the destruction, Su Hong admitted to himself that the new techniques were unbelievably strong. Still, he also realized there was a downside. Using multiple A-rank martial arts back-to-back drained his spiritual energy much faster than expected. Standing inside the blood-stained cave surrounded by monster remains, Su Hong checked his system and saw that he had already gained more than 500 martial value points. Since his vitality had finally reached its limit, he decided the time had come to attempt his Tier 2 breakthrough. Sitting down to meditate, Su Hong started channeling all his newly earned points into his vitality. Soon, a blazing aura erupted around him as the system continuously strengthened his body and pushed it toward the next stage. At the same time, somewhere deep in the forest, a red-haired cultist wandered through the darkness while complaining about being stuck on patrol duty in the middle of the night. He felt certain nobody would ever discover their hidden sacrificial grounds buried in such a remote mountain range. But while passing near a cave, he suddenly noticed the freshly killed corpse of a giant beast lying outside the entrance. Realizing an outsider had entered their territory after all, the cultist slowly approached the cave before calling out toward whoever was hiding inside with a dangerous grin on his face. He threatened that refusing would only make things far more painful, bragging that he would skin him alive and slowly torture him first. Looking at the corpse of the blazing black tiger nearby, the man guessed the intruder was probably only around Tier 2 or maybe low Tier 3 strength at best. Inside the cave, Su Hong quietly listened to the arrogant threats. Since the cultist spoke about Tier 3 martial artists so casually, Su Hong originally suspected he might be facing a dangerous Tier 4 expert. Considering he had only just entered Tier 2 himself, he admitted he did not feel confident fighting someone that strong. Rather than risking it immediately, Su Hong decided escaping first would be smarter. He instantly launched a water dragon attack from inside the cave to create an opening for his retreat. The cultist grinned the moment he saw the incoming attack. Pulling out his sword, he sliced the giant water dragon apart with one swing and mocked the technique for only having the strength of an early Tier 2 attack. The moment he spotted Su Hong running, the cultist immediately chased after him. While pursuing him through the forest, the man casually praised Su Hong's talent, saying it was impressive for someone so young to defeat powerful beasts at such a low level. But right after complimenting him, he cruelly admitted that he especially enjoyed killing geniuses before they could grow stronger. A short while later, the cultist suddenly looked confused when Su Hong stopped running altogether. Turning around calmly, Su Hong explained that after sensing the energy from that last attack, he realized the cultist was only an early-stage Tier 3 martial artist, nowhere near as terrifying as he originally feared. At the same time, Su Hong noticed a strange tattoo on the man's neck and immediately recognized it as the symbol of the 10,000 Races demonic cult. He remembered hearing about them before. The group consisted of human traders who traded with alien races, carried out terrorist attacks, and even sacrificed their own people in exchange for power. Looking at the cultist with clear disgust, Su Hong released a blazing golden aura and declared that trash like him deserved to die. The cultist only smirked after hearing that. Wanting to prove his superiority, he unleashed an A-rank sword technique called Fire Slash. A huge flaming blade shot forward toward Su Hong. Since this was his first real fight against a Tier 3 martial artist, Su Hong decided not to hold back at all. He immediately countered with C-inverting, releasing a massive storm of golden lightning and water energy that completely crushed the incoming fire attack. Even Su Hong looked slightly surprised after seeing how easily his technique overwhelmed the enemy's A-rank martial art. Meanwhile, the cultist was starting to panic. He could not understand how someone an entire major realm below him was overpowering him so badly. What confused him even more was seeing Su Hong use both water and lightning attributes together. Frustrated, the cultist launched a wild series of sword strikes, but Su Hong dodged every attack with ease. Using his movement technique, Su Hong suddenly vanished from sight before reappearing directly behind the cultist. Without hesitation, he fired another devastating burst of golden lightning. The cultist instantly realized this attack was far stronger than his own Fire Slash and quickly tried to escape. But before he could get away, thick green vines suddenly burst from the ground and wrapped tightly around his leg. The cultist stared in shock after realizing Su Hong could also use wood attribute technique. Completely trapped by the vines, he had no chance to avoid the incoming lightning blast. The explosion swallowed him entirely. After the smoke and flashing energy finally faded, Su Hong looked down at the cultist's burned remains. But moments later, the body strangely started sinking into the ground like melting mud. Su Hong narrowed his eyes, wondering if the man had somehow survived by using a strange movement or transformation technique. Soon after, the cultist reappeared with his body now covered in thick magma-like rock armor. Looking furious, He cursed his terrible luck for running into such a ridiculous human genius in the middle of nowhere. The armored cultist warned Su Hong that there was no escape left this time and prepared to attack again. Then his body started changing even further. Large wings burst from his back as he activated a bloodline transformation. Looking completely full of himself, he demanded that Su Hong witness the power of the celestial race. Su Hong looked more disgusted than impressed. Pointing his spear forward, he mocked the cultist for turning himself into a strange-looking monster and called the entire demonic cult insane. The cultist casually grabbed the tip of Su Hong's spear with his armored hand and proudly claimed that once the bloodline transformation was complete, he would become a true celestial being. Still holding onto the spear, he declared that Su Hong had to die for interfering with their sacrificial ritual. Su Hong answered immediately. A blast of fire exploded forward and pierced straight through one of the cultist's newly grown wings, leaving him stunned. Taking advantage of the opening, Su Hong instantly activated Flame Cage, trapping the cultist inside a burning prison of fire. Right after that, he poured pure lightning energy into his spear and unleashed the heaven-breaking final stance from his A-rank spear technique. The lightning-covered spear pierced directly through the cultist's hardened rock armor before detonating with explosive force through his chest. The magma armor shattered apart piece by piece while the cultist looked completely unable to accept what had happened. Seconds later, his transformed body broke apart entirely. When the battle finally ended, Su Hong checked his system and was surprised to see he had earned 212 martial value points from killing just one cultist. He quickly realized hunting these fanatics was far more rewarding than fighting beasts. Normally, he needed to spend a long time battling monsters just to collect around 500 points. Then he remembered the cultist mentioning some kind of sacrificial ritual. After thinking it over, Su Hong guessed there were probably captives somewhere nearby. He immediately contacted Grandmaster Chen Tianli and requested backup. Back at the Hang City training camp, Chen Tianli checked the message before informing Grandmaster Wang Qingshan about the demonic cult's activities in the mountains and the ongoing sacrifice ritual. Wang Qingshan calmly drank his tea and did not seem particularly worried. Chen Tianli explained that the cult was apparently sacrificing its own brainwashed followers this time, meaning there were no innocent civilians involved. Hearing that, Wang Qingshan looked amused and asked why Chen Tianli was still sitting there drinking tea instead of rushing off to save his student. Chen Tianli casually replied that there was no reason to panic because Su Hong had already killed the early-stage Tier 3 cultist. Wang Qingshan immediately dismissed the idea, saying there was no way a Tier 1 trainee could defeat a Tier 3 cultist. He assumed Su Hong was simply exaggerating his accomplishments. Chen Tianli did not bother arguing and just told him to believe whatever he wanted. 3 days later, deep inside the wilderness, Su Hong stood beside the freshly severed head of a giant multi-eyed snake beast. Leaning against the corpse while checking his system stats, he looked slightly disappointed. Even after spending 3 full days hunting Tier 3 beasts non-stop, he had only managed to gather 832 martial value points. Comparing the results, he complained that killing just a few cultists had been far more profitable than all this exhausting monster hunting. Right then, his sharpened senses suddenly detected someone hiding nearby. On a tree branch above him stood a blue-haired woman with black wing-shaped tattoos covering her back. She smiled playfully and complimented Su Hong for noticing her presence so quickly. Cold ice energy slowly gathered in her hand while she kept smiling at him. Even while sounding flirtatious, she casually announced that since he had wandered into their territory, she would have to kill him. Without warning, she launched a rapid storm of deadly ice spikes toward him. Instead of feeling nervous, Su Hong actually smiled after seeing who his new opponent was. In response, Su Hong immediately summoned a gigantic water dragon to meet it head-on. The two attacks collided with explosive force, shaking the battlefield as water and energy crashed together violently. A huge wave of smoke and steam spread across the area, covering everything in a thick haze. The smoke had barely cleared when the female cultist attacked again. A whip suddenly shot out toward Su Hong, but he reacted immediately and grabbed it midair without hesitation. Instead of killing her right away, Su Hong decided she might still be useful. He wanted information about the other demonic cult bases first. With a powerful pull, he yanked the whip hard enough to drag the woman straight toward him through the air. The moment she got close, Su Hong drove a brutal cold fist straight into her stomach, instantly taking her down. Standing over her injured body, he lowered his glowing spear toward her neck and demanded to know where the cult's base was located. Terrified and coughing blood, the woman quickly gave in. She revealed that the base was about 10 kilometers north of their current position. Su Hong continued questioning her, asking how many Tier 3 fighters were stationed there. She admitted there were 3 Tier 3 experts along with 3 Tier 2 fighters. After hearing that, Su Hong quickly started calculating in his head. Since he had already killed some cultists earlier, that meant only 1 Tier 3 fighter remained. If he wiped out the rest, the rewards should easily push him past 1,000 martial value points, enough to upgrade his telekinesis to Tier 2. But the cultist suddenly attacked again. Refusing to stay defeated, she lashed her whip outward to create distance and angrily shouted that Su Hong had underestimated her. A moment later, she activated a bloodline transformation. Large wings burst from her back as her body changed into a heavenly god race form, allowing her to hover in the air confidently. She proudly claimed her strength had doubled and declared that killing Su Hong would now be effortless. Su Hong didn't even give her time to finish boasting. He immediately thrust his spear forward, releasing a gigantic pillar of golden lightning that pierced directly through her chest. As the transformed body slowly returned to normal, Su Hong pulled his spear free while coldly telling her to hand over her point. The system rewarded him with another 208 martial value points, leaving him extremely satisfied with how profitable these cultists had become. Meanwhile, deeper inside the cult's territory, a small squad of Hang City trainees found themselves trapped near a massive stone pyramid. The moment they realized they were surrounded, panic spread among them. Their information had been completely wrong. Instead of facing a few Tier 2 enemies, they had walked straight into a group filled with Tier 3 cultists. The cult's blood commander calmly ordered his followers to kill the intruders. The cultists rushed forward excitedly after noticing that several of the trainees were Tier 2 geniuses. Some even laughed while talking about using their bodies as sacrifices. The trapped students quickly grouped together, fully aware things were turning hopeless. Even so, they decided to fight until the end and trusted their grandmaster would eventually avenge them. Far above the battlefield, Grandmasters Wang Qingshan and Chen Tianli silently watched everything unfold from a cliff. Wang Qingshan proudly pointed out Hang City's top 3 geniuses to his rival while praising their courage for standing against stronger Tier 3 enemies. He explained that he planned to let them struggle for a while to gain combat experience and would only interfere if they truly faced death. Chen Tianli simply smiled and casually replied that there was no need for either of them to step in. He confidently revealed that his own little monster, Su Hong, was already rushing toward the valley to rescue Wang Qingshan's students. Wang Qingshan immediately stared at him like he had gone crazy. He completely dismissed the idea that a Tier 1 trainee could save anyone from a squad full of Tier 3 experts. Down in the valley, one of Hang City's top students stepped forward to protect his teammates and declared they would fight and die together. A cultist charged toward them with glowing red claws, laughing that none of them were escaping alive. The trainee prepared himself for the final attack. But suddenly, a spear wrapped in crackling golden lightning shot across the battlefield and slammed the cultist into a tree instantly. The remaining cultists stopped moving and angrily demanded to know who had interfered. Then Su Hong appeared. He arrived in a burst of lightning directly in front of the stunned trainees. Without slowing down, he grabbed 2 cultists by their heads using his lightning-enhanced speed and smashed them together violently. Spinning around, he unleashed a rapid storm of lightning punches that instantly wiped out several more enemies nearby. After clearing the area, Su Hong calmly hid his aura and casually asked the shocked trainees whether they were hurt. The Hang City students stared at him in total amazement. They immediately recognized him as Su Hong from Star City and could hardly believe someone so young was casually killing Tier 3 experts like this. Watching from above, Wang Qingshan started sweating nervously. He demanded to know why Chen Tianli's student could suddenly use powerful lightning techniques when he supposedly still needed healing arts. Seeing Su Hong fight so freely without exhausting himself, Wang Qingshan started suspecting he had already broken through to Tier 2. Even Chen Tianli looked secretly stunned. He suddenly realized Su Hong had advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2 in only a few days, which even he found completely ridiculous. Back in the valley, Su Hong told the Hang City trainees to retreat while he handled the remaining enemies himself. Still completely overwhelmed by what they had just witnessed, the students quickly warned him to stay alive before escaping the battlefield. The moment they disappeared, a greedy smile spread across Su Hong's face. The female cultist had lied earlier. There were not just a few Tier 3 enemies here, there were over a dozen of them. To Su Hong, that sounded perfect. At roughly 200 martial value points per kill, this battle was starting to look incredibly profitable. A giant cultist suddenly charged straight at him while roaring that he would crush him into pieces. Su Hong casually avoided the attack, slipped past the man's defense, and slammed a heavy punch into his stomach hard enough to send the massive cultist crashing to the ground. Golden lightning gathered around Su Hong's hands again as he calmly turned toward the remaining enemies and announced that it was now their turn. The surviving cultists immediately backed away in fear after seeing how overwhelming his strength was. At the same time, another man slowly climbed the stairs of the giant pyramid while the terrified cultists screamed that Su Hong was a monster and begged their commander to save them. Once the man reached the top, he inhaled deeply. Instead of caring about the dead cultists, he happily declared that their sacrifice had been worth it. Su Hong looked confused when the blood from every dead body suddenly began floating upward against gravity. Streams of blood gathered together and rushed toward the top of the pyramid, swirling around the commander's body. At that moment, Su Hong realized this had been the cult's real ritual all along. The blood suddenly exploded into brilliant golden light. When the glow faded, the commander had transformed into a blonde figure with massive white wings spread behind him. Hovering proudly above the altar, the winged man looked down at everyone and arrogantly demanded to know why these lowly humans were not kneeling before a noble member of the heavenly god race. Meanwhile, Su Hong tightened his grip on his spear and smiled excitedly. After all, if defeating a mutated cultist already gave him huge rewards, then killing a pure-blooded heavenly god race member might earn him an insane amount of martial value points. The heavenly god race member looked down at Su Hong with pure arrogance, acting as if humans were beneath him. He coldly demanded to know who gave a mere ant permission to even raise his head toward him. According to him, Su Hong would pay for that disrespect with his life. Before Su Hong could react, the winged man suddenly disappeared. A split second later, he reappeared right behind him. Even Su Hong got caught off guard by the terrifying speed. He barely managed to block the incoming strike, but the impact still smashed the ground beneath his feet and sent shockwaves across the valley. Floating in the air, the heavenly god smirked after realizing Su Hong was far stronger than the average young human fighter. Su Hong wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately understood how dangerous the heavenly god race truly was. The possessed cultist admitted he originally came expecting to casually wipe out weak humans during the ritual. But after seeing Su Hong's strength, he decided this human genius needed to die immediately before becoming a future threat. Then, suddenly, cracks spread across the man's arm. Annoyed, he muttered that the human body he possessed had not even reached Tier 4 vitality yet and was already struggling to handle his divine power. Even so, he confidently claimed that peak Tier 3 strength was more than enough to crush Su Hong. Hearing that explanation, Su Hong finally realized the truth. This was not a real heavenly god in his true body. It was only a possessed human vessel that was slowly breaking apart under the pressure. Golden lightning gathered around Su Hong's fist as he activated Thunder Rush Fist. This time, he boldly declared that the outcome of the battle was no longer guaranteed. The two immediately charged at each other. Their fists collided over and over in a violent exchange of attacks that shook the entire valley. Every impact blasted apart the ground around them. Watching from the cliffs above, Chun Tianli casually commented that the heavenly god race really did deserve its reputation for physical strength if it could keep up with his student. Beside him, Wang Qingshan looked completely stunned. What shocked him most was not the heavenly god, it was Su Hong. He could not understand how a fighter from a lower realm was matching, and even overpowering, a possessed heavenly god using pure physical strength alone. Su Hong eventually landed a heavy lightning-covered punch that forced the winged enemy backward. Bruised and bleeding, the heavenly god stared at him in disbelief and demanded to know what kind of monstrous physique he possessed. He admitted that even while fighting the greatest geniuses across countless battlefields, he had never lost a direct clash of raw strength before. Yet now, a human was actually pushing him back. Meanwhile, Su Hong looked completely relaxed. Smirking confidently, he mocked the heavenly god and told him to keep fighting if he still had energy left. A fiery aura exploded around Su Hong as excitement filled his expression. Ever since awakening the Overlord body, he had constantly worried about accidentally killing ordinary opponents too easily. Now, for the first time in a long while, he finally had someone strong enough to let him fight seriously without holding back. Su Hong even admitted that he wished the heavenly god's real body were present because this weakened host was stopping the battle from becoming truly satisfying. The heavenly god instantly became furious after hearing that. Feeling humiliated by being looked down on by a human, he roared in anger and activated his ultimate technique. A giant golden portal opened in the sky. From within the portal, countless glowing spears slowly emerged and floated above the battlefield. Hovering proudly in the air, the heavenly god announced that Su Hong was the very first person who had forced him to use divine arsenal. The moment Su Hong sensed the power radiating from those golden spears, his expression became serious. Every single weapon carried enough destructive force to kill a Tier 3 martial artist instantly. Then the system suddenly notified him that divine arsenal could not be copied or learned. That completely surprised him since he had never encountered an unlearnable martial art before. Watching from above, Wang Qingshan immediately recognized the technique. He explained that divine arsenal was an innate martial art exclusive to heavenly gods with extremely pure bloodlines. Hearing that, Chen Tianli realized the being possessing the cultist might actually be a high-ranking noble from the alien race. Wang Qingshan quickly urged him to interfere before Su Hong got killed. But Chen Tianli calmly stopped him and said there was still no need to panic because Su Hong had not even used his strongest move yet. Then, with obvious pride, he revealed that Su Hong possessed perfect compatibility with all 7 elements. Wang Qingshan looked completely stunned after hearing that. He could hardly process the idea that Su Hong had already mastered combining thunder and fire elements while still only being a Tier 1 martial artist. Meanwhile, the heavenly god also acknowledged Su Hong's terrifying potential. He openly admitted that if this human were allowed to keep growing, he would become a huge threat to the heavenly god race. Because of that, he decided Su Hong absolutely had to die here. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly god unleashed divine arsenal. Thousands of glowing golden spears rained down toward Su Hong like a storm. But Su Hong simply smiled. He calmly replied that the heavenly god was also the first opponent who had forced him to fight seriously. Lightning exploded around his spear as he activated the ultimate third stance of the 9 heaven-breaking spears technique. With a powerful upward thrust, Su Hong released a gigantic blast of pure lightning energy. The attack tore straight through the descending golden spears and shattered them effortlessly. The heavenly god stared in horror, shouting that such power was impossible. But before he could react further, the overwhelming lightning blast crashed directly into him. A massive explosion covered the battlefield. The possessed body was instantly burned to ashes and shattered apart completely. Even after destroying the heavenly god, the attack still kept going, splitting the enormous stone pyramid in half. Standing before the ruined battlefield, Su Hong breathed heavily while trying to recover from the exhausting fight. Then his system notified him of the reward. 843 martial value point. Seeing the number instantly made the brutal battle feel worth it. A moment later, Wang Qingshan landed beside him and excitedly praised Su Hong as a priceless genius. He even grabbed Su Hong's face while admitting that if he had not witnessed the battle personally, he never would have believed a Tier 2 martial artist could defeat a heavenly god. Despite all the praise, Su Hong stayed surprisingly calm. In his mind, if even an ordinary member of one of the top 10 races had forced him to use his strongest move, then the true elite geniuses from those races must be unbelievably dangerous. Wang Qingshan eventually concluded that defeating one low-ranking heavenly god was not enough reason to become overly proud. 4 days later, the wilderness survival training officially ended at the Hang City camp. When the final rankings appeared, Su Hong completely dominated the leaderboard with an unbelievable 17,210 points. Second place only had 4,700. A lot of trainees instantly accused him of cheating because they refused to believe someone from a lower realm could earn such a ridiculous score. However, the Hang City students Su Hong had rescued quickly defended him. They explained that Su Hong was terrifyingly strong and had casually one-shot Tier 3 demonic cultists. Later, students tried searching for Su Hong to ask for guidance, only to discover that Grandmaster Wang Qingshan was personally teaching him an A-rank martial art. After leaving the training hall, Wang Qingshan complained to Chen Tianli in complete disbelief that Su Hong had mastered the healing art in only half a day. Chen Tianli simply laughed and told him to start getting used to it. Meanwhile, Su Hong sat alone inside a training room while meditating and circulating the energy of his newly learned healing technique. He was amazed by how effective the A-rank healing art was, especially after noticing it had completely erased old hidden injuries and scars throughout his body. When he checked his system afterward, Su Hong felt even more satisfied. His martial value total had climbed past 41,800 points thanks to the wilderness battles. After calculating carefully, he realized the huge amount was enough to raise his spiritual power to 500 points, officially making him a Tier 2 spirit master while still leaving plenty behind to strengthen his vitality further. Far away from human territory, on the Heavenly God race's home planet, a meeting was taking place inside the Grand Heavenly God Palace. A massive statue-like entity questioned its subordinates with visible anger, demanding to know how one of their clansmen could lose to a human who was an entire realm lower, especially after using divine arsenal. One subordinate respectfully confirmed the humiliating defeat and admitted that the human they faced was an unprecedented monster among geniuses. Soon, another clansman named Tian Shang stepped forward after being summoned. Recognizing Su Hong as a massive future threat, the statue immediately issued an official heavenly god race kill order and demanded the boy's elimination as quickly as possible. Tian Shang accepted the assassination mission with a confident and sinister smile. Afterward, the statue asked for updates regarding the divine object fragments hidden within human territory. The subordinate explained that they still had not secured any fragments yet, but they recently intercepted promising information. The statue ordered them to continue searching in secret no matter the cost, while making sure humanity remained completely unaware of their movements. Meanwhile, at the Star City training camp, trainees gathered around a live feed showing Wang Tianyuo decapitating a Tier 2 bear beast with his bone netherfire fist. The crowd commented that ever since Su Hong defeated Wang Tianyuo, Xian, and Lin Xingyi, the three elite trainees had completely changed. After losing, they started training like mad every single day, spending all their contribution points on strength pills and non-stop combat room sessions. Their hard work paid off fast. Within just 1 month, all three successfully broke through to Tier 2. Even Lin Xingyi dropped his usual flashy attitude and trained hard enough to build a heavily muscular body. The three elites waited confidently for Su Hong's return, eager for another fight. Later, outside the camp, instructor Lin Si welcomed Grandmaster Qin Tianli back. Noticing Su Hong wasn't with him, Lin Si asked where the boy had gone. Qin Tianli explained that Su Hong wanted to stay in the wilderness for a few extra days of solo training. When Lin Si worried the kid might miss the end of camp, the Grandmaster casually replied that Su Hong wasn't dumb enough to show up late. 2 days later, deep inside the wilderness, Su Hong sat meditating on top of a tall stone pillar while a giant snake beast coiled below. Golden energy surged around him as he absorbed the gains from his recent battles. Soon, his system confirmed that his spiritual power had finally crossed the 500-point threshold. Below him, the giant snake sensed prey and lunged upward with a roar. Su Hong casually raised a glowing hand and stopped the beast mid-attack using telekinesis. Then he activated weapon condensation art, forming a construct of golden energy around the immobilized snake. The energy shaped itself into a giant golden sword, and with a single command, Su Hong brought the blade crashing down and split the beast clean in half. As the remains dropped away and the weapon dispersed, Su Hong admired the destructive power he now possessed as a Tier 2 Spirit Master. Wanting to test his limits further, he attempted a 3-attribute fusion by gathering thunder, fire, and metal energy together in his hands. The second the three elements combined, the energy became unstable. Su Hong realized too late that he'd lost control. The resulting explosion shattered the entire stone pillar beneath him. Coughing while buried in rubble, he noted the backlash from the failed fusion, but also realized that if the attack actually succeeded, it could probably injure a Tier 4 expert. On the final day of camp, a ragged-looking Su Hong finally walked back through the front gate. The moment other trainees spotted him, they rushed off to inform Wang Tianyuo, excited to see the long-awaited rematch happen. Grandmaster Qin Tianli asked Wang Tianyuo, Xiaonan, and Lin Xingyi whether they really believed they could defeat Su Hong this time. All three confidently declared victory was guaranteed. Completely unfazed by the crowd or their confidence, Su Hong simply asked whether they were really sure about challenging him again. The three released their new Tier 2 auras. Wang Tianyuo warned Su Hong not to underestimate them anymore, while Xian confidently claimed she could beat him by herself. Su Hong gave an awkward little apology before suddenly erupting with fiery energy and revealing that he had also reached Tier 2 as a martial artist. Shocked but unwilling to back down, Xian activated her own power and declared that being a Tier 1 Spirit Master meant she wasn't afraid of him. She immediately used weapon condensation art, summoning a giant golden sword from the sky. Su Hong answered with the exact same technique. Another massive golden sword appeared above him. The moment the two weapons collided, Su Hong's sword completely crushed Xian's spiritual weapon before it could even descend. The backlash made her cough up blood instantly. Pointing his summoned sword toward the trio, Su Hong apologized again before revealing he was also a Spirit Master. The three elites stepped back in complete shock. They finally realized Su Hong was a dual Tier 2 martial artist and Spirit Master with a top-tier physique. During their previous sparring match, he hadn't even used his full strength. Finding the trio too weak to satisfy him, Su Hong smirked and invited the entire training camp to attack him together. Hoping to collect martial value points from everyone present, he released a powerful glare toward the surrounding trainees, crushing their fighting spirit almost instantly. The crowd immediately panicked, yelling out their surrender and begging him to stick to fighting the elite students instead. Watching from the side, instructors Baimu and Lin Si complained to Grandmaster Qin Tianli, feeling betrayed that he never mentioned Su Hong was also a spirit master. Meanwhile, a sweating and speechless Qin Tianli stood there in total surprise himself, clearly unaware his student had already reached Tier 2 as a spirit master too. Once the instructors realized even the Grandmaster didn't know, they watched Qin Tianli suddenly throw his head back and burst into loud laughter. He proudly declared Su Hong to be a once-in-a-thousand-years monster destined to save humanity. As Su Hong casually beat down waves of trainees, Baimu asked whether they should stop the fight. Lin Si laughed and brushed it off, calling the whole thing normal youthful energy. Then everything changed. Grandmaster Qin Tianli's expression suddenly hardened after sensing an overwhelming presence approaching. A fiery giant rock descended from the sky, ordering the humans to leave its territory now that their 30 days were over. Standing victoriously on top of a pile of unconscious trainees, Su Hong looked up and immediately recognized the massive beast. Annoyed by the rock's attitude, Qin Tianli exploded with his own overwhelming aura. He declared that he'd already tolerated the bird long enough and mocked its attempt to intimidate him. Before the giant rock could even react, Qin Tianli launched a barrage of punches straight into it. Watching from below, Su Hong stared in amazement at the blazing flames of a Tier 7 Grandmaster, comparing the battle to immortals clashing in the sky. Standing on top of the badly beaten rock's head, Qin Tianli completely ignored its desperate cries for mercy. When the beast warned that it had powerful backing, the Grandmaster casually told it to call its boss over too so he could beat that one up as well. That confidence disappeared the moment a booming voice echoed across the sky and ordered him to stop. Dark clouds spread overhead as a gigantic shadowy figure with glowing red eyes appeared behind them, staring down at the entire region. Lin Si and Baimu looked horrified as they realized the giant rock was connected to the legendary Lord of 10,000 Monsters. Nearby, Su Hong's hands tightened as cold sweat formed across his body. He immediately recognized the entity as one of the supreme rulers of the mountain range, a being guaranteed to be at least Tier 9, or possibly even a king-level existence. The massive shadowy figure known as the Lord of 10,000 Monsters, he could feel the terrifying pressure coming from its gaze alone. That brief encounter made one thing painfully clear to him: compared to true top-tier experts, his current strength meant almost nothing. Even though he had already reached Tier 2, it suddenly felt insignificant in front of a Tier 9 existence. For the first time in a while, genuine fear settled into his mind. He started thinking about his aunt and uncle back in Star City. If a monster on that level ever attacked the city, there would be nothing he could do to protect them. Looking up at the sky, Su Hong quietly made a decision. He would keep getting stronger no matter what it took. He swore to continue breaking through every limit until he eventually reached the legendary King Realm. Meanwhile, Qin Tianli finally released the heavily injured Great Rock Beast. Since the creature now had the backing of the Lord of 10,000 Monsters, even he chose not to push things further. The furious beast swore revenge before flying away into the distance. After it left, Qin Tianli felt relieved knowing the Lord of 10,000 Monsters was restricted by an ancient agreement with humanity and could not casually attack human territory. Thankfully, despite the frightening interruption, the training camp ended without any further incidents. As the students gathered near the buses preparing to return home, Su Hong slung his backpack over his shoulder, already looking forward to finally seeing his aunt and uncle after an entire month away. Right then, Lu and Chen Shan ran over to greet him. Lu happily told Su Hong that he was definitely going to become famous throughout Star City after this. Chen Shan looked much more awkward. Bringing up their earlier conflicts, he quietly asked Su Hong not to hold any grudges against him. Su Hong simply sighed and replied that he was not petty enough to care about something like that anymore. Once the group returned to Star City, an official welcomed the trainees back and congratulated everyone for surviving the brutal training. The official then announced a huge celebration banquet at the city lord's estate, promising rewards and gifts for all participants. While most of the trainees cheered excitedly, Su Hong honestly just wanted to skip the whole thing and go home to rest. Later that evening, guests slowly filled the enormous city lord estate. Inside the luxurious banquet hall, an attendant politely guided two nervous-looking guests to their seats. Su Hong's aunt and uncle sat awkwardly at one of the tables, clearly uncomfortable in such a wealthy environment. Some of the rich guests nearby noticed their simple clothing and quietly wondered why ordinary migrant workers had been invited to such an important gathering. Su Hong's aunt worried that their appearance might embarrass him in front of everyone. His uncle sighed and admitted they had already worn their best clothes, but still felt like they did not belong there. Before they could worry any further, Principal Lee from number 1 high school approached them warmly and greeted them as Su Hong's relatives. The couple looked completely caught off guard that someone so important was speaking to them personally. Principal Lee kindly told them to relax and enjoy themselves. Moments later, Wu Ling, the president of the Star City Martial Artist Association, hurried over enthusiastically and shook Su Hong's uncle's hand. She openly praised Su Hong as the greatest genius she had ever seen, leaving the poor man even more overwhelmed. Nearby wealthy guests watched the scene in total shock. None of them could understand why so many important figures were treating this ordinary-looking couple with such respect. Meanwhile, at the main table, several of Star City's most powerful leaders had gathered together. Lin Xinghui's father confidently praised the city lord while assuming his own son, Wang Tianyuo, had obviously taken first place in the competition. The city lord modestly brushed aside the compliment while praising the other family's children instead. Then Shurao Yan's father joined in, arguing that his daughter's spirit master abilities were clearly superior and insisting she should have ranked first. Lin Xinghui's father immediately fired back, claiming his son's speed alone would beat both of their children. Before long, the three fathers were openly arguing over whose child was the strongest. Wang Tianyuo's father even slammed the table at one point while insisting his son's attack power guaranteed victory. Watching the ridiculous argument from a distance, Principal Lee quietly asked President Wu Ling whether she planned to stop them. Wu Ling refused immediately and joked that listening to them brag any longer might make her want to punch someone. She confidently added that there was no reason to interrupt because the moment Su Hong arrived, the argument would end on its own. Principal Lee looked doubtful, but Wu Ling simply smiled and claimed it was a woman's intuition. Right then, a guard suddenly announced that the trainee buses had arrived. Excited to welcome the next generation of Star City talents, the city lord proudly invited everyone outside. The three proud fathers confidently stood beside the red carpet, ready to greet their victorious children. But the smiles on their faces disappeared instantly. The moment their children stepped off the bus, everyone saw that the three top geniuses were covered in bruises and bandages. The horrified fathers rushed over immediately. As the city lord panicked over his son's injuries, Lin Xinghui casually mentioned that Wang Tianyuo had actually suffered the worst beating because he refused to surrender. The fathers stood there completely confused, unable to understand who could possibly defeat all three top geniuses at once. Then things became even more shocking. The city leaders sensed their children's auras and realized all three had successfully broken through to Tier 2. Now they were even more confused. What kind of monster could overpower three newly advanced Tier 2 geniuses simultaneously? The three elite students admitted defeat honestly. Wang Tianyuo confessed that his opponent's raw strength was overwhelming. Lin Xinghui admitted he had completely lost in terms of speed. Shurao Yan revealed that even her spiritual power had been crushed. The exhausted trio then warned their fathers that the winner was an absolute monster before telling everyone to look toward the bus. Soon, the rest of the trainees stepped out. Every single one looked beaten up. Then, almost like they had rehearsed it beforehand, the trainees quickly formed two neat rows beside the red carpet. Su Hong casually walked forward between them while carrying his spear and looking perfectly fine. Seeing the dramatic scene around him, Su Hong only felt awkward and wished he could quietly leave already. The moment he spotted his aunt and uncle in the crowd, though, his expression immediately brightened and he called out to them. The surrounding elites looked stunned after realizing this unbelievable genius actually came from an ordinary family background. As the crowd shifted, Su Hong's aunt suddenly lost her balance and almost fell. Before she could hit the ground, a gentle wave of spiritual power lifted her safely into the air. Su Hong quickly used his telekinesis to carefully lower her back down before asking if either of them had gotten hurt. His uncle looked amazed by the ability while his aunt quickly assured him she was fine. Relieved, his uncle admitted they had been worried about him the entire time. Su Hong smiled warmly and reassured them. Watching this scene, the city lord and Shurao Yan's father looked completely shocked. At that moment they realized Su Hong was not only a Tier 2 martial artist, he was also a Tier 2 spirit master. Shurao Yan's father finally understood why his daughter had lost so badly. Nearby, Principal Lee and President Wu Ling immediately started accusing each other of secretly hiding Su Hong's spirit master abilities. A few seconds later, both realized neither of them had known either. Recovering quickly, Wu Ling proudly announced that nobody in Star City could challenge her association anymore. Principal Lee looked equally thrilled and excitedly declared that number 1 high school was about to dominate the entire city. Meanwhile, news of Su Hong's true strength spread through the banquet hall like wildfire. The wealthy guests immediately began scrambling for their phones, desperately trying to gather information about him. Some started arranging expensive gifts, while others even called their daughters to come to the estate, hoping to connect their families with the city's rising genius. Seeing the perfect opportunity, the city lord quickly ordered an attendant to bring over a premium bank card along with several property deeds. Approaching Su Hong personally, he loudly praised him as a once-in-a-generation talent before gifting him a luxury villa and 3 million in cash as a reward for taking first place. The other powerful fathers immediately realized the city lord had completely invented the reward on the spot to secure Su Hong's loyalty first. Smiling warmly, the city lord extended his hand and promised to support Su Hong fully in the future. Su Hong immediately understood the situation. Rejecting the gift publicly would offend one of the most powerful men in Star City. But accepting it would also mean owing the city lord a favor later on. Su Hong quietly looked over the rewards being offered to him. After thinking it through, he realized this arrangement actually benefited him a lot. With the city lord protecting his family, he would finally be able to focus on getting stronger without constantly worrying about his aunt and uncle back in Star City. At the same time, Su Hong also knew he wasn't alone. Grandmaster Qin Tianli, President Wu Ling, and Principal Li were all supporting him as well. Because of that, he wasn't worried the city lord would try forcing him into unreasonable obligations later. After making up his mind, Su Hong thanked the city lord sincerely and admitted that he truly did need the help. The city lord smiled warmly and shook his hand firmly, telling Su Hong not to hesitate if there was anything else he wanted. Su Hong immediately brought up the thing that mattered most to him, his aunt's rare illness. Behind him, his aunt and uncle instantly became emotional after hearing that. Even in front of so many powerful people, Su Hong's first concern was still their well-being. The city lord reacted without hesitation. He immediately turned toward Director Xiang and ordered him to gather the best medical resources available to help with the treatment. Then he looked back at Su Hong with clear approval, saying he liked straightforward young people, and asking what else he needed. This time, Su Hong admitted he wanted a better weapon. The city lord burst into laughter and generously told him to choose anything he liked from the Wang family armory. As Su Hong thanked him again, the city lord secretly felt more satisfied the more requests Su Hong made. In his mind, every favor tied the young genius a little closer to the Wang family. Before leaving, Su Hong asked his aunt and uncle to wait for him at the banquet. Meanwhile, the city lord instructed his son, Wang Tiantua, to continue hosting the event while he personally guided Su Hong away. The surrounding guests watched the scene with mixed emotions. Many quietly whispered among themselves, amazed at how Su Hong's entire family status had completely changed overnight. Soon, the two arrived at the city lord manor's armory. The enormous hall was filled with rows of weapons, armor, and specialized equipment made from various alloy materials. The city lord casually led Su Hong past the C-rank and B-rank sections, telling him not to waste time there and to head directly toward the A-rank weapon area instead. As Su Hong walked through the displays, he quickly realized just how valuable these items really were. Even a single A-rank alloy weapon could cost hundreds of millions. It became obvious that the city lord was being extremely generous in order to strengthen ties with him. After examining several weapons, Su Hong suddenly asked whether the armory had any multi-attribute alloy weapons available. The city lord stopped walking and looked genuinely surprised. He immediately asked if Su Hong was actually a multi-attribute martial artist. Rather than answering directly, Su Hong simply released his power. A moment later, 7 different elemental energies appeared around him, swirling through the air like living forces. The city lord stared at the scene in complete disbelief as the 7 attributes rotated around Su Hong one after another. For a second, he could barely even speak. Su Hong calmly watched the reaction. Since he had already decided to accept the city lord's support, revealing more of his talent would only increase his value further. Meanwhile, the city lord's thoughts were in complete chaos. Normally, cultivating multiple attributes slowed down martial artists tremendously because balancing different elemental powers was incredibly difficult. Yet somehow, Su Hong had already reached Tier 2 while cultivating all 7 attributes at once. And that wasn't even the most ridiculous part. He was also a Tier 2 spirit master and possessed a physique powerful enough to surpass the legendary barbarian god body. At that moment, the city lord genuinely felt like Star City had just witnessed the rise of a once-in-a-generation monster, while jokingly complaining that he suddenly felt like a useless uncle in comparison. Su Hong looked slightly confused by the sudden emotional reaction and asked what had gotten into him. The city lord quickly cleared his throat and started searching through the weapon displays while explaining that true multi-attribute alloy weapons were incredibly rare. Although the armory did not contain any 7 attribute weapons, he eventually found a dark gold-black iron spearhead made from 3 different attribute. Even though it was only B rank, it was still an extremely rare item. The city lord offered to dismantle an A rank spear shaft and attach the spearhead onto it for Su Hong. But Su Hong politely refused. Instead, he explained that he could simply combine it with the shaft from his existing Thunderfire spear. Holding the glowing spearhead in his hand, Su Hong looked genuinely satisfied. For his current level, a 3 attribute alloy weapon was already more than enough. The city lord quietly warned Su Hong that strange things had started happening around Star City lately. He explained that while Su Hong had been away at training camp, reports of dual attribute and even multi-attribute ferocious beasts had started popping up all over the world. According to him, these mysterious anomalies weren't just creating stronger monsters, they were also bringing rare treasures with them. He brought up one recent case where a thunder beast supposedly touched some strange fragment and suddenly gained fire abilities too. The city lord mentioned that Stargazing Lake had become one of the hotspots for sightings of these mutated creatures, though he strongly advised Su Hong not to rush over there yet. In his view, the area was way too dangerous for someone still developing their strength. He suggested Su Hong wait until entering Martial Dao University, where he could get access to much better equipment and resources. Su Hong listened carefully and thanked him for the warning. A few hours later, a luxurious black car with the famous Jiangnan 00001 plate rolled into the old neighborhood outside Su Hong's apartment building. The moment the neighbors recognized the city lord's personal vehicle, people immediately gathered nearby to watch. Everyone started whispering among themselves, completely stunned. One woman in particular looked especially bitter. She secretly wished her own son, Lin Yan, could have achieved what Su Hong had. In frustration, she blamed the Su family for everything and even planned to raise their rent and kick them out later, still upset that Su Hong hadn't handed over his training camp spot to her son before. But the moment the car doors opened and Su Hong's family stepped out, her expression changed instantly. Su Hong's uncle proudly announced that Su Hong had taken first place at the training camp. He casually added that the city lord had rewarded them with a luxury villa and that they'd be moving out the next day. The landlady almost choked hearing that. When Su Hong's uncle politely asked for the extra rent money back, Su Hong's aunt quickly said there was no need for a refund, calling the money a gift for her sister Hong. Later that evening, while packing their belongings, Su Hong's aunt worried their old furniture might look embarrassing inside such a fancy villa. Su Hong simply smiled and told her none of that mattered to him. As long as the family was together and happy, he honestly didn't care what anyone thought. That night, Su Hong climbed onto the rooftop one last time to cultivate at the old house. Standing under the night sky, he felt a little nostalgic leaving behind the place where he had spent so much time growing stronger. He opened his system interface and checked his current stat. His spiritual power had already reached over 500 points. His overlord body had improved slightly, and several of his martial arts and movement techniques had advanced as well. Most importantly, he still had nearly 2,000 martial value points saved up. Without wasting time, Su Hong immediately started cultivating. As energy poured into his body, notification after notification appeared in his system while his vitality steadily climbed. His aura grew hotter and heavier until his vitality finally passed 700 points, pushing him into the Tier 2 middle stage. Red and purple energy surged around him while his muscles expanded from the sudden increase in strength. After a few moments, his body slowly settled back to normal. Wanting to learn more about the anomalies, Su Hong grabbed his phone and started searching online. The second he tightened his grip slightly, a cracking sound echoed out. The phone's screen shattered in his hand. Su Hong looked down awkwardly, realizing his body still hadn't fully adapted to the massive strength increase from his breakthrough. As he continued browsing the news, he found reports about an S-rank spirit herb discovered overseas and another beast that had somehow gained thunder and earth abilities after coming into contact with one of the mysterious fragments. Even stranger, every witness connected to the fragment had apparently died under unexplained circumstances. Eventually, Su Hong found the report he cared about most. A Tier 2 multi-attribute beast had appeared near Stargazing Lake, attracting Tier 3 and Tier 4 martial artists from different regions. After thinking things through, Su Hong admitted that while defeating a Tier 4 expert might still be difficult for him right now, escaping from one probably wouldn't be impossible anymore. By the end of the night, he had already made up his mind. Once his family finished moving into the new villa tomorrow, he planned to head straight for Stargazing Lake and investigate the anomaly himself. The following day, Su Hong and his family officially moved into their enormous new villa in one of Star City's most prestigious neighborhood. The moment they arrived, they found the house already packed with expensive gifts sent by wealthy families eager to build connections with Star City's newest rising star. The luxurious surroundings left Su Hong's aunt and uncle feeling a little overwhelmed. Su Guoming and his wife promised they would do their best not to cause any trouble or bring embarrassment to their talented nephew. Meanwhile, word of Su Hong's return spread quickly. Before long, influential families and wealthy socialites began showing up one after another. Many invited him to visit their homes, while others offered valuable gifts and rare treasures, all hoping to earn some goodwill from the young genius. Faced with the endless stream of visitors, Su Hong could only force a polite smile and repeatedly thank people while trying to decline their invitations. By the time the crowd finally thinned out, he dropped onto the couch and let out a long sigh. In his opinion, dealing with people was far more tiring than fighting monsters. Still, he didn't have much time to rest. He planned to visit Stargazing Lake that afternoon and needed to prepare. When Su Hong arrived at the local martial artist base later that day, he was surprised by the atmosphere. The courtyard was packed with martial artists, yet very few seemed interested in leaving. Curious, he listened to the conversations around him and quickly learned why. Many lower-tier fighters were nervously discussing the large number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts gathering near the anomaly. Most admitted they were too intimidated to head out themselves, worried they would be robbed or caught in conflicts between stronger cultivators. At the same time, on the second floor of the base, Yiku confronted a mysterious visitor. He demanded to know whether the rumors were true and whether Su Hong had really killed his cultist nephew. The guest calmly confirmed the news. Before Yiku could say anything else, the visitor stepped forward and released an overwhelming pressure throughout the room. The crushing force immediately drove Yiku to the floor. Surrounded by a terrifying crimson aura, the red-eyed noble warned him that he should show proper respect. Completely overwhelmed by the difference in strength, Yiku hurriedly apologized and begged for forgiveness. Later that afternoon, Su Hong finally arrived at Stargazing Lake. The shoreline was already crowded with martial artists from all over the region. Staying hidden behind a nearby tree, he quietly observed the various groups gathered around the water. After looking around, he noticed something interesting. There were no weak cultivators present. Everyone nearby was at least Tier 2 or Tier 3, and several powerful Tier 4 experts could be seen resting near the shore. Su Hong quickly realized how valuable these anomalies had become. If a single Tier 2 multi-attribute beast could attract so many experts, then the competition in larger regions must be even more intense. Suddenly, violent bubbles erupted across the lake. The entire shoreline immediately became alert. A moment later, a massive dragon-like creature burst from the depths with an enormous splash. Several hunters instantly recognized it as a Tier 3 star-spotted giant fish. The enormous beast let out a furious roar before gathering a huge sphere of dual-attribute energy inside its mouth. Panic spread through the crowd as many hunters rushed backward. One arrogant Tier 4 martial artist, however, refused to move. Looking down on the beast, he mocked everyone for running from what he called nothing more than a fish. Confident in his strength, he created a massive earth barrier in front of himself. The confidence didn't last long. The giant fish fired its attack, and the devastating beam blasted straight through the defense. The barrier shattered instantly, and the Tier 4 fighter was thrown through the air. Watching from a distance, Su Hong was genuinely surprised. The beast's dual-attribute attack hadn't merely broken a Tier 4 defense, it had nearly taken the martial artist out of the fight in a single strike. Before anyone could recover from the shock, another powerful expert rushed forward. The man had apparently been waiting for an opportunity like this for weeks and looked thrilled to finally encounter a dual-attribute beast. With one powerful punch, he drove the giant fish onto the shore. The moment the creature hit land, the gathered hunters charged in. The scene turned into complete chaos. Everyone wanted a share of the prize. Less than a minute later, the once powerful Tier 3 beast had been carved apart piece by piece. Unfortunately for the hunters, their excitement quickly turned into frustration. After searching the beast's remains, they found no valuable treasure hidden inside. After watching the entire spectacle, Su Hong decided it was best to leave. Competing directly with so many Tier 4 experts seemed like a good way to waste time and gain nothing. As he moved deeper into the nearby forest, his enhanced senses suddenly picked up a dangerous signal. An instant later, a masked assassin dropped from the trees and launched a surprise attack. Fortunately, Su Hong reacted immediately. Using his telekinesis, he locked the attacker in place for a brief moment while the assassin was still in midair. The assassin quickly broke free and slashed forward with his sword. Su Hong jumped back and narrowly avoided the strike. At that point, the assassin realized he was facing a spirit master. Meanwhile, Su Hong recognized something just as alarming. His opponent was a Tier 4 martial artist, and a highly skilled one at that. Understanding the danger, Su Hong immediately retreated at full speed. He knew very well that without his telekinesis slowing the assassin down for that split second, the surprise attack might have ended the fight before it even began. Just as Su Hong thought he had escaped danger, more enemies appeared from the surrounding forest. 6 masked fighters emerged from the trees and quickly joined the assassin pursuing him. After a quick glance, Su Hong realized they were all experienced Tier 3 martial artists. Their leader immediately told them to stop talking and stay focused. He reminded them that their target wasn't an ordinary cultivator but a dangerous spirit master. Su Hong immediately understood how serious the situation had become. Sending that many skilled assassins after a single Tier 2 martial artist wasn't normal. Even the Star City Lord would have struggled to gather such a force on short notice. It made Su Hong wonder who exactly wanted him dead and when he had attracted the attention of such a powerful group. The assassins continued chasing him through the forest, but many of them were surprised by how fast he was moving. After observing him carefully, they eventually recognized the movement technique he was using and realized it was an A-rank skill. Their leader wasn't concerned. He ordered everyone to keep pursuing him, convinced that a Tier 2 martial artist would eventually run out of energy. Su Hong, however, had no intention of playing by their rules. While running, he quietly prepared his telekinetic abilities. Combining telekinesis with his movement technique, he suddenly launched himself high into the sky. The assassins could only watch as he soared above the forest and disappeared into the distance. Many of them stared upward in disbelief. None of them could understand how a Tier 2 martial artist was capable of actual flight. Dozens of kilometers away, Su Hong finally landed. His spiritual energy had been nearly exhausted by the escape. Knowing he couldn't keep relying on telekinesis, he switched to using the physical endurance of his overlord body and continued putting distance between himself and his pursuers. As he ran, he began piecing everything together. The most likely person behind the assassination attempt was Yi Ku, the relative of the cultist he had killed earlier. Although Yi Ku himself was only Tier 3, his family possessed enough wealth and influence to hire a large number of elite assassins. Su Hong carefully evaluated his options. He wasn't particularly worried about the Tier 3 fighters. Given the chance, he felt confident he could eliminate them. The real problem was their Tier 4 leader. If he focused on defeating the weaker assassins first, the leader could easily take advantage of the distraction and strike at him. On the other hand, if he targeted the leader first, the Tier 3 fighters could overwhelm him from every direction. After considering the situation, he reached a simple conclusion. The only realistic strategy was to eliminate the Tier 3 fighters as quickly as possible. Once they were out of the picture, he could focus entirely on the Tier 4 assassin. Meanwhile, the assassin leader was in a terrible mood. After losing Su Hong again, he vented his frustration by cutting a massive boulder in half. He cursed the intelligence reports that had failed to mention Su Hong's spirit master abilities. His subordinates warned him that if Su Hong managed to return to Star City, their mission would become much more difficult. Everyone understood that their employer wouldn't dare openly attack Su Hong inside the city. They were even more concerned about their mysterious backer. If they failed such an important mission, the consequences would be severe. The leader immediately shut down the complaint. He insisted that even if Su Hong returned to Star City, it would only delay the inevitable. Their discussion was interrupted when a group of robed elites arrived. The group's leader calmly explained that the intelligence failure wasn't entirely their fault. Su Hong had only revealed his spirit master status the previous day, so much of the information available was already outdated. He assured the assassins that his organization had agents monitoring every anomaly zone in the region. According to him, they would help seal off the surrounding area and make escape much more difficult. However, he also warned the assassin leader that another failure would not be tolerated. The assassin leader quickly expressed his gratitude and requested a complete lockdown of the area. Filled with anger, he promised that once he found Su Hong, he would personally finish the job. Checking a special divination device in his hand, he searched for clues about Su Hong's location. When it produced no results, he moved on to search the next section of the forest. The hunt continued into the following day. While resting briefly beside the corpse of a defeated beast, Su Hong was discovered once again by a group of assassins. They rushed toward him and demanded that he stop running. Days passed. By the 4th day, the pursuit had become a non-stop battle of endurance. Su Hong constantly moved from one location to another while attacks blasted apart the terrain around him. By the 7th day, both sides were still locked in the deadly chase. At one point, a scout attempted to alert nearby assassins after spotting him. Already frustrated and exhausted, Su Hong immediately rushed forward and knocked the man unconscious with a powerful kick before he could finish the report. Standing beside the fallen scout, Su Hong struggled to catch his breath. 7 days of non-stop pursuit had drained nearly everything he had. Realizing he couldn't continue much longer, he decided to head toward Star City's official supply stronghold. The location was heavily protected by government forces, and he believed the assassins would be reluctant to attack such an important facility openly. Unfortunately, the moment he stepped inside, he noticed something troubling. Several guards immediately looked at him with unusual hostility. The reactions were enough to tell him something had gone wrong. After connecting the pieces, Su Hong finally became certain. The person orchestrating the entire manhunt was indeed Yi Ku. Somehow, the man had already extended his influence into places Su Hong had assumed were safe. After days of escaping, he finally checked into a hotel inside the stronghold to rest and recover. While settling in, he reviewed his stats. His vitality had reached 705, but he calculated that he still needed around 900 to break into high stage tier 2. The martial value he'd spent the past week gathering wasn't enough to close that gap. Since a small vitality increase wouldn't make much difference right now, he decided on a different approach. Instead of investing elsewhere, he poured his points into his rare Overlord body, aiming for an immediate boost in combat ability and durability. The upgrade triggered a violent surge of red energy. Power rushed through his muscles as the system updated his rapidly increasing stat. Although his Overlord body progress only rose from 1.1% to 6.5%, the improvement still increased his overall strength by roughly 20%. Satisfied with the result, Su Hong began cultivating his guidance technique while resting in his room. At the same time, he kept an eye on the window in case his pursuers showed up. Several hours later, the quiet night came to an abrupt end. The hotel lobby downstairs suddenly turned noisy as guests started shouting and gathering around some local drama. Su Hong's appetite disappeared the moment a half-dressed man casually walked past his table. Even so, he forced himself to keep eating. His stalkers still hadn't found him. He guessed they didn't want to cause trouble inside the protected stronghold and were probably planning to attack once he left. While thinking about that, he overheard a nearby group of hunters talking. They complained about finding a rare 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo, only to have it stolen by a group of tier 4 martial artists. The moment Su Hong heard the name, his attention shifted. He knew exactly what that treasure was. The legendary bamboo could store multiple elemental attributes of spiritual chi. Every star pattern added another attribute slot. A 3-star bamboo could hold 4 different attributes at once. For someone planning to master a future 4-element fusion, it was the perfect catalyst. Interested, Su Hong joined the conversation. He pointed out that obtaining natural treasures was never easy because they were often protected by unusual environmental effects. Impressed by his knowledge, one hunter explained that the bamboo was surrounded by a gravity field. The pressure increased depending on the intruder's cultivation level. The hunter happily added that the greedy tier 4 thieves had been crushed into paste the moment they stepped inside. The surrounding diners shivered at the story. Su Hong, however, saw opportunity instead of danger. If the gravity scaled with rank, then maybe his strengthened Overlord body could endure it and give him an advantage over stronger competitors. Before he could think further, disaster arrived. A massive red energy slash tore through the supply stronghold, smashing apart the walls. The attack sliced his dining table cleanly in half. Su Hong simply leaned back in his chair, still holding his food. His pursuers had finally arrived. Through the smoke and rubble stepped the masked assassin leader and his squad. The boss mockingly asked why Su Hong had finally stopped running. Nearby hunters hid behind overturned tables, sweating nervously. None of them could understand what kind of trouble a Tier 2 youth had caused to attract an entire team of Tier 3 assassins led by a Tier 4 expert. The assassin leader ordered everyone else to leave. Panicked patrons rushed out of the ruined building, leaving Su Hong alone with the killers. As they approached, the assassins joked that he couldn't possibly have believed they would respect the stronghold's rules. Su Hong remained relaxed in his chair. He replied that he'd actually been waiting for them. The boss laughed loudly, treating it as an obvious bluff. He questioned whether a single Tier 2 martial artist really expected to defeat all of them. Su Hong answered by gripping his spear. Elemental fire and crackling lightning wrapped around the weapon, creating a terrifying aura. Calmly pointing the spear at the group, he remarked that there was only one way to find out. The assassin leader immediately recognized the danger. 3 elemental forces were being fused into a single attack. His expression changed instantly as he screamed for everyone to retreat. Too late. Su Hong teleported straight into the center of the formation and drove his glowing spear into the ground. Then he released everything. The unstable fusion exploded. The resulting blast was enormous. The hotel vanished in fire and light as a gigantic shockwave tore across the night sky. Witnesses watching from a distance wondered why anyone would use such overwhelming force against a mere Tier 2 target. As the smoke cleared, the answer became obvious. The elite assassins began collapsing one after another. The Tier 2 target had been the source of the explosion all along. A massive crater now occupied the place where the hotel once stood. Bodies from the Tier 3 squad were scattered across the ruins. The assassin boss dragged himself out of the wreckage, badly injured. He cursed the terrible intelligence provided by his employer for failing to mention that Su Hong possessed a 3-attribute martial art. Looking around at his crippled subordinates, he reassured himself. Even a Tier 4 expert like him had been severely injured. A Tier 2 fighter standing at the center of the blast had no chance of surviving. Despite the losses, he considered the mission successful. Failing the contract would have meant facing the wrath of the terrifying Lord Nabu. Then his confidence vanished. A giant pillar of energy erupted from the crater. Before he could react, a shirtless and completely unharmed Su Hong dropped from above and unleashed the heaven-breaking spear technique. The assassin boss barely managed to block the attack. He shouted in disbelief that Su Hong was still alive. The next moment, Su Hong disappeared. The boss swung at empty air. His instincts immediately warned him to turn around. When he did, he found Su Hong standing behind the surviving assassins. The boss desperately yelled at his remaining men to wake up and stop him. One dazed grunt barely understood what was happening and asked what the shouting was about. A split second later, Su Hong's spear pierced straight through his chest. Lifting the corpse with his weapon, Su Hong remarked that even if a Tier 4 opponent took longer to kill, there were still plenty of points to gain from wiping out the Tier 3 subordinate. At the same time, he admitted to himself that the 3-element fusion had been incredibly dangerous. If he hadn't strengthened his earth armor and boosted his overlord body beforehand, the backlash could have crippled him. He casually threw the body aside and rushed past the boss. Now that the Tier 3 assassins were nearly gone, all he needed was one successful 3-element fusion attack to finish the Tier 4 leader as well. Watching his entire squad get slaughtered, the assassin boss became completely consumed by rage. His aura exploded outward as he swore that he would cut Su Hong into 10,000 pieces. Back at the Star City martial artist base, Lin Xingqi was getting ready for a trip. He had originally wanted to invite Su Hong to go stargazing, but the young martial artist had already left a week earlier. As Wang Tiantuo and Shannon joined him, they talked about how different Su Hong was from everyone else. While they had spent an entire week resting, Su Hong had only taken a single day off before throwing himself back into training. The three quickly agreed that comparing themselves to someone that dedicated was pointless. With that settled, they headed out together, hoping they might run into him somewhere near the lake. Meanwhile, Yikes was in a terrible mood. Inside his office, teacups shattered across the floor as he vented his anger. The assassins he hired had made a disastrous mistake. Not only had they locked down the lake, but they had also openly attacked Su Hong inside a protected government supply post. That reckless decision left the leader of the Ye family deeply worried. If Su Hong died, suspicion would immediately fall on their family. Worse, the city lord would likely seize the opportunity to wipe out their entire clan in revenge for the loss of his prized genius. Far away from the city, a mysterious gravity field surrounded the dark purple bamboo forest. Anyone who stepped into the area was instantly overwhelmed by crushing pressure. Hunters attempting to approach the treasure collapsed one after another, groaning on the ground. One struggling martial artist complained that after only 14 steps, the gravity had already multiplied 30 times, making it impossible to continue forward. Nearby spectators quickly calculated the numbers. At 30 times normal gravity, an average person would have to withstand over 2 tons of force pressing down on their body, more than enough to crush internal organs. At that moment, an envoy from the celestial cult arrived with several followers. The envoy explained that the gravity field adjusted itself according to strength. Because of that, a Tier 4 expert like him would actually face much stronger pressure than a Tier 3 martial artist. Realizing that obtaining the bamboo wasn't possible for the moment, the envoy shifted his attention back to searching for a specific divine object. Suddenly, his divination compass began spinning rapidly. After several rotations, the needle locked onto a single direction. The envoy immediately realized it had found its target. Unfortunately, the compass pointed straight toward the 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo. He cursed his luck. The divine object he had been searching for was trapped inside the same gravity field, making it extremely difficult to obtain. While trying to think of a solution, he suddenly spotted someone moving through the trees. It was Su Hong. The envoy watched him leap from branch to branch and wondered how a mere Tier 2 martial artist had survived an assassination attempt involving a Tier 4 expert and an entire squad of Tier 3 fighters. After deciding the failed assassins were completely useless, the envoy chose to deal with the situation personally. Without hesitation, he rushed toward Su Hong, eager to claim the enormous reward for himself. The celestial cult envoy stared at Su Hong with greed in his eyes, eager to claim the massive reward offered for the boy's head. Sensing a powerful new threat approaching, Su Hong immediately prepared himself. He barely had time to react before the envoy rushed in with a spear. Knowing that simply dodging wouldn't be enough, Su Hong summoned his earth armor and answered with an explosive burst of energy. A violent collision shook the area. When the dust settled, both fighters were still standing. As his earth armor faded away, Su Hong took a breath and remarked that the cultist had done well to survive the attack. The envoy responded by declaring that Su Hong had to die. That statement immediately told Su Hong exactly who he was dealing with. A demonic cultist. The realization confirmed his worst suspicions. Now he wasn't only being hunted by Yikes. He was also being targeted by the demonic cult. Seeing no reason to waste time talking, Su Hong gathered elemental energy around his spear and charged forward. The two weapons collided head-on. The resulting explosion echoed throughout the forest, blasting the envoy backward through several trees. He landed coughing blood, unable to believe what had just happened. As a Tier 4 martial artist, he couldn't understand how a Tier 2 opponent possessed such overwhelming strength. Then he noticed Su Hong shifting his attention toward the cult members nearby. Immediately, the envoy ordered his followers to stop him. Su Hong soon found himself caught between two threats, demonic cult grunts in front and the recovering Tier 4 envoy behind him. The cultists discussed whether they should transform to increase their chances of survival, but most of them assumed Su Hong couldn't unleash another powerful attack so quickly. One of them tried to encourage the others to form a defensive line. He never finished speaking. Su Hong instantly removed his head in the middle of the sentence. Before anyone else could react, Su Hong burst forward. A single dash carried him straight through their formation. Several cultists fell before they even understood what happened. The survivors stared in horror, silently regretting their confidence. Even so, the remaining cultists refused to retreat and launched a coordinated attack, hoping to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Su Hong answered with treading sea. His spear swept across the battlefield in a massive arc, and flames surged outward, engulfing the attackers. At the same moment, the celestial cult envoy jumped high into the air and unleashed a powerful attack intended to crush Su Hong from above. Instead of blocking, Su Hong activated Flying Swan. He deliberately leaped into the gravity field surrounding the dark purple bamboo forest. The move shocked everyone watching. Su Hong crossed more than 10 paces inside the gravity field with surprising ease. The spectators quickly realized why. His overlord body made the terrifying pressure look far less threatening than it should have been. The envoy became furious. He shouted that the gravity field wouldn't save Su Hong and immediately stepped inside to continue the pursuit. The moment his foot touched the ground, though, his expression changed. The gravity field scaled according to strength. His first step subjected him to nearly 30 times normal gravity. The pressure crashed down on him instantly. He understood right away that moving much deeper would be extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Su Hong continued running farther into the field. Desperate to stop him, the envoy threw his spear. The weapon never came close. The increasing gravity dragged it down long before it could reach its target. Stuck near the edge of the field, the envoy could only shout threats and challenge Su Hong to come back and fight. Ignoring him, Su Hong continued forward. He knew the gravity field had bought him valuable time. Ahead of him stood the treasure he came for. The 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo. Even so, every step became harder than the last. The pressure kept increasing, and Su Hong could feel his injuries pushing him closer to his limit. Since the cultists couldn't reach him anyway, he decided to stop and recover. Sitting down inside the gravity field, he activated a wood attribute healing technique and began treating his wound. The sight left the surrounding hunters completely stunned. They couldn't understand how someone who had just been using lightning-based techniques also possessed wood attribute healing abilities. What confused them even more was how casually he was resting right beside the legendary treasure. Watching from afar, the envoy's expression darkened. He immediately ordered his scouts to contact their elite allies. In his view, the divine object was almost certainly hidden inside the bamboo. He warned his followers that if Su Hong managed to obtain it first, none of them would survive the consequences. A white-haired cultist lay defeated and bleeding on the rocks, his dark wings spread across the ground. Near Stargazing Lake, Lin Xinghe, Wang Tiantua, and Xiao Yan walked along a cliff overlooking the water. Xiao Yan observed that the area around the lake had already been blocked off by the demonic cult. Hearing that, Wang Tiantua grew concerned and wondered if they had come for Su Hong. Lin Xinghe replied that it was difficult to know for sure and suggested they might also be searching for treasure. Realizing the situation was serious, Wang Tiantua urged the group to return to the martial artist base immediately and report the appearance of demonic cultists. The three hurried through the forest toward the base. As they ran, Wang Tiantua pointed out that something felt wrong. Since the area around Stargazing Lake had been sealed off, there should have been some reaction from the martial artist base. Lin Xinghe was startled by the implication and asked whether he meant the base could be working together with the demonic cult. While running, Wang Tiantua pulled out his communication device and said he would contact his father directly so reinforcements could secure both the martial artist base and Stargazing Lake at the same time. His urgent report quickly reached the city lord's manor. Inside the manor, Wang Tiantua's father learned of the situation. He immediately realized that Su Hong should also be near Stargazing Lake and suspected that the demonic cult's true target was him. Furious, he declared that he would personally lead people there at once. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a massive gravity field pulsed with overwhelming power. Several celestial cult followers waited at its edge. One of them questioned the approaching masked assassin boss, asking why he had returned alone and where the others were. Standing nearby, Ao listened as the masked assassin boss explained that Su Hong had used tricks that resulted in heavy casualties among his men. Ao was shocked and questioned how more than 10 Tier 3 martial artists could have been wiped out. He argued that even 10 Tier 3 wild boars should not have been defeated by a Tier 2 martial artist. The masked assassin boss angrily explained that Su Hong possessed an extremely powerful 3-attribute fusion martial art, something the intelligence report had never mentioned. He warned Ao that he would have died as well if he had been there. Ao initially dismissed it as an excuse and questioned how a 3-attribute fusion martial art could even exist. However, as he looked toward the gravity field, he was forced to admit that Su Hong clearly possessed 3-attribute. He began wondering whether such a martial art truly existed. Looking toward the center of the field, Ao realized that regardless of the truth, failure was not an option. If they did not kill Su Hong, their lord would kill them instead. At the center of the giant gravity field, Su Hong sat cross-legged in cultivation. 2 hours later, he rose to his feet. After checking his condition, he concluded that both his body and spiritual qi had completely recovered. He praised the effectiveness of the A-rank healing technique. When he looked toward the edge of the field, he noticed that the demonic cult members were still waiting. He realized they would not leave until he was dead. Su Hong decided that after obtaining the 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo, he would leave the area immediately. He grabbed his spear and began moving toward the bamboo. However, the moment he took a few steps, he discovered that the gravity had increased dramatically once again. Despite the crushing pressure, he pushed forward and reminded himself to endure. He remained confident that he could withstand it. Outside the field, the masked assassin boss was shocked to see that Su Hong was only a few steps away from the bamboo. He remarked that the young man's physical body was far beyond normal. Ao cursed the situation, frustrated that such a rare 3-attribute genius stood before them. The masked assassin boss drew his weapon and stated that the moment Su Hong removed the bamboo, the magnetic field would disappear. At that point, they would surround and kill him. He vowed to tear Su Hong apart. Under the intense pressure, Su Hong finally reached the bamboo after several painful steps. Standing beside it, he noticed something unusual. Although the surrounding rocks had been crushed into powder by the gravity, a triangular metal fragment remained completely intact beneath the bamboo. Suspecting it might be a treasure, he picked it up and examined it carefully. He could not identify the material and found nothing special about it. To test it, he tried bending the fragment with all his strength, but it would not move. Then the sharp edge cut his thumb. The moment a drop of blood touched the fragment, it dissolved into light and merged directly into his hand through the wound. Instantly, multicolored energy veins spread across Su Hong's body as all 7 types of spiritual qi surged within him. A system notification appeared before him, informing him that he had obtained the 7 Gods Cauldron fragment. Realizing it was likely a treasure capable of improving cultivation, Su Hong immediately sat down and began cultivating. Outside the field, Ao demanded to know why Su Hong had suddenly started cultivating, while the masked assassin boss concluded that he must have picked up the mysterious object. Inside the field, a massive pillar of fiery energy erupted around Su Hong. He quickly realized that the spiritual qi of all 7 attributes had increased by more than 10 times. Previously, he could only use an A-rank martial art a few times before exhausting his spiritual qi. Now, he estimated he could use such techniques dozens of times. More importantly, the 3-attribute fusion he had struggled with for so long finally completed successfully. A golden glow surrounded him as a tricolored orb formed between his hands. His status screen updated. Vitality, 707.5. Spiritual power, 501. Physique, Overlord body or spirit rank 6.5%. Items, 7 Gods Cauldron Fragment. After examining the information, Su-hong realized that the 7 Gods Cauldron consisted of 100 fragments. If a single fragment had increased his strength so dramatically, he concluded that the complete treasure must be above S rank. He began wondering how powerful he would become if he collected all 100 pieces. Rising to his feet, he felt completely confident. With his successful 3-attribute fusion and enormous reserves of spiritual chi, he no longer saw any reason to flee. He decided it was time to end everything. Holding Star Bamboo upright, he gathered his power. At the edge of the field, a celestial cult follower noticed his actions and warned the others that Su-hong was about to pull out the dark purple bamboo. The masked assassin boss replied that he already knew and wanted to kill Su-hong more than ever. Su-hong grabbed the bamboo with both hands and pulled it from the ground. The giant gravity field instantly shattered and disappeared. The moment the barrier vanished, Bai Ao, the masked assassin boss, and the remaining cultists charged forward with their weapons drawn. Su-hong remained calm as he watched them approach. Raising his spear, now fused with the 3-star pattern dark purple bamboo and infused with the power of fire, wind, and lightning, Su-hong decided to use the approaching cultists to test the full strength of his technique. He thrust the spear forward and unleashed a massive orb of combined elemental energy. The charging cultists immediately sensed the terrifying power behind the attack. Su-hong released the technique, sending a devastating wave of fire and lightning across the battlefield. The explosion engulfed the attackers and swept through the clearing. Several cultists were thrown through the air as the attack tore through their rank. When the smoke began to clear, the battlefield had been devastated. The ground was scorched, debris smoldered across the clearing, and numerous celestial cult followers lay dead. Some had been reduced to smoking skeletons. Bai Ao knelt on the ground. Nearby, the masked assassin boss barely managed to remain standing. Covered in wounds, he concluded that Su-hong must have obtained the divine fragment. Otherwise, there was no way he could have become so powerful so suddenly. At that moment, a pair of boots emerged from the smoke. Su-hong stepped forward with his spear in hand as flames crackled around him. Looking down at his defeated enemies, he remarked that their hunting game seemed to have been enjoyable. He then informed them that it was now his turn to do the hunting. After defeating the 2 cult leaders, Su-hong demanded answers before finishing them off. Standing over the injured pair, he offered a simple choice. They could reveal the demonic cult's hidden base in Star City, or they could die. Based on how quickly they had gathered so many people, Su-hong had already concluded that the cult had been secretly operating in the city for a long time. The masked assassin boss refused to cooperate. He declared that even if he died, he would take Su-hong down with him. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the envoy immediately threw a flash bomb and called for a retreat. The explosion created enough confusion for the 2 wounded leaders to escape. Once they were gone, Su-hong finally relaxed and dropped to the ground. The battle had pushed him to his limit. The 3-attribute attack he had unleashed had drained nearly all of his spiritual chi. He knew that if the 2 Tier 4 martial artists had continued fighting instead of retreating, the outcome could have been very different. Without wasting time, he activated his healing technique and began recovering his strength. His goal was to restore his spiritual chi as quickly as possible before settling accounts with Yi Chi. Meanwhile, the 2 escaping cult leaders raced through the forest. The masked assassin boss eventually realized that Su-hong's confidence at the end had been a bluff meant to scare them away. However, the envoy warned him not to underestimate someone capable of such feats. The assassin argued that they were still Tier 4 martial artists while Su-hong was only Tier 2. The envoy immediately shut down that argument. He reminded him that their elite forces had already been wiped out. No matter how they tried to justify it, a single Tier 2 martial artist had forced 2 Tier 4 experts to flee. Both men understood how ridiculous the situation sounded. If news of it spread, they would become a joke throughout the martial arts world. Elsewhere, at the martial artist base in Star City, Yi Chi waited anxiously in his office. He feared that the city lord would uncover the blockade before confirmation of Su-hong's death arrived. Soon, a message appeared on his communication device. The report delivered the worst possible outcome. The assassination operation had failed. Yi Chi immediately panicked. As long as Su-hong was alive, it was only a matter of time before his cooperation with the demonic cult was exposed. Realizing he could no longer stay in Star City, Yi Chi decided to flee before the city lord could reach him. He rushed toward his SUV while cursing Su-hong and blaming him for destroying his peaceful life. Before he could escape, a massive cage of flames suddenly surrounded the vehicle. Su-hong stepped forward and calmly asked where Yi Chi thought he was going. Cornered with no way out, Yi Chi unleashed the full power of a peak Tier 3 martial artist. He attacked while insisting that a Tier 2 martial artist had no right to look down on him. Su Hong avoided the attack with ease. He calmly stated that rank no longer mattered before launching a swift counterattack. A powerful spear strike pierced straight through Yi Chi's chest. As he crashed backward into his vehicle, Yi Chi finally understood the terrifying gap between them. In his final moments, he realized he had been facing a true monster all along. Moments later, the SUV erupted into flames. Nearby martial artists watched the entire scene in stunned silence. They had just witnessed a Tier 2 martial artist kill a peak Tier 3 official in broad daylight. Not long afterward, a convoy of official vehicles arrived. The city lord stepped out, drawing the attention of everyone present. The spectators immediately grew nervous. Since Su Hong had killed an official, many expected serious consequences. Some even prepared to testify on his behalf, planning to explain that Yi Chi had attacked first and that Su Hong had acted in self-defense. To everyone's surprise, the city lord paid almost no attention to the burning vehicle. Instead, he went straight to Su Hong and checked whether he had been injured. After confirming that he was safe, the city lord noticed the 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo in Su Hong's possession. He was amazed that Su Hong had managed to obtain such a rare treasure and remarked that the young man's fortune was extraordinary. Su Hong could only respond awkwardly to the sudden concern. Finally, the city lord turned toward the burning wreckage. His expression became serious as he asked Su Hong to explain everything that had happened. Inside the city lord's private limousine, Su Hong finished recounting everything that had happened over the past week. The city lord sat quietly as he tried to process the story. According to Su Hong, he had survived 8 days of pursuit by elite Tier 3 and Tier 4 martial artists, defeated or crippled the Tier 3 attackers, seriously injured both Tier 4 leaders, and successfully obtained the 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo. After hearing the full story, the city lord repeated the events to make sure he understood correctly. Su Hong simply confirmed that it was more or less what had happened. Excited by the potential of such a rare genius, the city lord suddenly grabbed Su Hong's shoulders and suggested marrying all of his daughters to him in the hope of producing more talented warriors in the future. Caught off guard, Su Hong quickly asked him to stop joking and redirected the conversation to the more urgent matter. He pointed out that the mastermind behind the demonic cult's actions was likely still hiding somewhere in the city. The city lord immediately agreed. He warned that the cult would not underestimate Su Hong again and that the next assassination attempt could involve Tier 6 experts or even Tier 7 grandmasters. Given the danger, he admitted that Star City was no longer a safe place for Su Hong. Fortunately, the college entrance examination was only a month away. The city lord explained that if Su Hong could enter a top university such as Imperial Capital University, even powerful grandmasters would have difficulty targeting him there. Hearing that, Su Hong firmly resolved to succeed. To ensure his safety until the examination, the city lord promised to station 2 elite teams of martial artists around his residence so he could focus entirely on cultivation. After returning home, Su Hong was greeted by his worried aunt and uncle. When they saw the blood covering him, they immediately became concerned. Su Hong quickly reassured them that it was only the blood of ferocious beasts and that he had not been injured. Later that night, he returned to his room and checked his system status. After everything he had gone through in the forest, he had accumulated more than 3,100 martial value points. As he reviewed his options, he realized that investing all of those points into vitality would allow him to advance directly to Tier 3. However, doing so would leave his spiritual power relatively weak and still at Tier 2. Since he needed to remain inside the city for safety and could not easily venture out to earn more martial value, he knew future opportunities for rapid growth would be limited. After considering the situation, Su Hong decided that a balanced approach would be more practical. Instead of focusing on a single attribute, he upgraded both his vitality and spiritual power. Afterward, he tested his improved abilities. A nearby glass of water rose into the air and moved smoothly around the room under his control, demonstrating the growth of his spiritual power. By the following morning, stories about Su Hong's recent battle had already spread throughout Star City No. 1 High School. Students gathered in classrooms discussing increasingly exaggerated versions of the event. Some claimed that Su Hong had wiped out more than 100 cultists with a single swing of his spear. At the same time, Chun Shan and Li Tu continued visiting classrooms to share stories about Su Hong's achievement. However, they accidentally showed up at the wrong classroom and were quickly confronted by frustrated students who complained that their class had been waiting for a week to hear the presentation. After checking their schedule, the two realized they had mixed up the classrooms. The confusion ended when a student suddenly spotted Su Hong entering the school grounds. The news spread instantly. Hearing the commotion, Su Hong looked around in confusion. Before he could figure out what was happening, a huge crowd of excited students rushed toward him from every direction. Faced with what looked like an entire school charging at him, Su-hong could only wonder what he had done to attract so much attention. As soon as Su-hong arrived at school, a large crowd of students surrounded him. Everyone wanted to hear the details of his recent exploits firsthand. One spiky-haired student excitedly told Su-hong that he had become the biggest topic in the entire school. He even claimed that when Teacher Lee heard the news, he had been so shocked that he barely knew how to react. The student continued describing how everyone had laughed about it afterward. A cough suddenly came from Su-hong. The spiky-haired student paid no attention and continued bragging about Teacher Lee. A moment later, Su-hong coughed again, this time a little more deliberately. The student finally looked at him in confusion and asked why he kept coughing. He wondered if Su-hong had caught a cold. The moment he turned around, he found Teacher Lee standing directly behind him. The student's confidence disappeared instantly. Teacher Lee smiled and reminded him that he had been calling him old Lee just moments ago. Without giving him a chance to escape, Teacher Lee grabbed him by the head and held him in place. He then turned to Su-hong and informed him that the principal wanted to see him. Su-hong immediately agreed. The unfortunate student desperately called for help while still trapped in Teacher Lee's grip. A short time later, Su-hong arrived at the principal's office and knocked on the door. Inside, the principal warmly welcomed him and invited him to sit down. As soon as Su-hong took a seat, the principal pushed a small box across the table and offered him several Tier 2 pills, insisting that he accept them. Su-hong politely declined. He explained that he had already reached Tier 2 high stage, making the pills far less useful to him. He suggested giving them to students who needed them more. The principal was stunned. He pointed out that Su-hong had only recently reached Tier 2 initial stage during the training camp and asked how he had advanced so quickly. Su-hong simply explained that several things had happened recently that accelerated his growth. Thinking back to the events in the forest, he realized that the people trying to kill him had unintentionally helped him earn a huge amount of martial value. The principal became even more excited after hearing that. He immediately suggested going to the gymnasium to test Su-hong's current strength. Su-hong reminded him that he was a Tier 3 martial artist. The principal confidently assured him that he would hold back. Soon, the two arrived at the gymnasium. Students training inside immediately greeted the principal. Some quickly recognized Su-hong and whispered to each other about the student whose recent achievements had spread across the entire school. The principal gathered everyone's attention and announced that he would be sparring with Su-hong. He encouraged any students without classes to stay and observe carefully. The students eagerly agreed. Su-hong quietly suggested moving somewhere else. The principal misunderstood and assumed Su-hong was worried about losing in front of everyone. Laughing, he assured him that he would not make things look too embarrassing. Su-hong could only smile awkwardly. In reality, he was more concerned about the principal's reputation if the match went badly. News of the spar spread rapidly. Before long, students filled the gymnasium and crowded around the court to watch. The principal stepped forward and released his strength. A powerful vitality aura erupted from his body as he called on Su-hong to make the first move. The students were immediately impressed. For many of them, it was the first time seeing a Tier 3 martial artist display his full aura. Others began cheering for Su-hong and encouraged him to do his best. Facing the principal, Su-hong remained calm. He knew he couldn't seriously injure him, so he carefully considered which martial art to use. After some thought, he settled on the B-rank Cloud-Hiding Gale Fist, believing it was strong enough to be convincing without revealing too much of his true strength. Wind-attributed spiritual chi gathered around his fist. After giving a brief warning, Su-hong rushed forward. The principal immediately realized that Su-hong had opened the match with a B-rank martial art. Surprised by both the power and speed behind the technique, he quickly responded. Earth-attributed energy gathered around his arm, forming a massive stone fist. The principal charged forward and unleashed his giant rock fist. The two martial arts collided in the center of the court. A powerful shockwave erupted outward as wind and shattered rock scattered across the gymnasium, leaving everyone watching in stunned silence. The clash between Su-hong and the principal unleashed a powerful shockwave that swept across the gymnasium, nearly knocking some of the nearby students off their feet. The two exchanged a rapid series of blows, neither side giving ground. After several fierce collisions, the force of the impact pushed both fighters backward to opposite ends of the court. The principal glanced down at his arm in surprise. The stone armor covering it had shattered completely. He immediately realized that Su-hong had broken through a Tier 3 defense without even using his full strength. The surrounding students stared in disbelief. They couldn't understand how a Tier 2 martial artist had managed to force a Tier 3 expert back. Many quickly convinced themselves that the principal was simply holding back. After all, losing to a student seemed impossible. The principal, however, knew the truth. He had already used most of his strength and was beginning to worry about what would happen if he actually lost in front of the entire school. Noticing the situation, Su Hong suddenly dropped to one knee and announced that he had lost. At the same time, he discreetly gave the principal a wink. The students immediately accepted the result. They cheered and encouraged Su Hong, saying there was nothing embarrassing about losing to the principal. Only then did the principal understand what had happened. Su Hong had intentionally ended the match to save his reputation. Feeling grateful, the principal quickly played along. He praised Su Hong as an exceptionally rare genius and even admitted that he had needed to use everything he had to secure the victory. The gymnasium erupted with excitement. The students celebrated Su Hong's strength and began discussing how he might become the first student from Star City in years to enter a top university. While helping Su Hong to his feet, the principal quietly thanked him. Su Hong then took the opportunity to bring up the upcoming college entrance examination. He explained that he needed stronger opponents to help him reach Tier 3 and asked whether the principal would continue training with him. The principal immediately felt a headache coming on. After witnessing Su Hong's growth firsthand, he realized becoming the young genius's regular sparring partner would be anything but easy. Even so, the arrangement was made. Over the following days, Su Hong devoted himself completely to training. During the day, he sparred relentlessly with the principal and pushed his limits in every session. At night, he returned home and continued cultivating while refining his martial arts and absorbing elemental energy. Before long, the principal was completely exhausted. Unable to keep up with Su Hong's pace any longer, he asked Coach Chen to take over for a while so he could finally get some rest. A few weeks later, Coach Chen ended up in the same condition. Both men were thoroughly worn out by Su Hong's training routine. With no other options, they handed him over to President Wu of the Martial Arts Association. As a powerful Tier 5 martial artist, President Wu showed no sympathy whatsoever. Her training sessions were even harsher than the principal's. Under her supervision, Su Hong was pushed to his limits every single day with almost no chance to relax. 5 days before the college entrance examination, Su Hong finally stopped during training and announced that he was ready to break through. At first, President Wu assumed he was looking for an excuse to rest. However, after sensing the powerful aura radiating from him, she realized he was serious. To her surprise, his vitality had already reached the threshold required for advancement. In less than a month, his vitality had risen from around 900 points to the peak of Tier 2. Recognizing that the breakthrough was imminent, President Wu immediately arranged for Tier 3 advancement pills to be delivered. After everything was prepared, she left Su Hong alone in the training room. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Su Hong activated his cultivation technique. As his injuries gradually healed and energy flowed through his body, he focused entirely on the next step. He was finally ready to break through his limits and advance to Tier 3. At the first floor of the Martial Dao Association, a stunned silence filled the grand lobby. The staff could only stare in disbelief as President Wu walked cheerfully through the hallway, happily humming to herself. Sparkles seemed to surround her as she wore a bright, youthful smile, completely immersed in her thoughts. She was celebrating inwardly because Star City had never produced a Tier 3 initial stage examinee before. If Su Hong successfully broke through to Tier 3, he would secure a huge amount of cultivation resources from the province, allowing the Star City Martial Dao Association to rise to a whole new level. Unable to hold back her excitement, she threw her arms into the air and skipped joyfully through the lobby. The employees immediately began whispering among themselves. They wondered how their normally serious president could suddenly look so cheerful and cute. Some speculated that she had fallen in love, while others questioned what kind of person could possibly be dating the tomboy. Their gossip came to an abrupt stop when Principal Li and Coach Chen rushed into the lobby and asked if anyone had seen President Wu. One of the employees explained that she was not in her office and had last been seen heading toward the backyard through the first floor. Principal Li called out happily as he and Coach Chen hurried after her. Watching the two older men run past, the staff immediately jumped to an even wilder conclusion and whispered in horror that President Wu's dating partners were actually two old men. Meanwhile, inside a quiet training room, Su Hong sat cross-legged on the floor, fully focused on his breakthrough. 2 small flasks rested on a low table in front of him as a raging red aura erupted from his body. Sweat poured down his face while he endured the intense strain. The surging energy gradually became too chaotic to control before finally exploding outward in a violent shockwave. The force left him slumped over and gasping for air as steam rose from his skin. Frustrated, he realized that his first breakthrough attempt had failed. Refusing to give up, Su Hong straightened himself and reignited the fiery energy around his body. He reminded himself of everything the principal, his instructors, and President Wu had done for him and resolved that he could not let them down. Half an hour passed. Under tremendous pressure, Su Hong slowly compressed the berserk vitality back into his body. Veins bulged across his face as the energy vibrated violently within him. Finally, with a desperate shout telling the barrier to break, he opened his eyes. A brilliant flash of light erupted. A massive explosion of energy burst from his body, tearing his clothes apart and blasting them away in a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, Su Hong stood completely naked as he let out a deep breath. Looking down at his hands, he wondered if this was truly the power of Tier 3. He raised a fist, gathered his strength, and casually threw a punch. A huge fiery fist-shaped blast shot across the training room. Su Hong noted that martial artists below Tier 3 needed specific martial arts techniques to launch ranged attacks, while Tier 3 martial artists could freely externalize their vitality whenever they wished. At that moment, his system interface appeared before him and confirmed his new strength. Vitality, 1000. Su Hong stared at the number in amazement. He finally understood the enormous difference between a Tier 2 martial artist with 999 vitality and a Tier 3 martial artist with 1000 vitality. Satisfied, he stood up and decided it was time to share the good news with President Wu. The training room door opened, and President Wu entered alongside Principal Lee and Coach Chin. President Wu immediately saw his naked body and demanded to know whether he intended to meet her looking like that or if he was deliberately acting like a hooligan. At the same time, Principal Lee and Coach Chin pulled out their phones and began taking pictures with bright flashes, joking that Su Hong really had courage. Completely mortified, Su Hong curled up on the floor and desperately tried to cover himself. Ignoring the commotion, President Wu raised her phone and contacted the city lord. She informed him that Su Hong had successfully broken through to Tier 3 and told him to hurry to the association for a parent-teacher meeting. Elsewhere, at the luxurious city lord's manor, Wang Tianhua hurried excitedly through the halls. He pushed open a set of double doors and proudly announced to his father that he had successfully reached the Tier 2 middle stage. After hearing the announcement, he casually told his son to keep up the good work. Wang Tianhua froze in shock. At only 18 years old, he had already reached the Tier 2 middle stage, yet his father's reaction was unbelievably cold. Then a notification from President Wu appeared on the city lord's device. It informed him that Su Hong had officially broken through to Tier 3. The city lord was instantly shocked. He grabbed his coat from the butler and rushed out of the room to see the situation for himself, completely ignoring his son. Later, at the Martial Dao Association, a tense silence filled the room. Coach Chen, President Wu, City Lord Wang, and Principal Lee sat side by side on a long couch with their arms crossed, staring intently ahead. Across from them sat Su Hong, looking completely out of place in a ridiculously tight white crop top decorated with frills and a cute cartoon face. Sweating under their intense gazes, Su Hong asked what they wanted to tell him. Breaking the silence, City Lord Wang explained that he had compiled a list of high-level martial artists who had recently visited Star City. Handing over a confidential folder, he warned that although they did not know who was targeting Su Hong, it would be wise to pay closer attention to the names inside. Su Hong opened the documents and read through them. He found prominent names such as Grandmaster Chen Budu of the Imperial Capital Lin family and Wang Dao of the Magic City Wang family. After looking through the list, he noted with concern that although nearly 100 people were listed, he did not recognize a single one. City Lord Wang grimly explained that traitors existed even among the higher ranks of the human race. He warned that such people would never spare a human genius like Su Hong and would certainly look for opportunities to eliminate him. Hearing this, Su Hong slammed the folder. He admitted that he had long been mentally prepared to be hunted by the 10,000 races, but he had never expected to face assassination attempts from human traitors as well. Sitting cross-legged, President Wu gestured casually and told him not to worry too much. She explained that once he entered Magic City Martial Artist University, no matter how bold those traitors were, they would not dare target him there. Su Hong was surprised and asked whether Imperial Capital Martial Artist University was not safe. President Wu looked at him seriously and explained that the students at Imperial Capital Martial Artist University mostly came from wealthy and powerful backgrounds. She pointed out that throwing a brick at random there would likely hit a descendant of one of the top 100 families or the heir of a Tier 8 or Tier 9 powerhouse. Since Su Hong had no family background to support him, she believed the university would never truly value him. Principal Lee nodded and admitted that his earlier decision to let Su Hong choose his university freely had been somewhat short-sighted. While playing with a small flame in her hand, President Wu added that Magic City Martial Artist University welcomed everyone equally. Status meant little there compared to talent and strength. As long as Su Hong was powerful enough, almost nobody would deliberately suppress him. After hearing their explanations, Su Hong decided that he would attend Magic City Martial Artist University. City Lord Wang smiled and warned him that the school's culture was extremely wild. He added that the principal was famously protective of students and would back them up regardless of how much trouble they caused. Su Hong rubbed the back of his head and nervously pointed out that he never took the initiative to cause trouble, so he did not understand why the city lord viewed him that way. His mentors responded with complete silence. In their minds, they all recalled different incidents. City Lord Wang thought about who had killed Yi Chi at the martial artist base. President Wu remembered who had wiped out dozens of demonic cult assassins. Principal Li recalled who had challenged the training camps of 6 different cities. Coach Chen remembered who had single-handedly defeated every student in the training camp. Faced with their silent stares, Su Hong could only laugh awkwardly while sweating heavily and wondering who could possibly have done all those things. After clearing his throat, City Lord Wang pointed out that Su Hong was now the #1 genius of Star City and represented the city's image. However, he felt that Su Hong's taste in clothing was a little unusual. President Wu immediately responded with pride and asked whether her taste was not excellent. She explained that Su Hong's clothes had been completely destroyed during his breakthrough, so she had generously lent him her own clothes. Seeing her sudden defensiveness, City Lord Wang quickly raised a thumbs up and praised her fashion sense, claiming the outfit suited Su Hong perfectly. Su Hong could only laugh awkwardly and scratch his head as he thanked the city lord. A few days later, City Lord Wang stood waiting inside Star City Airport. As a visitor arrived, he welcomed him and mentioned that he was the person responsible for overseeing this year's college entrance examination assessment. Walking through the airport with a female assistant carrying a briefcase behind him, the stylish Wang Lindao lowered his sunglasses. He complained that his teacher had suddenly issued a strict order forcing him to come to Star City and oversee the examination. His teacher had even instructed him to lower his status and actively befriend talented students. Wang Lindao narrowed his eyes and grumbled that he was already a Tier 5 martial artist. In his view, taking the initiative to befriend students was damaging to his pride. He scoffed that Star City had not even produced a Tier 2 examinee in previous years and questioned whether there was anyone worth befriending. City Lord Wang smiled knowingly and asked whether an 18-year-old Tier 3 genius would be worth befriending. Wang Lindao froze on the spot as the revelation sank in and urgently demanded to know where the genius was, insisting on being taken to meet him immediately. At the Star City martial art exam venue, an aerial view reveals a large stadium prepared for the assessment. On the field, examiners inspect the combat testing machines, confirming that all parts are ready for the vitality test. Nearby, Wu Linxian looks at her phone, questioning where the examiner they were supposed to pick up is. In response, City Lord Wang Yanai points toward the crowd. There, Examiner Wang Lindao leans heavily on Su Hong's shoulder. Unfazed by Su Hong's confusion, Wang Lindao introduces himself, claiming he wants to be friends and enthusiastically asking Su Hong to smile and pose for a photo. Watching the display, City Lord Wang Yanai facebombs, criticizing Wang Lindao's shamelessness in front of all the students. An announcement then rings out to the massive crowd outside the building, declaring that priority will be given to the vitality test. The speaker explains that students at Tier 2 and above must travel to the provincial capital for centralized testing, while those below Tier 2 will continue their combat power tests locally. Hearing this, Su Hong looks forward calmly as the martial Dao assessment officially begins. However, he soon looks annoyed, realizing that not a single person had informed him about the provincial capital rule. Meanwhile, Lin Xinghe and Xiao Nan converse with Wang Tiantua, congratulating him on reaching the Tier 2 middle stage and asking if he has surpassed Su Hong. Wang Tiantua casually replies that they will find out shortly. The 3 students look toward the testing area, noting the massive crowd gathered specifically to watch Su Hong. As people speculated about whether Su Hong had already reached the high stage of Tier 2, he sat calmly inside the testing machine. A faint red aura was already radiating from his body. Moments later, that energy surged outward, and blazing red power surrounded him completely, filling the area with an intense martial aura. Witnessing the sheer power, Lin Xinghe and Xiao Nan look on in absolute shock. The testing machine's screen lights up, displaying a staggering vitality value of 1005. Realizing he is a Tier 3 martial artist, Xiao Nan points furiously in disbelief, demanding to know if Wang Tiantua had kept this a secret. Fully accepting the reality, Lin Xinghe, Wang Tiantua, and Xiao Nan stand together with resigned expressions, acknowledging that they will never surpass him in this lifetime. The surrounding crowd of students erupts into shock at the unprecedented sight of a Tier 3 examinee, comparing his power to that of their principal. Amidst the stunned crowd, one student stands with a smug expression, proudly boasting that Su Hong is his professional sparring partner. Inside a private room at the venue, Lin Xinghe's father and Xiao Nan's father converse. Frustrated, Lin Xinghe's father curses, questioning why Su Hong isn't his son or why Xinghe isn't a girl. Meanwhile, Xiao Nan's father plots to have his daughter dress up nicely to secure the genius as his son-in-law. Elsewhere, Wu Linxian, Wang Lindao, and City Lord Wang Yanai talk together. Wang Lindao congratulates both of them on cultivating such an outstanding student, predicting that Star City's development and its Martial Dao Association will advance brilliantly. Observing from above, Wang Lindao looks out of a window and remarks that he travels to various places every year for the exams. He notes that in a mid to lower ranked city like Star City, even Tier 2 examinees are incredibly rare. A bar chart then displays cultivation resources, showing the massive gap with Star City at a mere 10 compared to the 500 of Magic City and the Imperial Capital. Wang Lindao explains that the issue isn't poor talent, but this immense resource gap. Smiling confidently, he states that for Su Hong to reach Tier 3 in such a resource-scarce environment makes him a terrifying existence. He adds that with proper educational conditions, Su Hong might already be at Tier 4, calling him the most talented person he has ever met. Back on the ground, a crowd cheers enthusiastically for Su Hong, waving signs and screaming that they love him and want to have his babies. Sweating and sporting a chibi face, Su Hong looks overwhelmed and uncomfortable, admitting that being watched by so many people is too unsettling. Sometime later, Lin Xinghe, Wang Tiantua, and Xiao Nan stand together, revealed to be the only other students in Star City to reach Tier 2. Following the assessment, Su Hong, Lin Xinghe, Wang Tiantua, and Xiao Nan board a special train heading to the provincial capital for the martial art exam. Inside the train, Su Hong leads his companions down the aisle. He walks past the seated passengers in complete silence. Suddenly, a passenger erupts with a blazing red aura. Immediately after, another passenger releases a red aura. Within seconds, all the seated passengers release red auras, bathing the entire train car in intense energy. Su Hong and his companions face the red auras head-on. Unfazed, Lin Xinghe casually opens a fan and mocks their childish show of strength. Refusing to let Star City lose face, Wang Tiantua, Xiao Nan, and Lin Xinghe activate their auras to push back. However, Su Hong simply steps forward as his eyes glow blue. He instantly releases a massive blue aura that shocks the surrounding passengers, culminating as a giant blue energy dragon emerges from his power. The massive blue dragon then lunges forward, directly attacking the surrounding red auras. The overwhelming force of the blue aura aggressively pushes the passengers back, completely shattering their collective pressure. Pinned in place, two passengers look completely shocked and terrified, realizing they are facing a Tier 3 martial artist. They panic, wondering how a rural place like Star City could produce such a monster. Unfazed by the commotion, Su Hong simply stands with a calm expression. Watching from behind, Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Nan stare in awe. Wang Tiantua realizes the coercion feels just as strong as a middle-stage Tier 3 expert, while Xiao Nan proudly praises Su Hong's awesomeness. With the entire car subdued, Su Hong casually walks past the intimidated passengers, noting aloud that this is the result of provoking them without a proper greeting. As Su Hong walks away, a deeply stressed passenger watches him from behind, mentally swearing to run without hesitation if they cross paths during the actual assessment. Sometime later, inside their seating area, Su Hong sits comfortably across from his three companions. Lin Xinghe breaks the silence, asking whether Su Hong plans to test for Magic City Martial University or Imperial Capital Martial University. Su Hong simply smiles back and asks what their own plans are. Looking incredibly determined, they reveal that the goal for all three of them is Magic City. Hearing this, Su Hong smiles confidently, announcing that he is also preparing to go there. He adds that when they eventually enter the All Heavens battlefield, they will fight together as comrades in arms. Thrilled by the prospect, Lin Xinghe gives a cheerful thumbs up, stating that having Su Hong as a teammate puts him completely at ease. Beside him, Xiao Nan giggles as Wang Tiantua teasingly warns Lin Xinghe not to get kicked out, reminding him that the university regularly expels slackers. While Su Hong looks forward with a resolute expression. He recalls President Wu Linxian's previous advice, remembering that Magic City is all-embracing and values only talent and strength over status. Soon after, genius students from other cities begin boarding the train. A green-haired student quickly approaches Su Hong, declaring that he will definitely defeat him in the upcoming assessment. Su Hong simply replies with a deadpan acknowledgement. Curious, Lin Xinghe looks at Su Hong and asks if he knows people from Yang City. Su Hong explains his past sparring experience, stating that Grandmaster Qin had previously taken him there. Immediately after, another student points a finger at Su Hong, vowing to be the winner this time. Su Hong gives the same flat response, followed by a muscular red-haired student who excitedly flexes at Su Hong and claims his chance for revenge has finally arrived. Su Hong continues to give the exact same unenthusiastic reply. Nearby onlookers gossiped about Su Hong's identity, baffled by rumors that he had defeated every single genius across the major cities. Xian asked if Grandmaster Qin had taken him on a provincial tour just to beat everyone up, but Su Hong quickly downplayed the rumor. The bus soon arrived at the massive Hang City Plaza, where a giant celestial gate loomed over the crowd. Excited students discussed the secret realm, thrilled by the prospect of rare treasures waiting inside. The local Hang City trio that Su Hong had previously saved stood in the crowd. When one of them complained about waiting for out-of-towners, the axe-wielding giant told him to be quiet and show respect for their savior. Another bus pulled up, and Wenchang's top genius, Chen Tianan, stepped out. The crowd murmured in awe of his talent, recalling his arrogant promise to crush every student from Hang City. Flaunting his status, Chen Tianan led his elite squad straight toward the center of the plaza to make a grand entrance. To establish his dominance, he unleashed a massive flaming red aura and arrogantly demanded that Hang City's top 3 geniuses step forward so he could humiliate them. Feeling the terrifying pressure, the panicked crowd scrambled back, shocked to realize they were looking at a powerful Tier 3 martial artist. However, the axe-wielding student from Hang City released his own red aura, mocking Wenchang's genius for showing off when they were both Tier 3. Meanwhile, his companions dismissed Chen Tianan as a total nobody. Chen Tianan charged a glowing ball of spiritual energy, secretly planning to eliminate the local squad the moment they entered the secret realm. The local trio just laughed in his face, asking if he thought he was Su Hong. They warned him to keep a low profile, noting that the real monster they knew could obliterate Tier 3 cultists with a single punch. Chen Tianan scoffed at this, confidently dismissing Su Hong as nothing more than Tier 2 trash. The local trio sarcastically agreed with his assessment before pointing out that the very person he was calling trash had just arrived. Su Hong calmly stepped off the bus holding his new spear, with his Star City companions following close behind. Wang Tiantua noticed the intense glare and warned Su Hong that Wenchang's top genius was already staring him down. Standing in front of his disciplined followers, Chen Tianan gave the Star City prodigy a smug, challenging smirk. Confused by the hostility, Wang Tiantua and Lin Ning asked Su Hong if he had beaten this guy up too, but a clueless Su Hong admitted he had no memory of him. Watching from high above, Lin Beixing, the Tier 7 Grandmaster and Chief Exam Supervisor, peered down at Su Hong and noted that the boy looked completely average. Lin Beixing complained to Qin Tianli that after all the insane hype, he had expected the kid to look like a legendary multi-limbed demigod. Qin Tianli smugly fired back, bragging that while Su Hong lacked extra limbs, his 7-element compatibility was real, leaving the supervisor eager to see if the kid could deliver. As Lin Beixing and Qin Tianli descended from the sky, the crowd murmured in anticipation, with some complaining about Chen Tianan's arrogance, while others simply complained about being hungry. Demanding absolute silence, Lin Beixing unleashed a suffocating wave of Grandmaster-level pressure. The immense spiritual weight instantly crushed the crowd's energy, and even Su Hong struggled to stand. Lin Beixing announced that the assessment would last 7 days inside the Tianing secret realm, where students had to hunt beasts to earn points. Hunting beasts would yield map fragments revealing high-value targets, including a 10,000-point bounty for anyone who could slay the Tier 4 wild dragon lurking in the center. While Su Hong's eyes lit up at the massive prize, Wang Tiantua warned that a beast with a dragon bloodline would fight far above its actual rank. Lin Beixing flashed a savage grin as he delivered the final rule, explaining that defeating fellow candidates allowed students to steal half of their points. Su Hong immediately realized the exam was going to turn into a complete bloodbath. Once the crushing pressure vanished, point-tracking bracelets materialized on every candidate's wrist, allowing them to monitor the live rankings and scores in real time. Holding a glowing green key, the chief examiner officially started the exam and opened the massive portal, ordering the candidates to enter the secret realm. Eager to grab an early lead, Chen Tianan immediately leaped into the portal. His sudden move triggered a chaotic stampede as the other candidates desperately scrambled to follow him. As the crowd rushed the gate, Lin Xinji urged Su Hong to move, but he told his squad to head in first without him. Realizing his plan, Xian used her telekinesis to drag Lin Xinji into the portal, yelling back that Su Hong was a menace who only wanted to enter late to ambush and rob the other candidates. Left alone, Su Hong smugly waved them off, fully planning to let everyone else do the hard work before he casually beat them up to harvest their points. While the other candidates rushed through the portal, Qin Tianli invited Su Hong over for a cup of tea. He politely accepted the offer to relax with the 2 grandmasters. Watching them delay, a grumpy Lin Beixing complained that both the old master and the kid were devious. However, Su Hong smoothly countered that he was simply following the supervisor's exact rules. Lin Beixing pointed out that there were several strong Tier 3 candidates in this exam and asked if Su Hong was really that confident, prompting a humble shrug from the boy. Qin Tianli laughed and slapped Su Hong's back, calling him too modest. He then revealed to a stunned Lin Beixing that the kid had recently survived a demonic cult assassination, killing over 20 Tier 3 cultists and crippling 2 Tier 4 commanders. Su Hong tried to downplay the feat, which made Lin Beixing sigh in relief as he assumed the old master had been exaggerating, muttering that Tier 3 cultists weren't easily beaten like simple cabbages. However, Su Hong casually clarified that he actually had to run for 8 days and fight to the absolute death to kill them, leaving Lin Beijing sweating in disbelief at the kid's ridiculous combat feat. Several hours later, the view shifted to the deep, rocky valleys of the Heavenly Star's secret realm. Down in a secluded clearing, a giant brown bear and a white tiger roared fiercely. Sitting high up on a vantage rock, Su Hong casually observed the two massive beasts. He mentally noted that encountering two Tier 3 initial stage ferocious beasts immediately after entering the realm was incredibly good luck. Without warning, the giant brown bear leaped aggressively forward. With a massive, earth-shattering swipe, the bear violently struck the white tiger. Badly beaten and bleeding, the white tiger whimpered, completely cowering on the ground. Pressing its brutal advantage, the giant bear leaped high into the air, crashing down toward the helpless feline. Before the massive beast could land its killing blow, Su Hong's eye flared with intense golden lightning. In a blinding flash, he intercepted the attack mid-air, pulling his crackling golden spear directly from the bear's body. The sheer, overwhelming impact forced the giant bear to collapse, instantly dead before it even hit the ground. As the giant beast lay completely motionless, Su Hong's dark silhouette stood triumphantly atop its massive corpse. He stood confidently holding his spear, stating aloud that he had dealt with one and now it was the tiger's turn. Hearing his chilling declaration, the white tiger looked absolutely terrified, its fur fully raised in primal shock. Realizing it was completely outmatched by the human monster, the tiger frantically turned and sprinted away. Refusing to let his target escape so easily, Su Hong levitated effortlessly above the terrified white tiger, calmly asking if it was actually trying to run. Channeling his overwhelming power, Su Hong violently thrust his glowing spear downward, fully unleashing the 9 heaven-breaking spear's third stance. Terrified by the devastating incoming attack, the white tiger completely submitted, dropping to the ground and frantically meowing like a cornered house cat. Hearing the utterly ridiculous sound coming from a giant predator, Su Hong looked completely confused. At the last possible second, he shifted his trajectory. The redirected impact completely obliterated the surrounding terrain, carving a massive, smoking trench deep into the earth. Fully submitting to its savior, the white tiger rolled onto its back and acted aggressively cute, continuously meowing. Staring down at the massive apex predator, Su Hong looked completely bewildered, deeply questioning how a wild, ferocious beast actually knew how to beg for mercy and act cute. Seeing a unique opportunity, Su Hong negotiated with the white tiger, promising to spare its life if it served as his guide to find other humans and high-level ferocious beasts. The tiger excitedly meowed in agreement. Soon after, the white tiger sprinted rapidly through the secret realm with Su Hong riding comfortably on its broad back. Pointing forward, Su Hong commanded his new mount to go find a big guy with a high tier. Following his exact orders, they soon arrived in a dense, ancient forest where a giant ape forcefully snorted plumes of air from its massive nose. Standing amidst the towering trees, the massive black ape effortlessly wielded a giant wooden log as a weapon. Crouching silently on a high cliff, Su Hong and the white tiger carefully observed the giant ape from behind. Looking down at the colossal beast, Su Hong evaluated its threat level, wondering if it was a Tier 3 high-stage monster. He noted that its imposing 30-meter height made it more than twice the size of normal giant apes found outside the secret realm. Suddenly sensing their presence, the giant ape spun around, glaring up at the cliff with violently glowing red eyes. Reacting to the sudden, explosive hostility, Su Hong's eye widened in surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, the giant ape roared and violently swung its massive log directly at them, aiming to crush the entire cliff to dust. Despite the devastating incoming attack, Su Hong simply stood completely calmly as the massive weapon approached. With an earth-shattering explosion, the giant log violently smashed into the cliffside. Narrowly avoiding the crushing impact, the white tiger rapidly leaped away from the collapsing rock. Falling smoothly through the air, Su Hong commanded the tiger to retreat, ordering it to run far away and find a safe place to wait for him. Su Hong glared back and threatened the retreating tiger, warning that if it dared to run away entirely, it was dead once he found it. Hearing the genuine death threat, the terrified tiger landed clumsily in the distant bushes, whimpering obediently like a beaten dog. Without a second's hesitation, Su Hong turned and sprinted directly up the massive, descending log, noting that despite being more than twice the size of normal apes, it was still ultimately just a Tier 3 ferocious beast. Furious at the tiny human daring to charge up its weapon, the giant ape roared in pure, unadulterated anger. It lunged forward with its massive open mouth, fully intending to devour him whole. However, instead of showing even a sliver of fear, Su Hong covered his nose in extreme disgust, complaining aloud that the beast was far too smelly. Refusing to let the creature breathe on him, Su Hong raised his crackling, glowing spear. Shouting the name of his heaven-breaking attack, he violently struck the ape's jaw. Instantly, a massive explosion of brilliant golden energy erupted from the point of impact. The sheer, overwhelming force of the blow knocked a giant tooth completely out of the ape's mouth, sending the boulder-sized fragment crashing heavily into the ground below. Immediately after, a blinding beam of light pierced straight through the top of the ape's head. Roaring in absolute agony, the giant ape fell backward, spraying a geyser of blood across the forest as it crashed to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust and the deafening crash of the massive log, Su Hong simply stood completely calmly, entirely unfazed by the immense destruction he had just caused. With the giant beast momentarily downed, Su Hong casually walked up to the massive log left behind in the dirt. Mentally evaluating the colossal weapon, he noted that it was over 40 meters long and likely weighed around 70 tons. Utterly undeterred by its sheer mass, Su Hong firmly gripped the giant log with his bare hand. Channeling his immense physical strength, he began to lift the massive log, boasting that for someone who had already broken through to Tier 3, this was completely not a problem. Proving his bold claim, Su Hong lifted the massive log completely off the ground. He then flooded the massive weapon with his glowing spiritual power, reinforcing its structure. With the colossal weapon secured, Su Hong leaped high into the air, hauling the massive log in tow. High above the ruined battlefield, Su Hong swung the massive log downward toward the slowly recovering giant ape. Diving aggressively toward his target, Su Hong screamed out, calling the beast a stinky monkey and telling it to eat his cudgel. The log swung down with incredible, terrifying speed, generating a massive shockwave that tore through the air. Realizing the fatal danger a second too late, the giant ape looked up completely terrified, its eyes bulging in sheer shock. Without giving the beast a single chance to react, the log brutally smashed directly into the ape's face, instantly shattering its remaining teeth. The sheer, unmitigated force of the impact caused the giant ape to be thrown backward violently. Meanwhile, far outside the secret realm, a massive crowd of students and instructors watched the brutal, one-sided fight unfold on a giant broadcast screen. Completely stunned into silence, they questioned if what they had just seen was actually real, openly wondering what kind of absolute monster this kid named Su Hong actually was. Watching the exact same screen in a private viewing area, Grandmaster Qin pointed and laughed uproariously, noting that Su Hong was beating a terrifying elite monster like he was beating a stray dog. Completely caught off guard by the sheer, overwhelming absurdity of the attack, Lin Beixing violently spat out his drink. Recovering his composure, the chief examiner wiped his mouth thoughtfully, finally admitting that it seemed there was absolutely no suspense left for this year's assessment. Standing triumphantly on top of his massive log, Su Hong checks his wrist device. He's pleasantly surprised to find that the Grandmaster's map fragments dropped just from defeating the giant ape. A notification then pops up, and he stares in shock as his score skyrockets to 2,100 points. The leaderboard screen confirms he is now sitting dead first in the rankings. He realizes the black bear from earlier only gave him a measly 100 points, while the giant ape was a massive jackpot. Seeing that the second-place student only has 800 points, Su Hong calculates that hunting players just isn't worth his time. Deciding to focus on hunting more ferocious beasts instead, he strolls casually down the forest path. Meanwhile, 3 armed students stare at their wrist device in absolute disbelief. They stress out over Su Hong's massive point jump, realizing he must have soloed a high-tier special beast all by himself. But not everyone is intimidated. Sitting arrogantly on top of a dead bear, Chen Tianyan scoffs at the news. Smiling confidently, he figures that if a weakling like Su Hong can solo a special beast, then the monsters in this realm must be completely pathetic. Eager to take one down himself, he checks his map and locks onto a nearby red dot. Tracking the signal, he soon comes face to face with a massive, terrifying purple snake resting on a rocky cliff. Staring up at the towering monster, Chen Tianyan immediately starts sweating nervously. He realizes this creature is actually a high-stage Tier 3 beast, and the terrifying truth about Su Hong's actual strength begins to set in. Refusing to accept that he's weaker than Su Hong, Chen Tianyan clenches his fist as it ignites with fiery red energy. Powering up and declaring that he won't lose to anyone, he holds his ground as the giant snake violently lunges forward. A few minutes later, reality hits Chen Tianyan hard as the snake ruthlessly blasts him backward. He crashes heavily into a giant tree, coughing up blood from the devastating impact. Realizing this python is practically a Tier 4 monster, he abandons all his pride and desperately scrambles away. Running frantically through the forest, he curses his terrible luck and his decision to flee. He decides that if he can't beat the boss monsters, he'll just steal points from the other candidates instead. Spotting a group of unsuspecting students ahead, he ignites his hand and flashes an evil grin, ready to take what's theirs. But before he can make his move, Su Hong suddenly leaps out of nowhere, swinging his massive wooden club. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, Su Hong smiles, shocked by the sudden ambush, Chen Tianyan ignites his flames and frantically turns around. Su Hong brings his giant weapon down with terrifying force, brutally flattening Chen Tianyan's face. The devastating impact sends the arrogant student flying violently backward through the forest. As Chen Tianyan flies backward through the forest, the unsuspecting students scramble and dodge in absolute panic. Completely knocked out, the remaining students stare in shock at the unconscious top-tier fighter, terrified of whoever possessed the formidable power to take him down in a single strike. Walking casually out of the dust, Su Hong checks his wrist device, pleasantly surprised that he picked up 400 points just from swatting Chen Tianyan. He then points his massive log at the 5 shivering students. With a menacing tiger shadow looming behind him, Su Hong approaches intimidatingly and demands to know how many points they have. Terrified, the 5 students immediately bow and beg for mercy, pleading that they don't even have 100 points between them and aren't worth the beating. Su Hong looks genuinely disappointed by their pathetic score. However, an idea strikes him, and he casually suggests that they go beat up the unconscious Chen Tianyan to see if they can steal half of his remaining points. Surprised by the ruthless suggestion, the students cautiously agree to give it a try. 2 minutes later, Chen Tianyan's face is left heavily bruised and beaten beyond recognition. The students huddle together, realizing that no matter how many times they hit him while he's down, the system doesn't award them any extra points. Satisfied with the experiment, Su Hong hops onto his tamed white tiger and bids them farewell. Meanwhile, watching from the VIP room, Lin Beixing questions if beating an unconscious person is something a human would do, but Grandmaster Qin just laughs, noting that Su Hong's ruthless menace energy is perfect for Magic Martial University. Back in the testing grounds, the giant purple snake hisses menacingly. Without hesitating, Su Hong leaps directly toward the massive beast with his glowing spear, challenging it to a fight. The giant snake lunges forward with its jaws wide open, but Su Hong simply powers up his spear with intense, crackling energy. Using his 9 heaven-breaking spears technique, he blasts the devastating energy directly into the snake's mouth. An hour later, the massive snake lies completely dead on the ruined ground. A heavily bruised Chen Tianyan stumbles into the clearing and stares at the massive corpse in disbelief. Checking the leaderboard, he reels in shock as he sees Su Hong's score sitting at a staggering 4,500 points, proving he actually killed the Tier 3 high-stage python. Terrified and confused, Chen Tianyan sweats nervously, unable to understand how a Tier 2 martial artist could possess such monstrous strength. Desperate to protect his own fragile ego, he rationalizes that Su Hong must be hiding his true strength as a Tier 4 martial artist, otherwise there's no way he could defeat a monster that completely overpowered Chen Tianyan. Elsewhere, 3 students stand exhausted near the massive corpse of another dead beast. They discuss Su Hong's monstrous strength, wondering how a human could possibly solo monsters that nearly wiped out their entire squad. A female student checks her wrist device and gasps in shock, realizing Su Hong just killed another elite monster and hit 4,500 points on the leaderboard. One of the students collapses to his knees in pure despair, stating that Su Hong is simply a pure monster and no normal person should ever compare themselves to him. The others agree, encouraging themselves to just aim for second place by surpassing Chen Tianyan instead. Meanwhile, back in the viewing room, Grandmaster Qin praises Su Hong's outrageous talent, amazed at how easily he wields the power of thunder and fire. Fascinated by the display, Lin Beixing asks Grandmaster Qin to introduce him so he can seek guidance from the young student, since he also possesses dual attributes. Grandmaster Qin sips his tea and mockingly asks if it isn't a bit embarrassing for a generation's grandmaster to ask a greenhorn for advice. But Lin Beixing looks completely serious and determined, declaring that losing face is worth it if he can master such a killer move. Pointing directly at the live broadcast, he notes that even initial stage Tier 3 fighters can't handle a single punch from the boy. On the screen, Su Hong stands confidently over a massive pile of defeated students, proving that this entire martial arts exam has simply become his personal show. Back in the viewing room, Lin Beixing stands up and tries to pull Grandmaster Qin away, stating there's no need to watch the rest of the exam. However, as he glances back at the screen, he stops in absolute disbelief, realizing that Su Hong has gone toward the barbarian dragon all by himself. Crossing his arms seriously, Grandmaster Qin scoffs, explaining that he caught the barbarian dragon personally. He notes that the beast is almost at the Tier 4 middle stage, and thanks to its dragon bloodline, its combat power is practically on par with a high-stage Tier 4 monster. Sweating nervously, Qin admits that even with Su Hong's incredible thunder and fire attributes, it's impossible for him to injure the dragon. He figures a severe beating will finally teach the arrogant kid his place. Meanwhile, at the entrance to a massive canyon, Su Hong's tamed white tiger whimpers in absolute terror. Sitting on the trembling beast's back, Su Hong calls it a coward and tells it to just lead the way, promising he won't make it fight the barbarian dragon. Looking down into the massive, dark chasm cutting through the mountains, Su Hong confirms his target is right inside. He casually leaps off the tiger's back and dives straight into the abyss, telling his mount to wait for him outside. Falling rapidly through the dark chasm, Su Hong drags his spear violently against the rocky wall to slow his descent. He lands safely at the very bottom, immediately narrowing his eyes as he senses a massive presence. Looming before him is a colossal red barbarian dragon, heavily chained and fast asleep. Staring up at the terrifying creature, Su Hong wonders why a Tier 4 beast is chained up like this. As the massive dragon sleeps heavily, Su Hong feels its oppressive aura, realizing it's far beyond the initial stage and infinitely close to the Tier 4 middle stage. Standing before the sleeping giant, Su Hong analyzes the situation, admitting that with his current strength, he has zero confidence in winning a head-on confrontation. However, a devious smile creeps across his face. He figures that since the boss is completely asleep and chained down, it has absolutely no right to complain about a sneak attack. Focusing intently on the dragon's most vulnerable spot, its massive backside, Su Hong calculates that no matter how strong a creature's defenses are, a direct hit there will guarantee massive damage. Standing ready, Su Hong grips his spear tightly as he powers it up with intense, crackling energy. Fusing the devastating powers of thunder, fire, and metal into one ultimate attack, he leaps forward and violently thrusts his glowing spear directly into the dragon's weak point. With a powerful shout, Su Hong violently thrusts his glowing spear directly into the dragon's vulnerable backside. A massive, blinding explosion of light erupts from the devastating impact, followed by dark blood spurting violently out from the fresh wound. Waking up in pure agony, the massive beast screams out a terrifying roar of extreme pain. Enraged, the dragon exhales a massive, blinding pillar of fire as it thrashes violently against its heavy chains. Seeing his attack worked perfectly, Su Hong sprints away from the thrashing monster, noting that since the beast is bound down, it won't actually be that hard to kill. Hearing the arrogant comment, the furious dragon snaps its head back to glare at the tiny human. Opening its massive jaws, the dragon unleashes a terrifying, overwhelming wave of fire that completely engulfs Su Hong in a blazing inferno. As the massive flames finally die down, a completely charred, statue-like figure is left standing in the scorched earth. But suddenly, the charred shell completely shatters. Staring down at the boy, the massive dragon looks visibly confused as to how he survived the deadly blast. Wasting no time, Su Hong positions himself directly underneath the dragon's bleeding wound. Gathering his energy once again, he prepares to strike for a second time. He violently thrusts his spear upward, causing another massive explosion that leaves the dragon roaring in pure agony. Meanwhile, back in the safe zone, a large crowd of exam spectators watch the live broadcast on the giant screen, absolutely speechless at the sheer brutality of the fight. Watching from the VIP room, Lin Beixing stares at the screen in disturbed disbelief. He admits that he thought Su Hong's combat power wouldn't even be enough to scratch the locked-up beast, completely unprepared for this utterly ruthless tactic. Beside him, Grandmaster Qin scratches his cheek awkwardly as Lin Beixing looks highly uncomfortable, questioning if any normal person would actually think to specifically stab a monster right in the butt. As Grandmaster Qin stands in the background desperately suppressing his laughter, Lin Beixing asks him what he's waiting for, warning that if they don't release the chains, the savage dragon is literally going to be played to death by Su Hong. Looking completely serious and determined, he declares that this is the absolute perfect opportunity to see exactly how high Su Hong's absolute combat limits truly go. Suddenly, the massive central lock holding the dragon's restraints completely shatters. As the heavy chains are violently blown apart, Su Hong looks back in surprise, realizing that the Grandmasters must have intentionally unbound the savage dragon. Finally freed from its heavy restraints, the colossal beast lets out a terrifying roar as the broken chains crash heavily against the rocky ground. Fully enraged, the dragon unleashes its fury by breathing a massive, devastating pillar of concentrated fire that shoots straight up into the sky, tearing through the canyon. Standing firmly on the ground, Su Hong calmly observes the beast's overwhelming aura. He admits that the true might of a Tier 4 savage dragon is genuinely impressive. As the colossal monster glares down menacingly at him, Su Hong remains completely undeterred. He declares that it's actually perfectly fine they release the beast, as this will finally give him the perfect opportunity to test the absolute limits of his combat power when he goes all out. With a deafening roar, the furious dragon opens its massive jaws and exhales a terrifying, sweeping wave of fire to incinerate the tiny human. But instead of dodging, Su Hong grips his spear tightly as it begins glowing with intense blue energy. Channeling his power, he unleashes a massive, roaring water dragon straight from the tip of his weapon. The powerful water construct and the devastating wave of fire clash violently in the center of the canyon, instantly vaporizing into a massive cloud of thick steam that completely engulfs the battlefield. As the massive dragon roars blindly into the dense fog, Su Hong uses the steam as the perfect cover. Leaping high into the air, his spear now crackles with fierce yellow lightning as he activates his 9 sky-breaking spears technique. He dives rapidly through the air, aiming a critical strike directly at the dragon's exposed back. However, sensing the dangerous attack through the thick fog, reacting with terrifying speed, the massive beast violently slams its heavy claw into the rocky ground. Caught completely off guard by the sudden counterattack, Su Hong is forcefully knocked backward in midair. Recovering from the surprise attack, Su Hong looks up just in time to see the massive dragon rapidly descending the sheer cliff face. He is caught off guard by the sheer agility, realizing that the giant beast's speed is actually incredibly fast. The dragon swings its massive claw directly at him, forcing Su Hong to quickly defend himself by summoning a glowing yellow energy sphere. As the attacks collide, a massive explosion of yellow energy violently erupts across the canyon. Refusing to let up, the dragon's sharp claws tear straight through the thick smoke as it lunges forward aggressively. Su Hong desperately blocks the heavy attack with his spear, creating a defensive barrier, but the overwhelming force sends him flying violently backward against the rocky canyon wall. Wiping his mouth thoughtfully, Su Hong admits that he completely underestimated his opponent, realizing the fat dragon is much faster than it looks. However, a confident smirk returns to his face as an intense red aura begins to glow around his body. He declares that if they are talking purely about raw physical strength, he won't lose. Seeing him power up, the furious dragon roars loudly and charges forward for another devastating attack. Su Hong declares that his overlord body is still far superior. Instead of using his spear, he pulls his arm back and throws a massive, glowing punch. His fist collides directly with the dragon's incoming claw. Unable to handle the overwhelming force, the colossal beast is violently knocked backward, shattering the ground and roaring in pain as it crashes into the rock. Struggling against the overwhelming force, the massive dragon roars in pure agony as it is violently pushed back. Unable to stop its momentum, the colossal beast is sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the ruined terrain. Refusing to let up, Su Hong stands firmly on the ground, completely surrounded by an intense aura of red energy as he declares that the fight isn't over yet. Like a bullet, he launches himself forward with incredible speed, completely ignoring his spear and relying solely on his raw strength. Flying straight toward the dragon's massive face, he orders the beast to take another punch. With terrifying force, he slams his glowing fist squarely into the dragon's snout. The brutal impact causes the dragon's head to violently snap backward, its tooth broken and fall to the ground. But Su Hong doesn't give it a single second to breathe. Declaring that he's still not done, he flies at the dragon's face once again. He lands a brutal, glowing uppercut directly to the beast's chin, instantly following it up with a rapid, merciless barrage of punches. Screaming out with every strike, he completely overwhelms the roaring dragon with pure physical superiority. Meanwhile, back in the safe zone, the crowd of exam spectators watch the live broadcast in absolute disbelief. Shocked by the one-sided beatdown, they wonder which one is the real savage dragon, finding it completely ridiculous that a Tier 3 human is physically suppressing a Tier 4 beast. Watching from the VIP room, Lin Beixing turns to Grandmaster Qin, noting that while fusing 3 attributes is impressive, Su Hong's physical strength is simply way too high. Sweating nervously in pure shock, Lin Beixing admits that he always thought the Overlord body was only ranked in the top 30 of all physique. However, watching the brutal assault continue on the giant screen, he realizes it's practically on par with the number 1 strength-type physique, the legendary war god body. Beside him, Grandmaster Qin looks intensely amazed as well. Listing off Su Hong's impossible talents, he declares that the kid is a total monster and is absolutely going to break the historical record for the martial arts exam. Back in the canyon, Su Hong delivers one final, devastating punch straight to the dragon's mouth, sending blood flying through the air. The massive beast's eyes roll back as it is completely knocked out, its colossal body crashing heavily to the ground. Standing victorious amidst a massive cloud of settling dust, as the dust finally settles, a system notification pops up above Su Hong, awarding him 1400 martial Dao value points for the kill. Sitting exhausted in the crater, he admits that the savage dragon could really take a beating, noting that his spiritual energy is almost completely depleted. Su Hong looks up in sheer annoyance, thinking about how completely wicked the Grandmasters are for throwing a boss like this into a student exam. However, his annoyance fades into a slight smile as he checks his wrist device, happy that he finally secured the massive 10,000-point bounty. Elsewhere in the testing grounds, Chun Tianyan checks his own wrist device and stares in absolute shock. Seeing Su Hong sitting comfortably in first place with 14,500 points, he begins sweating profusely in pure terror. He realizes that Su Hong must have actually killed the Tier 4 Savage Dragon, completely unable to process how he managed to take down a monster with a dragon bloodline. Across the mountainous landscape, the sheer despair of the point gap begins to shatter the other candidates. Two students collapse to the ground in tears, sobbing apologies to their parents as they realize they aren't geniuses at all, but complete trash compared to Su Hong. Watching the broadcast from the viewing room, Lin Beixing notes that the mental state of the young geniuses seems to have completely collapsed. Grandmaster Qin simply shrugs, admitting that if he had run into a monster like Su Hong back in his day, his mentality would have collapsed too. Suddenly, the crowd of spectators erupts into a massive uproar as the screen shows Su Hong casually barbecuing the massive dragon's meat, completely mind-blown by how badass and wild he is. Hearing the sizzle of the meat, his tamed white tiger creeps out of hiding, drooling heavily at the mouth. Su Hong jokingly scolds the cowardly beast, noting that it was nowhere to be found during the fight but came running out the moment there was food. Despite the scolding, he generously tells the tiger to eat up, letting it happily jump onto the roasted carcass. Half an hour later, both Su Hong and the tiger lie completely stuffed and bloated on the ground. Su Hong notes that the meat is actually pretty tasty, deciding he should bring some back for his aunt and uncle to try. However, the peaceful moment is interrupted when the white tiger suddenly glows red and whines in pain. Su Hong sits up in concern, wondering if it just ate too much. But suddenly, he starts sweating as he feels his own blood qi rapidly surging. An intense red energy violently erupts from his body, rapidly increasing his stats. As the energy finally dissipates, Su Hong exhales heavily. He smiles as he opens his system interface, amazed to see that his blood qi increased by over 20 points and his overlord body improved from 6.5 to a full 9%. Looking over at the completely stripped dragon skeleton, he calculates that since every single % increase costs 1,000 points, eating just a few pieces of the meat was equivalent to gaining several thousand martial Dao value points. Smiling confidently, he declares that the savage dragon was literally a treasure trove from head to toe. Meanwhile, two figures walking steadily through the mountainous terrain, the spectators are in absolute disbelief, wondering if Su Hong is a pig to have eaten the entire beast. Meanwhile, Su Hong is already back on the move, riding his white tiger through the forest. Still hungry, he scolds the beast for eating so much, warning the whimpering tiger to hurry up and find more high-level monsters or else he'll eat it next. Over the following days, Su Hong basically snatches away all the high-level beasts in the realm. On day 4, he effortlessly defeats a giant 9-lived white ape with a massive lightning strike. On day 5, he violently crushes a giant death worm. On day 6, he completely decimates a giant heavenly wind mad bull. On the 7th and final day, Su Hong leaps out of the bushes and violently smacks a familiar student directly in the face with his log. The student crashes to the ground, cursing the sneak attack before passing out heavily bruised. Checking his wrist device, Su Hong is completely confused as to why his score of 35,500 points didn't increase at all. Thoughtfully observing the unconscious student, he finally recognizes the guy as Chen Tianyan. Realizing he already robbed him a few days ago, he figures that's why the system didn't award him any extra points this time. Suddenly, a massive red energy pulse resonates across the sky, accompanied by an announcement that the exam has officially ended and the exit is now open. Looking up at the sky, Su Hong sighs in disappointment, noting that the secret realm is a great place and it's a pity they can only stay for 7 days. Before leaving, he turns to his tamed white tiger and gently pats its nose. As the massive beast cries at his departure, Su Hong tells it to train hard and not get beaten to death by someone else next year. Glancing back down, he points at the unconscious Chen Tianyan, wondering how the fainted student is supposed to leave the realm on his own. Moments later, a massive green portal opens in the real world, and Su Hong flies out. He lands confidently on the ground, casually carrying the unconscious Chen Tianyan over his shoulder. Instantly, the massive crowd, including Grandmaster Qin and Lin Beixing, erupts into enthusiastic cheers, chanting his name and officially declaring Su Hong as Jiangnan Province's true martial arts champion. The news of Su Hong shattering the provincial exam record goes viral, transforming him into an overnight sensation. Outside his high school, Chen Shan eagerly milks the spotlight, loudly bragging to swarming reporters that the champion is his best friend. Su Hong's aunt and uncle find themselves cornered by the press, proudly boasting about his sensible and hardworking nature. The media even tracks down a battered Chen Tian, ruthlessly asking how it feels to be saved by his rival, which triggers a complete live television meltdown from the defeated boy. Gossip notifications flood phones everywhere, detailing Su Hong's past, his sudden escape from poverty, and female celebrities publicly confessing their love for him. Overwhelmed by the endless media frenzy, Su Hong turns to the Grandmasters, asking them to use their influence to drive the reporters away. They reconvene the next day at the Martial Arts Association headquarters to escape the chaos and plan their next step. Lin Beijing promises to clear out the media so Su Hong's family can get some peace, then redirects Qinten Li to focus on their real business. Catching Su Hong completely off guard, the Grandmaster suddenly blushes and begs the teenager to teach him the element fusion technique. Remembering the old master's constant support, Su-hong realizes he cannot refuse. He bows respectfully, agreeing to share his experience while asking the elders to correct any mistakes he might make. Half an hour later, Su-hong demonstrates the fusion process, leaving the two Tier 7 Grandmasters furiously taking notes like excited students. Lin Beijing is deeply moved by the boy's selflessness, recognizing that this historic technique could forever alter human civilization. Peeking into the room, Wu Qing watches in shock as legendary grandmasters take lessons from a high schooler, inspiring her to test her own wind compatibility. By 3 in the morning, Qinten Li successfully triggers his own multi-element fusion. He celebrates wildly, claiming he now possesses the power to defeat a Tier 8 martial artist, while Lin Beijing praises his colleague's incredible talent and rapid mastery. When Su-hong questions how Qinten Li obtained dual attributes, the Grandmaster reveals that a mysterious fragment unlocked his second element. Hearing this, Su-hong immediately asks if the artifact is a piece of the legendary 7 Divine Cauldrons. The two Grandmasters reel in shock, demanding to know how Su-hong learned a secret strictly guarded by the High Command. Su-hong explains that the cultists near the lake had been actively hunting for them, suggesting he should hide his own fragment's existence to avoid confiscation. Lin Beijing agrees, explaining that the cauldrons were once a single supreme weapon that shattered and scattered globally. He warns Su-hong that enemy races have deployed massive armies to recover the pieces, and many have already fallen into hostile hands. Su-hong remains confused as to why foreign races would target him over this artifact. Qinten Li clarifies that the teenager's unprecedented 7-element mastery will convince everyone he is hoarding multiple fragments, turning him into a massive target. Su-hong tries to argue that his talent is completely natural, but Lin Beijing flatly notes that absolutely no one would ever believe him. To deceive potential assassins, Lin Beijing proposes a cover story claiming Su-hong's multiple elements came from fragments he had already handed over to the Grandmasters. Qinten Li warns the boy to stay highly vigilant against hidden human traitors, and Su-hong readily agrees to the ruse. Lin Beijing then reassures him that Magic Capital University will be a safe haven, bragging that Principal Li would utterly obliterate anyone who dared attack the campus. Curious, Su-hong wonders if this renowned Principal Li is a powerful Tier 9 martial artist. Lin Beijing confirms his immense strength, revealing that Principal Li once shattered the leg of the Imperial Capital's principal. Glad to have such a formidable shield, Su-hong asks about Principal Li's hobbies, eager to get on his future protector's good side. Lin Beijing quickly shuts down any thoughts of bribery, warning that the principal despises flattery and would likely break Su-hong's legs instead. Qinten Li suggests that beating up the Magic Capital City Lord's son would easily grab the principal's attention, provided Su-hong was justified. When Su-hong plays innocent and claims he never causes trouble, Qinten Li laughs and mockingly agrees that he is a very good kid. Lin Beijing then proposes the ultimate plan, thrashing the Imperial Capital Principal's relatives during the national tournament. The two elders scheme happily, assuring Su-hong that if he crushes the rival principal's great-grandson and mocks their institution, Principal Li would adopt him on the spot. Watching the dignified grandmasters grin like villains, Su-hong breaks into a cold sweat and resolves not to let them corrupt him. Maintaining his innocent smile, he asks for a photo of the great-grandson, insisting he only wants to make friends, though the grandmasters remain completely unconvinced. Meanwhile, inside the Magic Capital admissions office, Director Wang Yang spots an unbelievable score of 35,500 points on a candidate's file. He instantly orders his staff to pull up Su-hong's combat recordings. Minutes later, the entire staff huddles around the monitor in absolute shock, watching a high schooler obliterate a Tier 4 barbarian dragon using a 3-element fusion. An assistant reads the file aloud, revealing Su-hong's perfect 100% compatibility across 7 different elements, leaving Wang Yang completely stunned. Terrified of losing the ultimate genius, the director rushes out to secure a private jet. Suddenly, Principal Li Chengdao steps forward, declaring he will meet the recruit personally. When Director Wang Yang learned that Principal Li Chengdao already knew everything about the school's extraordinary new prospect, Su-hong, he was completely caught off guard. Chengda handed him a thick file filled with unbelievable information. As Wang Yang flipped through it, he discovered that more than 10 legendary grandmasters had personally recommended Su-hong to their university. That level of support was almost unheard of, making it clear that this young talent was far more special than anyone had imagined. With the decision already settled, Principal Li calmly explained that there was one important task to deal with before heading to Star City. They first needed to eliminate a few dangerous targets. Hearing that, Wang Yang immediately tried to convince him otherwise. He urged the principal to leave anything involving personal conflicts to the school's staff, hoping to stop his unpredictable boss from causing another catastrophe. Li Chengdao quickly cleared up the misunderstanding. He explained that the targets weren't ordinary people. They were members of a demonic cult that had secretly established a nearby base and were preparing an attack on Su Hong. Realizing the mission was about protecting their future student rather than settling personal matters, Wang Yang finally relaxed and agreed to come along. His relief didn't last long. Without giving him any warning, and shot into the sky at terrifying speed. Wang Yang could do nothing except scream as they streaked across the heavens like a blazing meteor. Roughly 50 kilometers east of the city, hidden deep inside the dark Tanfong forest, an enormous cave system remained concealed beneath the mountains. It served as the headquarters of the local demonic cult. Around a massive stone table, the cult's leaders gathered to finalize their plan for assassinating Su Hong before he ever reached the university. Their leader confidently revealed that the heavenly god race had made them an irresistible promise. If they succeeded in killing the gifted young martial artist, they would each receive divine blood capable of transforming them into gods. The room immediately erupted in excitement as the cultists celebrated the opportunity. The leader then reminded everyone of the importance of the mission. He declared that if several Tier 7 Grandmasters failed to eliminate a single student, they would have no reason to keep living. His harsh words instantly silenced the room before every cult member swore they would wipe Su Hong out no matter the cost. Far above the endless forest, Principal Li suddenly announced that they had finally arrived. Wang Yang looked down at the countless mountains below and couldn't help wondering how they were supposed to locate one hidden base among so many identical peaks. When he asked, the principal casually admitted that he actually had no idea where it was. Trying to solve the problem, Wang Yang volunteered to search the area himself. Instead, Li Chengdao stopped him. He simply asked Wang Yang to start recording with his phone because he intended to turn whatever happened next into a promotional advertisement for the university. Before Wang Yang could even react, the principal slowly raised one hand toward the sky. An overwhelming Tier 9 aura burst outward, making the heavens tremble. Thick clouds twisted overhead before a gigantic crimson hand of pure energy descended from the sky like divine judgment itself. The colossal palm smashed straight into the mountain range. The impact erased everything. Hidden caves, rocky peaks, and every cultist inside were crushed beneath unimaginable force. Panic screams echoed only for a brief moment before the mountains collapsed completely, leaving behind nothing except an enormous smoking crater where the entire base had once existed. Still holding his phone, Wang Yang stared silently at the recording. Watching someone with that level of power fight made every ordinary martial artist seem insignificant. Against strength like that, resistance felt completely meaningless. Meanwhile, back at Su Hong's villa, the atmosphere couldn't have been more different. The living room had become crowded with expensive gift boxes sent by influential local families, hoping to build a relationship with the city's newest champion. His aunt happily sorted through the mountain of presents before pulling out several photographs of wealthy young women. Smiling brightly, she wondered if any of them caught Su Hong's interest. Su Hong's face instantly turned red. He quickly explained that dating wasn't something he wanted to think about. In his opinion, he was still too young and needed to devote all of his attention to cultivation. His uncle immediately voiced his support. For one brief moment, Su Hong thought someone finally understood him. Then his uncle leaned closer and jokingly remarked that marrying a wealthy girl from the magic capital would be an even smarter decision. Su Hong could only sigh in helpless disbelief. Not wanting to remain trapped in the embarrassing conversation any longer, he politely excused himself and headed upstairs to continue training. His aunt turned toward her husband and scolded him for filling the boy's head with ridiculous ideas. Finally alone, Su Hong summoned his system interface. After checking his remaining 580 points, he decided to invest them in strengthening his spiritual power. He repeatedly pressed the upgrade button until his spiritual cultivation successfully advanced to Tier 3. As the upgrades took effect, invisible energy surged throughout the room. Heavy objects slowly lifted from the floor, floating effortlessly under the influence of his newly enhanced mental power. Curious about his progress, Su Hong activated his defensive skill. A brilliant white barrier materialized before him, forming a solid shield of condensed spiritual energy. Wanting to measure its durability, he didn't hesitate. He clenched his fist and struck the shield with his full strength. The barrier cracked the instant his punch landed before exploding into countless fragments of light. Rather than feeling disappointed, Su Hong smiled with satisfaction. Even though the shield had shattered, it had successfully absorbed nearly 30% of the attack's power. Considering that his punch was already strong enough to kill an ordinary Tier 3 beast, the result was far better than he had expected. After thinking it through, he concluded that the shield would dramatically improve his chances of survival. Even if numerous Tier 3 martial artists attacked together, his new defense would give him valuable protection. Satisfied with that achievement, he spent every remaining system point enhancing his physical attribute. A violent burst of crimson energy erupted from his body. Pain spread through every muscle as his overlord body underwent another transformation. The process only ended after the red aura gradually faded away. When everything finally settled, the technique had advanced to 36% completion. Testing his body again, Su Hong immediately sensed the enormous improvement. His raw physical strength had reached a level where defeating an ordinary Tier 4 martial artist would no longer be difficult. Just as he was preparing to continue experimenting with his newfound power, his aunt called everyone downstairs for dinner. The following morning, he was still fast asleep when the loud vibration of his phone suddenly dragged him out of bed. The moment he answered, a frantic voice exploded through the speaker. His former principal was desperately calling for help, while deafening explosions echoed in the background as the school appeared to be under attack.